Chapter 624. At this moment, Li Longji was discussing with Prime Minister Zhang Shuo and Song Jing, who had already been dismissed as Prime Minister, about the newly built canal. Because Li Sun and the Zhang and Wang families had given them a lot of money, the canal had been built quite well, and it had already been connected to more distant places. If the canal was connected before the autumn harvest, they would be able to transport more food from all over the capital when there was insufficient food. When they talked about this, Li Longji was reminded of the Zhang family and his two children, Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The completion of the canal was obviously a good thing, but it did not put him in a good mood. Zhang Jiuling was not much better than Li Longji. His old housekeeper, who could no longer do anything, was also there. When he was building roads and relay stations back in his hometown, Zhang Zhong, who was the provincial governor of Luzhou, had given him a lot of money to help. He had also given him comfortable furniture and sea-dried goods. Currently, there were two beautiful little red fish swimming in the glass fish tank at home. It was almost time for the fish to come out. However, the two children of the Zhang Wang and Zhang Shuo had gone missing with the logistics battalion. Moreover, they had gone missing in Tubo. How could he be at ease? Zhang Shuo and Song Jing had also received a lot of things from the Zhang Wang and Zhang Shuo. Now, every month, they would receive tonics from Huayuan County's Day Hospital. The four of them were thinking about the children of the Zhang Wang and Zhang Shuo while talking about the canal that was built with money. It would be strange if the atmosphere was good. The canal is done. It's just a little bit away from being connected to the canal. It will be very convenient to use the Zhang family's explosives. The place where the canal crosses the Yellow River needs to be reinforced with cement. You said that the Zhang family had also contributed a lot to the canal, right? That's right. The transportation of food this year will be easier. After the canal is connected, will the two children be able to get out of danger? Before Gao Lishur came in, these are the last words Li Longji said. He was thinking about something else. As he spoke, he brought Xiaobao and Cuckoo out. Therefore, the four of them looked at each other. They felt it was funny, but could not laugh. They could only sigh in their hearts. Gao Lishur ran in with a happy smile on his face, waving the letter he had taken from the pigeon. News from Wing Prefecture? What happened to Xiaobao and Cuckoo? When Li Longji heard that it was about Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he threw the matter of the canal aside. It was not important. With the Zhang family and the Wang family around, they could fix it if they wanted to. If the two kids died, wouldn't the Zhang family and the Wang family go crazy? What would the two experts do if their disciples were gone? Li Longji and the other three could not help but show a nervous expression. Fortunately, when they saw Gao Lishur's unconcealable smile, they felt that it should be good news. The two kids ran around Tubo and came back in fright. They were not caught. Gao Lishur did not dare to hesitate. Lightly coughing, he recited, "Reporting to Your Excellency, we received news from Tubo that Xiaobao Huan personally led the logistics battalion to provide emergency assistance and successfully converged with them. Leading the remaining 12,000 soldiers, they fought in the boundless Jinchuan, breaking 4,000 men of Tata Datu's logistics battalion, completely annihilating them, breaking 3,000 men of Tata Datu's vanguard battalion, breaking 2,000 men of each of Tubo's 3 divisions, seizing and burning their provisions and supplies. After that, leading the main force of the Tang army, they disappeared into the Dichuan." Gao Lishur had tried his best to control his body, but he still could not help but tremble. Even his voice was trembling. Li Longji and the other 3 froze like they were carved out of wood. They only recovered after a few breaths. Li Longji pursed his lips and did not make a sound. He clenched his fists tightly, and his chest rose and fell. It was obvious that he was trying his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. Zhang Shuo and the other two's faces were also flushed. They could not find their usual composure. Zhang Jiuling was the first to speak. "Congratulations to Your Majesty. Xiaobao and Cuckoo have obtained the true teachings of the expert. They're invincible when fighting outside the country." With one person speaking, the other 3 almost simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. "So Xiaobao and Cuckoo are fine for the time being. Good. It should be the 2 of them commanding the army." Guitu does not have that ability yet. When Xiaobao and Cuckoo grow up, we'll have no worries. Hee, these two kids are really capable. Let's put aside the matter of the canal for now and talk about it. Yes, talk about it. Li Longji was happy. He felt that even though it was about to rain outside, it was still so comfortable. He, who rarely smiled, opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. The corners of his mouth curled up. He loosened his fists and rubbed his hands together. Zhang Shao and the other two also realized that the originally dark room had suddenly become bright. Your Majesty, I believe that Xiao Bao and Huan Huan will definitely be able to return safely with a body full of military merits. I really can't think of how you want me to go to such a place to look for them, successfully find them, and then immediately lead the defeated army to consecutive victories. How can you do that? They are still two children. When Li Longji asked Zhang Shuo and the other two, Gao Lisher's eyes turned red. He couldn't help but imagine two 9-year-old kids. After receiving the imperial edict, they gathered the people from the logistics camp and rode on their horses with their little faces up high. They resolutely chased after the setting sun in the west. That was where Tufan was located. After searching and searching, they avoided the search of the Tufan patrolling cavalry again and again. They successfully found Guitu and the others on the Jinchuan mountain range. Looking at the dispirited soldiers, they took out the food they had brought and distributed it to everyone. Guitu, who had lost the battle, was a coward. No matter what, he did not dare to command the army anymore. He pushed the responsibility to his godson and daughter-in-law. The courage of more than 12,000 people was now on the shoulders of his godson and daughter-in-law. His son and daughter-in-law had no choice but to lead the troops. As they ran, they thought of a solution. After thinking and thinking, they finally thought of what others had taught them. They ran around the mountain and fought again and again. Every time they fought, his son and daughter-in-law would fight with the determination to die. Under the encirclement and pursuit of the enemy, they escaped again and again and again, found a chance to counterattack. With the 12,000 remaining soldiers, they wiped out the same number of enemies. In the end, because there were too many enemies, they stole food to replenish their supplies and hid together on the cold, snowy mountain to warm themselves. It was quite pitiful. Gao Lisher, who had already treated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as his godson and daughter-in-law, felt more and more like this. In the end, he could not help but cry. After hearing Gao Lisher's words, Li Longji, who had been happy just a moment ago, also thought of the predicament that the two children were going to face. With a sullen face, he slammed the table and said, Guitu, you can't do anything right, but you're good at ruining things. Do you think that Guitu can't take it anymore and gave the troops to Xiaobao and Cuckoo? If they win, he will get credit. If they lose, it will have nothing to do with him, right? This official thinks that General Guo might. What general? He's not a general anymore. I'll dismiss him. Let the children fight for the generals. The great Tang doesn't want them. Before Song Jing could finish, Li Longji was already dissatisfied with the way he addressed Guitu and dismissed him. Song Jing hurriedly changed his words. This official thinks that the criminal Guitu might not have given up his military power of his own accord. When the sand table in the imperial court deduced that he would form an alliance with others, Guitu was already obsessed with power. He probably had his eyes on Xiaobao and Cuckoo's logistics camp. Your Majesty also knows that the logistics camp has 56 people from the Zhang family and 200 people from Commandery Prince Tang. These 256 people have been trained by the Zhang family and can be said to be the elites of the elites. Coupled with the financial and technical support of the Zhang family, their equipment is definitely superior to other soldiers. Guitu wanted to take advantage of his superior numbers and wanted to take over this group of people. In the end, he probably underestimated Xiaobao and Cuckoo and was forcefully taken over. Your Majesty should know that Zhang Wang's inner courtyard can take over hundreds of officials and handle the government affairs of a prefecture alone. The protector of the seedlings is also proficient in the art of leading troops. This official guesses that the 12,000 soldiers and 12 battalion commanders have all been replaced. Thus, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can be easily ordered around. This official suggests that Peng Zhou should be ordered to release news to inform the people of Tubo who will be defeated. This will infuriate them, and they will have no choice but to surround and annihilate them. This will create an opportunity for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to escape. This official agrees. Zhang Shuo and Zhang Juling agreed at the same time. Then when Guitu comes back, we can't let him off easily. That's right. Zhang Wang's inner courtyard can take over the government affairs. The meticulously trained protector of the seedlings will definitely be able to lead troops. If an ordinary servant can be trained to this level, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, these two smart little fellows will definitely learn more. Li Longji's expression turned back and looked at Gao Lishur, wanting to hear what he had to say. Gao Lishur was also thinking about how to let his godson and daughter-in-law come back alive. He knew the art of leading troops and understood that the more anxious the other party was, the better. With the abilities that his godson and daughter-in-law had shown, it was still possible for them to run back to Pengzhou amidst the chaos. It was better than hiding in the mountains. Seeing the emperor looking over, he nodded and said, "This official thinks that other than releasing the news, we should also let the Pengzhou government troops act as if they are about to leave the border and attack. This will restrain more Tubo troops and prevent them from acting rashly." Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded and said, "This is a good idea." Gao Lishur quickly went to write the decree. Li Longji was also in a good mood to discuss the matter of the canal with Zhang Shuo and the other two. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were being remembered by others, had already left the mountains. Who would be willing to suffer the cold for no reason? The two of them led the troops all the way to the north. After walking for a few days, they turned east, which was the direction of the Tang Empire. There were a few Tubo villages here. The most important thing was that the crops were early rice. It was the kind that was planted early and had just matured. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led people to help the local people harvest the crops out of kindness. The local people just had to stay at home. Zhang Xiaobao carefully investigated the people in the various villages and found people who were prone to betrayal. He controlled their families and promised them great benefits to deal with the patrolling Tubo cavalry. The scouts were everywhere. When they found the enemy, they would first report. The harvesting troops would then stop and hide, waiting for the people to pass by to continue harvesting. The patrolling Tubo cavalry received the order to pay attention to this line of mountains and not let the Tang army come down. At the beginning, they told the people to be careful and to report if there was anything. Later on, they did not find anything and only went back and forth once a day. They were too lazy to ask too many questions. As long as they saw the local people, they would casually ask. Just like this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led 14,000 people to hide in this place. They used the fastest speed to dig a cellar in the local people's houses. If there was anything, they would hide in it. Of course, things were not that simple. According to Wang Wan's words, this was not the tradition of the army. The army had to follow the 3 great disciplines and 8 points for attention. With some changes, it could be used in a few villages here. Other than controlling them and not allowing them to report, they treated the people very well. The doctors that came out with the troops even treated the people. Those that could be treated with acupuncture would be treated immediately. Those that needed medicine would be collected by the local people who betrayed them. The local people did not have a good life. If they were really capable, they would not live on the border of the 2 countries. If the Tang army came, they would hide in the mountains. If their own army came, it would be impossible for them to hide. They had to obediently serve the Tang army well and give the Tang army satisfactory things. Therefore, other than the local people, most people did not have any concept of the country, let alone a sense of honor. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made use of. The 2 of them were also clear that not to mention now, even in their time, many people living on the border did not care so much. They would listen to whoever was good to them. Even if the smugglers and drug dealers were good to them, they would cooperate. They would even help to transport the drugs and join in. What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to do was to instigate the 1,000 people in the surrounding villages to defect. They would bring food and belongings and find an opportunity to go to Pingzhou. From Pingzhou, they would go to Yizhou to replenish the population of Yizhou. The Tubo people did not expect that there would be enemies with such ideas. The scouts ran around and thought that the Tang army was hiding in the mountains and had not come out. Otherwise, the place would not be so peaceful and quiet. In a harmonious atmosphere, Wang Wan took out the military map and began the next step of the plan. Chapter 625. The full moon rises, illuminating the night, but the bedridden are restless. The sun is fighting for the country in a foreign land. The curtains cast shadows on the trees. The drum sounds in the third watch. The weak water splashes against the shore. Looking at the picture under the lantern light, there is a breeze, no return without victory. In the evening, when the Zhang and Wang families found out that the Tubo had mobilized an army to encircle and annihilate their son and daughter-in-law, they couldn't sleep again. The lights in the rooms flickered on and off again, and they tossed and turned in their beds restlessly. Husband, the Tubo cavalry has been mobilized, vowing to keep our son and daughter-in-law in the country. I wonder if they found them. Where did Xiaobao and Cuckoo go? The Jiangwang clan looked at the shadows on the window, hugged Zhang Zhong's arm, and said worriedly. Zhang Zhong put one hand under his head and looked up at the ceiling. He calculated and said, "They're hiding. They're probably hiding in the mountains. Other places should have been surrounded long ago. Don't worry, Xiaobao and Cuckoo are smart. They'll be found in a few days. Since young Master Song sent people here, they should be out of the pass soon. Let's end this quickly. We'll go to Luoyang to be an official. That place is far from the border. We can't let the children do the fighting. If it really doesn't work, we can go to the capital to be an official. It won't be a small matter," the Jiangwang clan said as she rested her head on Zhang Zhong's shoulder, thinking about the future. "Okay, be a small official. It's best if you can be a county magistrate. Just give me a county around the capital. Go to sleep." Zhang Zhong comforted her and closed his eyes. He wanted to sleep, but he knew that after Xiaobao and Cuckoo returned, it was impossible for him to be an official in Luoyang or the capital. "Xiaobao, help me think. Which route should we take to bring the civilians, logistics personnel, and injured people back to Pengzhou? We'll definitely lose if we bring them to war." Wang Wan, who was hiding in the village, looked at the map under the light and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was temporarily acting as a secretary. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and flicked the oil lamp to make the room brighter. He shook his head and said, "We can't go anywhere. The Tubo cavalry will definitely patrol back and forth. We might be able to hide if there are less than 100 people. But there are 1,000 civilians, nearly 1,000 injured soldiers, and more than 2,000 people who came with logistics. In addition to the large amount of rice that you want to transport back, there are close to 5,000 people. Unless the Tubo people are all blind, you still want to leave behind the 3,000 or so horses used for transport. If they walk back, they won't be able to reach their destination for at least half a month. Then let's create opportunities for them. Come, help me memorize." Wang Wan stared at the map for a while and finally had an idea. In the darkness of the night, the pale moonlight shone on the walls of Pengzhou's pass. The patrolling soldiers vigilantly looked out from 1,000 miles away. They had a very important mission after receiving the order, and that was to immediately report if they found any Tang soldiers escaping back to avoid delaying matters. At this moment, two people of similar height were led by a captain to the wall. The two people were not dressed differently, but the things they brought made the soldiers feel puzzled. One of them had a large eagle on his shoulder, while the other had two large dogs. Whether it was the eagle's eyes or the dog's eyes, they were cold. Fortunately, they were very obedient. The eagle didn't move, and the dogs also followed beside their master without making a sound. "Zhang Ying, Zhang Lang, I can only send you up to here. Prepare the rope." The captain of the other two people said to the two people and ordered them to take out the rope. One end of the rope was tied to the wall, and the other person went to look for a basket. At this moment, Zhang Lang said, "There's no need for a basket. We can go down. Chin in, one, and go. The two large dogs very sensibly used their teeth to bite the rope. They glanced at their master and stood on the wall. Bit by bit, they retreated and hung there. Under the shocked gazes of the soldiers, the two large dogs were put down. Zhang Lang climbed down the rope, and Zhang Ying followed behind. The eagle on his shoulder flew up by itself. When the two people and three animals were no longer in sight, the soldiers on the wall looked at the captain. One of them leaned forward and asked, "Boss, who are they?" "They're from the logistics camp in Ezhou. I heard that they took the military station from the capital and rushed over 800 miles. As for their purpose, it's not something you should know," the captain said to the soldier who asked the question and then turned around to leave. The remaining soldiers looked at each other. They were actually from the capital. The two people who were sent here by the military station were definitely not simple. It was very likely that they were going to reinforce the troops in front. They didn't know what abilities they had. I say, could they be two killing gods again? Just like the two children of the Zhang family. I heard that the troops won consecutive battles under the command of the two children. Damn, the people from the logistics camp in Ezhou are all evil. A soldier whispered to the person next to him. Everyone nodded. They also wanted to see what the troops that left looked like when they returned. The soldiers didn't know what the two people could do, but the commanding officer of Pingzhou had already received accurate information. The two people came from Sanshui County. It seemed that their surname wasn't Zhang at first. After being taken in by the people of Sanshui County, they changed their name. It was to match the two children of Sanshui County. How could it be that they were simple to send two people from thousands of miles away? As soon as the two people entered the Tubo territory, they began to run wildly. They wanted to find a place to hide before dawn to avoid being discovered by the patrolling Tubo cavalry. After running for 4 hours, the two people finally arrived at a small mountain at dawn. The forest on the mountain was relatively dense. They entered one after another before finding a place to rest against a big tree. "Brother, what do you think the young master and young lady could be? If they are far away, won't they die from exhaustion?" Zhang Lang drank a mouthful of water and poured it into his palm for Qian in and Wan in to lick. "I don't know. Let Shui Yun look for them later. This time, the young master and young lady are trapped. Young Master Song sent the two of us over to help the young master and young lady. No matter how far we are, we have to go. Without the Zhang family and Wang family, we wouldn't be where we are today. Our parents wouldn't be able to live a good life either. If we encounter a small number of Tubo cavalry, kill them and take their horses. I hope that when we arrive, the young master and young lady won't suffer any harm." Zhang Ying took out a piece of meat and threw it to Shui Yun as he spoke firmly. When the sky brightened a little, Shui Yun spread his wings and flew into the sky, turning into a small black dot. Zhang Ying, Zhang Lang, and the two large dogs took the opportunity to rest. The Tubo cavalry was in groups of 5, running back and forth on the roads where the Tang army might appear. Gigi De was the leader of a group of 5. He set off early in the morning with the hope of discovering the Tang army ahead of time and earning a great merit. However, he was also a little worried that the Tang army would discover them first and fall into an ambush. Of course, it would be even better if they could encounter local commoners who were afraid of war. Usually, they would be able to obtain some benefits from such commoners. 2 pieces of leather or a large piece of dried meat would be considered a small gain. It would be even better if there was a slightly beautiful woman among the commoners. When he thought of meeting a woman and having fun with her in his arms, Gigi De couldn't help but pull his clothes together. It was still very cold in the morning, especially when riding on a horse. When the wind blew, the front of his chest would be cold to the bone. The 4 people behind Gigi De were also very much looking forward to meeting commoners fleeing for their lives. A few days ago, they met a family of 4. Not only did they steal 3 pieces of good leather, but they also relaxed with a woman of that family. In the end, on the second day, they met another family who hadn't run far. Needless to say, that woman naturally had to serve them for a while. This time, they hoped to meet a few more beautiful women. At that time, they would be able to enjoy their bodies for at least 3 days. After 3 days, they would cross the border and could only give them to their brothers. When the 5 of them were galloping on their horses, a small black dot in the sky stared at them. When the 5 of them were still a few li away from a small mountain in front of them, the black dot sped up and flew ahead of them. Big eagle. It's a pity that it flew too high and couldn't be shot down. Otherwise, its feathers would be worth a lot of money. The 5 of them also noticed the eagle in the sky. Gigi looked regretfully at the eagle flying away and said with yearning. The other 4 were also just thinking about it. They didn't think that they could shoot down the eagle with their own abilities. Finding a woman was more important. After a few li, the 5 of them quickly arrived at their destination. When they saw the small mountain in front of them, they dismounted and let the horses find something to eat. The 5 of them climbed up the mountain to see further. The wind in the forest was still weak, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. Gigi, why don't we find some hay here and make a nest? If we meet a woman in the future, we can bring her here. One of the 5 of them suddenly had an idea and came up with this idea. The others' eyes lit up. If they really found a woman and brought her here, they could enjoy her during the day and tie her to a tree at night. That way, they could use her for many days. Gigi laughed. That's right. We'll do it when we reach the top. With a goal in mind, the 5 of them walked faster. When they were about to reach the top, they were still thinking about women and didn't know what was waiting for them. Just when the 5 of them reached the top of the mountain and relaxed, a shadow suddenly flew down from the tree behind them. With a muffled sound, a big hole was bitten in the neck of the last person, and blood spurted out. With a muffled groan, the man was pressed to the ground by the eagle's charge and couldn't get up anymore. When the other 4 of them heard the noise and turned around, 2 of them had been nailed with crossbow bolts. The other 2 saw a big thing in front of them. Then, their necks heated up and their vision turned black. They lost consciousness. At this time, Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang unhurriedly walked closer and checked the 5 corpses. Only then did they bring the 1 eagle and 2 dogs, who had just performed a meritorious service, towards the horses that the 5 people rode. The water cloud once again flew high into the sky. Chapter 626. The Tibetans only discovered that 1 squad was missing at night. Once they discovered it, they didn't just discover that 1 squad was missing, they also discovered that the number of patrols in various places was missing. If someone was able to calculate the losses in these few places, they would get a number 12. 12 teams of patrols disappeared just like that. No one discovered the corpses, and no one saw the horses. The Tibetans didn't seem to care too much about the sudden disappearance of 60 people. After all, they didn't go to other places to ask. If they lost a team, it was very likely that they had encountered a pack of wolves. Such situations were very common in the bushes and mountains. After being ambushed by more than 10 wolves, those with slow reactions wouldn't have the chance to run back. The most frightening thing was to dismount and let the people and horses rest while they were being surrounded. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that someone had found the fleeing commoners and was eating and living with them. This kind of situation wasn't rare. If someone wanted to investigate, they would say that they had found traces of the enemy and had been following them for a day. No one suspected much on this day. However, if there was no reaction when a team was missing, then for 3 consecutive days, there would be people missing every day. Furthermore, the previous team hadn't returned yet. Then, there would be something wrong. Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang searched for 3 days but still couldn't find the Tang army. Shui Yun flew with all her might. Other than searching for the Tang army, she also had to report the Tibetans to her master. After that, it was up to 1 eagle, 2 dogs, and 2 people to cooperate in battle. Usually, the eagle would swoop down from behind the enemy, grabbing one with his claws and biting one with his beak. Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang would shoot with their crossbows and arrows. The remaining person would be left to the 2 dogs. One would be responsible for pouncing down from the horse, while the other would be responsible for biting the throat. Both were in a team of 5, but Zhang Ying's team was always able to find the enemy before they ambushed. The Tibetans, on the other hand, were always unlucky. In 3 days, Zhang Ying's team of 5 dealt with 40 teams of Tibetans. In total, they had a total of 200 people. They also obtained 200 horses. Luckily, there were many horses in the place where the two of them lived. They knew how to keep the horses, otherwise it'd be difficult to control them. This time, the Tibetans finally realized that something was wrong. Since the teams of cavalrymen were missing, it definitely wasn't as simple as encountering a pack of wolves or finding a woman. As a result, the originally scattered cavalry began to shrink, and the 5 teams became 10 teams. This action was effective. Although they still couldn't find the person who launched the sneak attack, they weren't attacked for a day, and the number of people who went out returned the same. However, after only one day, there were more teams that did not return. This time, 10 people and 10 horses disappeared in one go. After Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang realized that they couldn't cooperate with each other to wipe out the 10-man team like before, they thought for an entire day and finally came up with a plan. Zhang Lang or Zhang Ying would change into tubo clothes and find a hillside to dig a trap. Then, one of them would shout from the front to attract the 10 men. When all 10 of them had fallen into the trap, or when some of them had fallen into the trap, the 2 of them and their animals would work together to eliminate the others. On this day, they used the same method to deal with 3 groups of people in the same place. When they were dealing with the last group of people, one of them reacted quickly. He ran out on a horse and prepared to go back to report. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he reacted, his horse couldn't outrun an eagle. With a dive, he was finished off. On the 6th day, after Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang arrived in Tubo, they finished off another 4 teams. The 2 of them led their 265 horses and no longer continued to fight with the Tibetans. They continued to head north. Out of the 5 horses, 4 of them fell into the trap and were buried. The last one had 5 people killed to solve its food problem. The Tubo people were already confused. Just how many people were attacking them? Could it be that the main force of the Tang army was here? Only if the number of scouts was 5 times more than the Tibetans would they be able to kill all of them. As a result, the focus of the Tibetan search returned to the area where Tatato was ambushed. There were still 10 teams of scouts, but there was another team behind each team. They were not far away and could vaguely see the people in front of them. This way, if something happened, they could shout loudly or see it with their own eyes. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao led the team to rest for a few days. All the rice was harvested and harvested. They treated the local people much better than before. Furthermore, by bad-mouthing the Tibetans, they guided the people to talk about how they were bullied. This made the people hate the Tibetans even more for stealing their things and raping their wives and daughters. They hanged the heads of 2 villages. These 2 village heads had bullied the people in their villages together with a certain tribe of Tubo. They also divided the things in the village heads' houses. This made the people feel relieved. Wang Wan also asked the doctors who treated the people to talk about how good Izhou was and how happy life was there. They told the single men that there were beautiful women in Izhou who liked men like them. They also told the old people that there was a place specially prepared for the old people in Izhou. If they had children, they would tell them that all the children in Izhou could learn to read and write without spending money. To single women, they would tell them that there were many capable men in Izhou who wanted to marry women like them very much. They would not even let go of their children. After giving their children some rock candy to treat illnesses, they would tell them that there were many more delicious candies in Izhou. The local people gradually surrendered under such brainwashing. They looked at the Tang army. How good were they? They didn't rob the people's things, raping the women and their families, and eating the hearts of the children. They even helped to work and treated the people's diseases. Of course, they didn't know that when the logistics camp of the Tang army first arrived, they slaughtered a village. On this day, Wang Wan saw that the wounded people had almost recovered. Those who were seriously injured wouldn't die easily on the road except for those who died. She prepared to lead people to create an opportunity for the local people and the people in charge of logistics to escape back to Pengzhou. In fact, there was another way, but Wang Wan didn't plan to let the people use it. It was not a good way to go. After dawn, Wang Wan began to make preparations. They would start the operation at night. Those who needed to sleep slept, and those who needed to tidy up their things. The last batch of clothes was also washed. When they were dry at night, they would wear them. The smell of blood was much stronger than before. At noon, a small black dot appeared in the sky. It seemed to be attracted by something below, so it lowered a lot. When the people in the village saw clearly that it was an eagle, it turned around and flew away. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also saw the eagle. They felt that there was something wrong with the eagle's movements. The two of them took a closer look with their binoculars, but they couldn't see what was wrong with it. 30 li away from the village, Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang were waiting with their 2 dogs. There were another 20 horses in the team, but the 2 of them were wounded. They encountered a group of 10 Tibetan cavalrymen in front and back. As the horses were too obvious, they were discovered. In a situation where they couldn't hide, the 2 of them first used the horses to charge. Then, they abandoned the crossbows and used the bows to shoot at the Tibetan cavalrymen. They ran out of arrows, used up the 2 muskets, and shot out arrows. They won the battle with knife wounds and arrows on their bodies. Even Qianun's head was cut by a knife, revealing the bone. It stopped bleeding and lay in its owner's arms. Shui Yun was released to check if there were any enemies chasing after them or in the surroundings. In the end, Shui Yun found the Tang army's clothes that were drying in the village. After circling around to confirm, she rushed back. After Zhang Ying and Shui Yun had a simple conversation, he happily said to Zhang Lang, "Let's go, we found our men in front. Quick!" As he spoke, he carried Wan in onto the horse. Zhang Lang also carried Qianan. The 2 of them led the 285 horses and headed towards the village in front. The distance of 30 li was less than 2 hours if the horses galloped at full speed. When the 2 of them were about 6 li away from the village, the members of Team 0, who were in charge of guarding, saw them. When a tree fell, the people observing from behind did the same thing. When Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang were 5 li away from the village, the people in the village had already made their preparations. The clothes that were hung up to dry began to be collected, and the people went into the cellar. The people in charge of guarding in front were thinking of ways to hide themselves. Therefore, when Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang ran to the village, they were dumbfounded. The village was peaceful. A child was playing in the mud by the river outside. An old man was squatting by a big rock outside the courtyard, and a woman was standing outside the fence with a basin of washing clothes in her hand, chatting with another woman inside. Shui Yun, where are the Tang soldiers? Zhang Ying looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He suddenly doubted his eagle training skills. Could it be that there was a problem with communication? Shui Yun had seen it when it was in the sky. The people were all hiding, but it could not speak and could not express itself so clearly. It looked at Zhang Ying and then at the house of the person who had just taken the clothes in. It cried out anxiously. Fortunately, there was not only one Ying in the team. There were also 2 big dogs with sensitive ears and smell. They were also smarter. They barked at the house at the same time. Zhang Ying turned around and glanced at Zhang Lang, as if to ask if his dog had discovered something. "There are people." Zhang Lang only said 2 words. Actually, Zhang Ying did not need him to say it. He also knew that there were people, and there were many of them with weapons in their hands. The 2 people who had seen them came out one by one. "Don't do anything. We are the villagers of Zhangjia Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. We are now part of the logistics camp in Yizhou. Look, this is the proof." Zhang Ying saw that the person in front of him was holding a powerful crossbow that he also owned. He lifted the 2 bows close and revealed the rice seedling pattern inside. At the same time, he showed the gun at his waist. Perhaps he felt that it was not enough. He opened his backpack and showed the binoculars, compressed biscuits, and commonly used medicine to the other party in case the other party's hands trembled and shot an arrow. Looking at the scattered items, the other party put down the crossbow. They were on the same side. They were indeed on the same side. Outsiders would not be so well equipped. When Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang heaved a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood out. They looked at the 2 people and found that they did not recognize them. Zhang Xiaobao asked doubtfully, "You are?" "Little master, little lady, I am Zhang Ying. He is my brother Zhang Lang." We're the brothers that Steward Song helped to take in. Zhang Xiaobao and the others did not recognize Zhang Ying, but Zhang Ying knew the two of them. There was a portrait, and he had already remembered them. Zhang Xiaobao remembered and nodded happily. I know. One knows how to train eagles, and the other knows how to raise dogs. It really is the two of you. Did you encounter any danger on your way here? Quickly get off the horse and have a good rest. Little master, little lady, we finally found you. It's good that you're fine. Our family is worried, and so is the imperial court. Little master, Qianan is injured. Let the doctor take a look at it. We can't let it die of illness. It was not easy to raise it. It killed so many Tibetans. Zhang Lang was in tears. He jumped off the horse with Qianan in his arms and brought it to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan looked at the dog raised by the other party and was envious. This dog looked fierce, but when it was held in the other party's arms, it felt its owner's attitude, and its eyes became gentle. It was a good dog. It was almost as good as the dog she saved on Luzhou's mountain. That dog was smart, but this dog must have been trained. The doctor quickly rushed to the front. He treated the dog and stitched it up. He also checked the injuries on Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang. The horse was taken away and hidden. Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang were treated while they talked about how they came here. Little master, little lady, you are really amazing. You went to the front line in the name of the logistics camp to provide reinforcements. Then, you led the army to fight on Jinchuan and killed more than 13,000 enemies. You successfully escaped the encirclement of the Tibetans. No one could find you. The family was both happy and worried. They were afraid that you would lose a pair of eyes, so they sent me and my younger brother here. My younger brother and I received the order and went to the military station. We rushed to Pengzhou 7 days ago and searched for you for 7 days before we found you. Little master, little lady, with Shuiyun here, we will definitely be able to return safely. Should we leave immediately? Zhang Ying meant that they should leave now and go home. They could not stay in Tubo. It was too dangerous. There is no hurry to go home. It was not easy for me to rest and reorganize. If I don't teach the Tibetans a lesson, how can I face the people of Wangjiang? How did you get through these 7 days? Where did you find the horse? Wang Wan did not intend to go back. When she took over the troops, they did not have much morale left. Furthermore, they were not in good condition. At that time, she was able to lead the troops to victory. Now that they had rested for a period of time, how could she leave so easily? Hearing the young lady's question, Zhang Ying began to talk about how he and his younger brother sneak attacked the enemy during these 7 days, how they searched, and how they were injured when they were 30 miles away. Many people gathered around to listen, including Guitu and the others. They all looked at the two injured people in front of them and listened to the calm story without much passion in their tone. However, their hearts were stirred up with monstrous waves. Guitu looked at the surrounding generals and whispered, "No one in the Zhang family is normal." All the generals nodded in agreement. The two young fellows sent by the Zhang family were able to command the troops to go in circles with the enemy. After 2 big circles, they eliminated a large number of Tubo people. Their losses were minimal. This was fine. After all, there might not be a single ruthless person in 1,000 years. However, looking at the 2 people sent by the Zhang family, in 7 days, just the 2 of them killed 290 Tubo people and brought back 285 horses. According to this, there was no need to use the main force. If the Zhang family had nothing to do, they could just send 2 people out every few days. The Tubo people would probably be wiped out in less than a year. After Zhang Ying finished talking about his and his younger brother's experience, he realized that the gazes of the surrounding people had changed. They were filled with respect and admiration. Huzi went forward and sized up the 2 of them. He grinned and said, Good. You didn't weaken our reputation. Let the Tubo people know that they can scheme against anyone but us, the Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, even if they are thousands of miles away, they will still have to bear the consequences of revenge. Any one of us can take care of them. How did you sell these eagles? You gave one to each of us in the Meow Protection Team and raised them for fun. Huzi's words sounded reasonable at the beginning, but his intentions were exposed at the end. Zhang Ying was also honest. He replied, "Eagles like the cloud water are rare. Usually, it costs about 600 strings of cash to raise them. Some people raise them cheaper. If you don't spend too much money to catch them, you might be able to use them as hunting eagles with a few dozen strings of cash. Mine is a war eagle. I raised it specifically for the young master and young lady. For the time I got the cloud water to the time it could fight together, I spent more than 1,000 strings of cash. The cloud water is bigger than other eagles. It can easily grab an adult and fly in the sky. When I came here, I thought about it. If I see the young master and young lady, and if we are surrounded, I will let the cloud water grab the young master and young lady and break out of the encirclement." As he spoke, Zhang Ying took out a few tags from his backpack and introduced them. The cloud water is very smart. It can fly to designated places. There are 2 tags for each type. When I bring the cloud water to a place, I just need to throw down a tag. If the cloud water needs to fly there by itself, I will take out the other tag for it to see. When it sees the tag, it will know where to fly. At first, it could only recognize 1 type of racket. Now, it can recognize 6 types of tags. The cloud water has worked very hard. Wing Province is too far from here, and the mountains are too high. I didn't dare to throw the tags to others, so I put one in Pingzhou. The cloud water can go back at any time. The Tibetans are dead for sure. Good Eagle, you have done a great service. Stay here and help us kill the enemy." Zhang Xiaobao laughed, but his voice was childish. There was no imposing manner in it. Wang Wan also looked at Zhang Ying and the cloud water with satisfaction. Of course, the one she was most satisfied with was Song Jinggong. He had left the 2 people behind. Who would have thought that the 2 people who were about to starve to death back then would have such ability? Wang Wan knew that the cloud water was very useful. In a time like this where there were no advanced communication methods, the cloud water could help to pass information back and forth. If the Pingzhou side found an opportunity to send troops, they would tell her side, and the 2 sides would cooperate. The cloud water's reconnaissance ability was like the hot air balloon in the past, floating in the sky to command. In the beginning, the cloud water was used for reconnaissance. Later on, it developed into shooting with pistols. Wasn't this just a simple military satellite? Not to mention 1,000 strings of cash. It was worth 100,000 strings of cash to raise one. After everyone was done being happy and shocked, Zhang Ying took out an imperial edict. He looked at Guitu and the others and said, "Guitu, accept the edict." Guitu and the others were stunned. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. As expected, the contents of the imperial edict dealt a huge blow to Guitu and the others. They were stripped of their official positions, and at the same time, were asked to go back to receive their punishment. The position would be taken over by either Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan. If the 2 of them didn't lead troops, and someone else did, then that person would take over. It was written very clearly in the imperial edict. If it was either Wang Wan or Zhang Xiaobao, then in addition to taking over the position of real power, they would also be given the title of General of the Army, a lower second-rank official. If Zhang Xiaobao obtained this position, then Wang Wan would be conferred the title of a second-rank imperial lady. If Wang Wan obtained this position, then the rank of a 6th-rank official that was originally given to Zhang Xiaobao would become a lower second-rank official, Jin Ziguang Lu Daifu. The 2 of them would have to prepare their own clothes and ceremonial rites, and they wouldn't be rewarded with money or cloth. Guitu was both envious and afraid. He could see how much the imperial court valued these 2 children. If the commander was changed, there would only be real power and no other official, and they would only be rewarded when they returned. However, it was different when it came to these 2 children. There seemed to be an endless supply of second-rank official, one for each of them. It was useless to be envious of others. It was better to think about oneself. At this time, Zhang Ying added, "There is also a saying, Xiao Bao Cuckoo, you 2 children quickly come back." If Li Shi wants to recognize Xiao Bao as his adopted son, then do it when we return to the capital. Don't run around outside. The wind on the mountain is strong, and it's cold and cold. If you don't listen, come back and beat me with a plank. When Zhang Ying said this, the surrounding people gasped. Everyone was shocked by the emperor's attitude, towards the young master and young lady. Most of the emperor wouldn't say this to his own son, right? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also stunned. The two of them didn't expect Li Longji to have such a cute side. Xiaoli is really a good person. Even if he is pretending, he rarely pretends in front of others. Once these words spread, I could be a dandy in the future. Let's see who dares to provoke me. Xiao Bao whispered to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. Then we can't go back. Xiaoli's words are worth the lives of 10,000 Tubo soldiers. We can't let him say it for nothing. Guitu was speechless. What was this called? He thought about himself and knew that if no one spoke up for him, then once he returned, he would be finished. He didn't dare to run, and he couldn't run. His family was still in the capital, and how could he run out of this village? The emperor could just send 2 people to deal with him, and the eagle called Shui Yun was watching from the sky. When he thought of this, he set his eyes on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He didn't want to seize power, and he didn't want to take revenge on others. The emperor had personally said that he wanted them to go back quickly, and he even showed a caring expression. Chapter 6:27. When Guitu and the others heard Wang Wan's words, their hearts finally settled down. With Wang Wan's words, it was much more useful than others pleading for mercy. Even if someone in the imperial court really wanted to deal with them, they would give Wang Wan some face. Gao Lishur actually wanted to take Xiao Bao as his godson. With this, they wouldn't have to worry about being punished when they returned. It was fine if they didn't want to be a general. Even if they were given command now, they wouldn't be able to command. If they were really given command, they would definitely run away. However, looking at the little girl, it seemed that she hadn't played enough and was preparing for something big. If he had known earlier, he would have directly given her command of the army when they passed by Yizhou. Then, they might have been able to take over Jin Chuanshan by now. Zhang Xiaobao wrote a letter and even took out the proof of the leader of the enemy's 1,000-man team. He tied the letter to Shui Yun as well. An eagle was more convenient to use than a pigeon. It was stronger, unlike a pigeon. If you wanted it to carry something, it had to be able to carry it. Shui Yun sensibly spread its wings and flew away. Wang Wan started a new arrangement. With the addition of a strong helper, the plan couldn't be carried out like before and had to be used. Together with the logistics, transportation, and medical team, there were a total of 4,000 people. They brought the bad horses and loaded the food and headed east. When they reached the foot of the snowy mountain, they headed south and returned to Pengzhou. The remaining 10,000 people who could continue to fight were divided into 3,000 crossbowmen. Each of them had a horse, forming a light cavalry unit and 3 reinforced battalions. Other than these 3,000 people, the remaining 7,000 people were divided into 3,000 people who stayed in the village to continue the civil engineering construction. Inherit the fine tradition of the People's Liberation Army. The other 4,000 people went up the mountain. Wang Wan was determined. The troops had finished resting and had a large amount of supplies. There was also the existence of military satellites. In addition to the dog's sensitive hearing and smell, if she didn't do something and let the Tubo people know how powerful she was, she would write her surname backwards. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's vow, he could only tell her that it was fortunate that her surname wasn't Tian. Otherwise, there would be 2 more ways to write it. Wang Wan, who had originally planned to take action at night, ordered the troops to take action now. Guitu and the others, who were supposed to go back, requested to stay. At least they could help out with the captain's work. After all, they had also learned a lot. After hearing Wang Wan's order, Guitu humbly asked, "General Wang, may I ask why we don't move at night? It's easy to be discovered by the enemy during the day. They've already discovered it. Zhang Ying killed 20 of the enemy's riders 30 li away. How could they not know? 20 riders is not a small number. They will definitely come in contact with each other once in a while. When they discover that the blood tribe is gone, they will definitely come here. At that time, they will search the village." Wang didn't look down on Guitu at all. She answered his question. "Oh, that's right. How should we get there?" Guitu was very eager to learn because he couldn't guess Wang Wan's next move. This made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. If a general couldn't guess the opponent's intentions during battle, then what was the point of fighting? Leave? Wouldn't it be a pity to leave such a good place? I have to make use of it and kill at least 10,000 Tubo soldiers before leaving. Up the mountain. Wang didn't plan to run. With such good conditions, as long as they weren't idiots, they would think of a way to scheme against the enemy. For hours later, the Tubo soldiers discovered that two groups of people were missing. They were already vigilant and immediately sent people to search. In the end, a group of 100 encountered a battalion of light cavalry. They were shot down by the enemy's crossbow arrows at a leeward area. They didn't even manage to escape. They were still wearing armor. The light cavalry only had a single piece of clothing and didn't even have leather armor. The food they brought was only enough to last them for 2 days. They were all chasing after speed. The disappearance of a group of 100 left the Tubo soldiers no choice but to send people to check again. This time, 2 groups of 100 returned. Before they could run to the location, they encountered a battalion of light cavalry. At the same time, the wind was against them and they were shot down. This time, they learned to be smart and scattered to escape. In the end, they discovered that there were enemies in every direction. The 2 groups of 100 lost contact with the Tubo soldiers again. This time, the Tubo soldiers didn't continue to send a group of 100, but a group of 1,000. Unfortunately, when a group of 1,000 rushed over, they were all gone. In the middle of the night, who would want to play with them? Why weren't they sleeping? The group of 1,000 didn't dare to rashly advance. They slowly arrived at the village and discovered that there was no one here. Those that could be brought away were all taken away by the commoners. This time, they finally understood where the enemy had been hiding. They were actually hiding in these few villages. It seemed that the commoners were also bribed. When the group of 1,000 saw that there were no enemies, they could only send 200 people back to report. The remaining 800 people stayed in the village. The wind was weaker here, and it wasn't that cold. When dawn came, the reinforcements that the 800 people were waiting for didn't come. The 200 people who went back to report last night were also gone. When the 800 people didn't dare to scatter and return to their encampment, they told the situation. The generals in the headquarters were all stunned. How many people were there in the Tang army? How could they leave all 200 cavalry behind? Could it be that this was where the main force of the Tang army was? Since the Tang army in the village was gone, where was the main force of the Tang army now? Tada also received the news. His men were still on the mountain with 13,000 men. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back, but he didn't dare to. If he went back, his position would be gone. He had lost 7,000 men. How could he think about it? Therefore, he kept asking people to send him supplies. He always lied that he found small groups of Tang army chasing and annihilating them. After hearing this news, Tada's first reaction was that the opportunity had come. He sent a message to the other divisions, saying that he knew where the main force of the Tang army was. They were on the mountain, and he asked for reinforcements. He could bring his men to fight a head-on battle. The people in the other divisions didn't believe him for a long time. The last time they sent 6,000 men, all of them were annihilated. They even sent reinforcements. Maybe the main force of the Tang army was still at the place where his 4,000 men were killed, looking for a chance to launch a sneak attack. Damn clairvoyance. How can they see so far? If we continue to fight like this, we will be in a passive position. Didn't those people who went to Tang to collect information and secretly recruit officials know how to bring back a few clairvoyants? They could have found one and let the craftsmen learn how to make one. Tatato hated himself when he thought that he was always one step behind the enemy. He knew the use of clairvoyance. They could discover the enemy in advance and make arrangements in advance. They could ambush or retreat, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against. If he had one, he would definitely not lose. At 2 days had passed. All the Tibetans were looking for the main force of the Tang army, but no one could find it. 3 hours later, when the remaining men found the 3,000 men and turned back, there was no one at the place where they were ambushed. Judging from the marks, they should have gone down the mountain. I told you that the main force of the Tang army is here. Look at the density of the arrows. There are at least 3,000 men. If there are 3,000 crossbowmen, how many saber and spear soldiers are there? If they are not the main force, then what are they? The messenger sent by Taitu repeated his words. The people in the divisions had no choice but to believe him. That's right, 3,000 crossbowmen. According to the ratio, they were definitely the main force of the Tang army. The main force of the Tang army should be ambushing Taitu in front of the road and the flat ground at the foot of the mountain. They had to go up and down. But this time, they didn't send reinforcements to Tatata directly. Instead, they wanted to take the credit themselves. The three divisions had 6,000 men each. This way, they didn't have to worry about being ambushed and annihilated. When the three divisions arrived at the place where they were ambushed, Taitu received news that the 1,000 men he sent to find the main force of the Tang army had been ambushed. Only about 100 of them had escaped. At this time, even if they were defeated one by one, he would accept it. As long as the 18,000 men behind him could avenge him, he would accept it. Wang Wang was very relaxed at this time. It was different with an eagle. It could fly in the sky and scan the ground. It could cover an area of dozens of kilometers. Even if it flew more, it could see the situation within 100 kilometers. He wanted to see if the main force of the Tang army was there. 2 hours later, large dark clouds appeared in the sky. It seemed that there would be a rain before dawn. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and struck a tree not far away. Tatatu and the others were shocked. Then, the sky turned dark and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Tadata was still puzzled. How could a thunderstorm make such a commotion? Before he could figure it out, the people in the team started to fall one after another. Screams of agony could be heard one after another. Tadata looked at the scene with the help of the torch. He was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "There's an ambush!" He wanted to show his heroic spirit and continue to charge forward instead of retreating. However, when he saw the spear that pierced through his subordinates in gloomy dark, he wisely chose to escape. As he ran, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao chased after him with their men. The 4,000 men had stayed on the mountain for a few days, and they were finally able to put their skills to good use. The spears made from the branches they cut down were also very useful. Illuminated by enemy torches, they knew where to throw them. Tadata did not rest in the first place. He only wanted to lure the main force of the Tang army. Now that he had lured them, he did not have the strength to fight back. After running for a while, Tata came to his senses and shouted again, "Throw away the torches. Throw them away. Quick!" Once the torches were thrown away, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's men would not be able to aim accurately. They did not dare to light the torches as it would be easy for them to be forced into a corner and counterattack. The people of the protection team, go ahead. Act according to the plan. Wang Wan wanted to teach Tatatu a lesson. This was a good opportunity. When she saw that it was dark everywhere and only thunder could light up the place, she immediately ordered the protection team to move out. The people of the protection team rushed into the enemy's team. As they ran, they shouted the Tubo language that they had learned. "Oh no, the enemy is coming. Run!" The people behind them listened to the sound and threw their spears. Wherever there was such a sound, they would not fly so as to not hurt their own people. After running for a while, Tata's men and himself could not run anymore. They could not help but slow down gradually. Some people stopped running and turned around to fight with the Tang army. Taking advantage of the darkness, they really killed some people. "Oh no, General Tatatu is dead. We are surrounded. Hurry up and surrender. Oh no, Tatatu is dead. Surrender." The people of the protection team could not find Tatata's location and could only continue shouting. This time, a small number of Tubo people stopped running and knelt on the ground to surrender. There were 2 people beside Tadu who knelt down. Tadatu was so angry that he killed them one by one. He shouted, "Who said that I am dead? I'm still." Before he finished shouting, he covered his mouth. He realized that something was wrong. Wasn't he giving the enemy a specific location? Sure enough, he wasn't wrong. Just as he shouted those words, countless spears flew towards his position. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and rushed down the mountain ahead of time. Behind him, there was a series of screams. Tatata hid behind a tree and shivered. Damn it, this is too cruel. I will become a porcupine if I am a little later. He did not say anything. The people of the protection team continued to shout that he was dead. This time, he did not say anything. Otherwise, another wave of spears would fly toward him. There were blurry silhouettes everywhere, and he did not know if they were his allies or his enemies. Tata thought for a while and took off his clothes. He found a corpse beside him and put them on himself. Taking advantage of the darkness, he slowly crawled to a place. Even so, there were still people who threw spears at him and landed on his calf. He was in so much pain that he grimaced, but he did not make a sound. As he crawled, he realized that there were more people. They seemed to be running behind him. Listening to the shouting, he realized that it was the Tang army. This time, he did not dare to move. He lay on the ground and waited. As long as the Tang army rushed over, he might be able to escape. However, his plan was ruined by a flash of lightning and child's voice. When the lightning flashed, a voice said, "This person was hit in the calf. How did he die? Look." As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately came over from beside the two children. Tadado already knew who the two children were. The spy in Pingzhou had sent the news. The ones who defeated him were not the generals, but the two children. When he heard the news, he did not believe it at all. Otherwise, he would not have the face to live. At this time, when he saw the two children in front of him, he was shocked. However, he understood that it was indeed the two children who were commanding the army. The opportunity was right in front of him. Tada did not know where the strength came from. He did not care about the spear in his calf. He pushed off the ground with his hands and rushed toward the two children in front of him. He thought it through. As long as he caught the two children, no one would dare to touch him. When he brought the children back, it would be a great achievement. The people from the seedling protection team had been sent out, and it was so dark, the people guarding Zhang Xiaobao and Wan did not even have time to react. They could only see a blurry shadow leaping over, heading straight for the little young master and little Mississippi. Just as they were in a state of panic, they saw the figure that was pouncing towards them fly away in a flash. Damn, we're going to be generals soon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wan retracted their legs at the same time. They cursed and put down the arm that had just shot the arrow. It was really scary just now. Young master, young lady, are you okay? The person next to them asked with concern. There are already people over there who held down the person who dared to sneak attack them. They would not let him die easily if he dared to attack the young master and young lady. It's okay, little guy. How dare a disabled person who was hit by a spear fight with me and Cuckoo? Do you really think you are a hero? Do you think you are me, who can escape from the search with a broken arm? Zhang Xiaobao replied. He lowered his voice so that only Wan could hear him. Wan laughed and said to the people in front of her, "Bring him here. I want to see who is so smart and knows how to play dead." Tada did not know how he flew back. He felt a pain in his chest, then his thigh and arm. He could not move anymore. Wan did not need to continue to give orders. She could not. She asked people to light torches and look at the person who almost succeeded in the sneak attack. I'm not convinced. I am Tatato. You can't kill me. I want to fight with your generals again. Tada did not hide his identity anymore. That way, he would die faster. The life of a soldier was not worth anything. He still wanted to fight with the two kids. Zhang Xiaobao and Wan were stunned. They did not expect to catch a big fish. They looked at the person in front of them carefully. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "No wonder you always lose. You don't even know how to put on makeup. Look at your clothes. They are too small. You don't need to fight with your current appearance. You're lucky today. There is no poison on the arrow. Otherwise, you would have died." Chapter 628. A heavy rain fell, as if it wanted to wash away all the blood in the world. It continued to rain until the evening of the same day, and it showed no signs of stopping. The Tubo people still couldn't find the main force of the Tang army. Not to mention the main force, they couldn't even find the Tang army. All the provisions of the three troops were burned, and more than 5,000 horses were lost. When they were about to find Hu and ask him why the main force of the Tang army wasn't on the mountain, they sent someone back to report what happened that night. More than 3,000 of the 4,000 troops of Tatatu were killed, and Tatatu was nowhere to be found. After this battle, more than 7,000 of the 20,000 troops of Tatatu were left. The people of the three troops were speechless. They thought that if they were still behind Tatatu at that time, Tatatu wouldn't have been killed by the enemy. If they were not the main force of the Tang army, who could they be if they were able to kill more than 1,000 of the 4,000 troops? More than 20,000 people had died in the hands of the Tang army. To be more precise, it was 23,000 people. Many people had died in the camp that was attacked yesterday. 15,000 Tang soldiers came in, but after being ambushed, there were only 12,000 left, including the logistics troops who did not have much fighting power from the beginning until now. These people had killed more than 20,000 people on his side. The main force of the Tang army didn't seem to be affected at all. They were still able to fight and win. The news just came yesterday. It was said that the commander here had been confirmed. The girl of the two children was now 9 years old. Her name was Wang Wan, and those who were familiar with her called her Cuckoo. She was the daughter-in-law of the Izhou provincial governor. She was a very sensible girl. She was cute, pretty, and educated. It was said that she was the best at making wontons. Such a little girl of about 9 years old, took over the defeated Tang army and then fought against the army on his side. The distance she covered could be said to be thousands of miles. She schemed and set up ambushes everywhere. She was invincible and invincible. According to the art of war, she was as swift as the wind, as slow as the forest, as fierce as the fire, as immovable as the mountain, as unpredictable as the shadow, and as swift as the thunder. When did the Tang army have such a person? When did the great Tang become accustomed to letting a child lead its army? These did not seem to be important anymore. What was important was that the main force of the Tang army was still there, and they were still as ruthless as before. No matter how hard they searched, they were still nowhere to be found. The Tubo generals had already lost their temper from the beating, but they had no choice but to fight. She had already released the news that she was just a child, and she was the one who killed them until their blood flowed like a river. If they couldn't even deal with a child, what kind of country would they have? As a result, more troops were mobilized, and the Iron Cavalry took up their positions. So many people, so powerful, all for the sake of defeating a 9-year-old girl, Cuckoo, a very nice name. Recently, the officials of Pengzhou no longer placed their official duties as their top priority. All they thought about every day was how many Tibetans had been killed by the logistics battalion. A few days ago, Eagle had already delivered the latest news to Pengzhou. When the officials of Pengzhou saw the battle report, they were speechless. The person had been confirmed. She was Zhang Zhong's daughter-in-law. She had led her people to defeat the Tibetans again and again. The evidence was the item on Eagle's body. Now, no one doubted anything. They only hoped that this genius general could continue to kill for the Great Tang. The news quickly spread to the surrounding areas. When the wealthy families heard about it, they wanted to work hard to have daughters so that they could be like Wang Wan and lead troops in a battle. It could be said that they were both men and women who had been reborn. Of course, no one knew that this was what they thought. They also didn't know that this sentence only appeared when the Great Tang was in danger. The people of Izhou also received the news. Zhang Zhong was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He didn't expect that not only were his son and daughter-in-law fine, but they were also hiding under the eyes of the enemy. The army that they led didn't lose too many people and still had the strength to fight. Zhang Wang clan and the people of the Wang family were also glowing, especially Wang Wan's father. In the past, he always felt a little inferior. Although his daughter was powerful, the one in charge was his son-in-law. He followed the Zhang family everywhere and wanted to do something to prove himself. However, he never had the chance. Now the chance had come. Did you see it? Did you see it? The daughter of the Wang family is not just a decoration. The child of the Wang family is also powerful and can fight. Who can? Who in the world can have a 9-year-old daughter like this? In his joy, he dragged the people from the various strongholds to drink as much as he could. At the table, he kept talking about how he felt when his daughter was born, and how he felt now that his daughter was born. He was right. Even if the chief of the stronghold didn't want to listen to his boasting, he had to bear with it. He knew that he wasn't boasting. His daughter had done it. Old Man Pai and the other two gathered again. They looked at the news and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, Old Man Chong said, "Look, it's not wrong. It's the two children who are commanding, and it's Cuckoo." Did an expert teach the two children different skills? This time, the Zhang family and the Wang family's momentum has been established. In the future, ordinary people won't dare to provoke them. If they can compete in civil and martial arts, who could be a match for them? Old Man Pai didn't expect Cuckoo, who always smiled when she talked, to have such ability. In the past, when he was with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he mostly looked at Xiao Bao. Cuckoo always stood behind Xiao Bao. One was to support him silently, while the other was to protect Cuckoo at all times. But when it came to fighting, Cuckoo automatically stood in front, while Xiao Bao ran behind Cuckoo to support her. All the logistics were done by Xiao Bao. How were they still two children? Many adults couldn't do this. When one appeared, the other immediately hid. One was in the light, one was in the dark. What would happen when this pair of children grew up? Yes, they didn't need to grow up. They could do it now. If they were given a chance, they would definitely grab it. It seemed that he didn't make the wrong choice and help the right people. In the future, the Tang Empire would be handed over to them. Thinking of this, Old Man Pai sighed and said, "I hope Cuckoo comes back soon. If she's surrounded there and something happens, it'll be a loss for our dynasty. If there's no other way, we'll force Peng Zhou to send troops. Aren't there many people who want to join the army now?" Old Man Yao tried his best to control himself and not let himself get too excited. His body had always been weak and needed a rest. He was afraid that he would get too excited when something happened. He, who had been the prime minister many times, had trained himself to not be shocked by honor or disgrace. But when faced with such a situation, he couldn't treat it with the same attitude as before. Xiao Bao was only a little over 9 years old, but he was able to arrange the logistics so well that the soldiers in front didn't have to worry about the rear. Cuckoo was also a little over 9 years old. She was born in the same year, same month, and same day as Xiao Bao. She was able to lead the soldiers to contend with the strong enemies of Tubo and not be defeated. Even if she was 10 years older, no, 3 years older, at least there would be a 12-year-old prime minister, right? But the two children just had to be exposed at such a young age. They couldn't even hide it. Perhaps it was because they had been hiding it again and again. Yao Cheng was really frightened. He had never heard of such a thing. He thought that Tubo must be feeling even worse. So many generals were being toyed with by a 9-year-old girl. Wouldn't they go crazy? All right, now Tubo's days weren't going to be good. They had mobilized so many soldiers, and even the steel cavalry had to come out. The steel cavalry was the troop that protected Tubo's capital. How much did they have to force Tubo's people to do this? All of the mobilizing of the army was money, and they had profited. With the current dynasty's small military force and the money from the Zhang family and Wang family to organize the logistics, they had dragged Tubo into mobilizing so much financial, material, and manpower. After taking a few deep breaths, Old Man Yao gradually calmed down and said, "I think that should be the case. Let Peng Zhou mobilize the army. Right now, the people there all want to join the army and serve our dynasty. This is all because of Cuckoo. If a little girl can do it, how could those grown men not be able to do it? Even if they don't mobilize the army, they have to act like they are going to attack and cooperate with Cuckoo. Otherwise, Cuckoo won't have it easy. If Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are gone, what kind of situation will that be? If that's really the case, I'm willing to exchange my old life for it. I've lived for so long, and I've lived long enough. Nothing must happen to Cuckoo and Xiao Bao." Old Man Chong was the most direct and immediately expressed his position. Old Man Pai didn't say anything, but from the expression on his face, he was willing to exchange his life for it. Just as they were discussing whether or not they should use their status to force Pingzhou to make a move, the imperial edict from the capital arrived. It was specifically for Old Man Yao and Old Man Pai, telling them to fully cooperate with Zhang Zhong in Yizhou. At the same time, another imperial edict was sent to Pingzhou, ordering Pingzhou to make preparations to attack. Just as the others were making their moves, Wang Wan began the next step of her plan. She placed a team of nearly 4,000 people on the mountain. She and Xiao Bao personally led 3,000 light cavalrymen to cause trouble for Tubo. After the rain stopped, the road was difficult to travel. Perhaps all the generals were unwilling to attack the enemy under such circumstances, but Wang Wan was an exception. The things she learned didn't care about the influence of the weather. In the past, the troops she commanded were all-weather combat troops. To others, this kind of weather was unbearable, but to her, it was an opportunity. So what if the ground was muddy? If her side was muddy, so were the others. Whoever could take advantage of the terrain would be able to win. In addition, with the help of clouds and binoculars, Wang Wan was confident that she could fight Tubo again in this kind of environment. She would make them tremble when they saw her in the future. The 3,000 light cavalrymen set off with 5 days' worth of food and a large number of arrows. Their target was the 3 troops that had just gathered to 7,000 people. Chapter 629. Bows and crossbows are hidden, saddles and horses are hung. Hooves are torrential, angrily trampling Jin Chuan. Life is on the blade, soul is on the bottom, arrows are like a storm, wind is like a storm. Ask the enemy if they are afraid. Their bodies are in the yellow sand, blood is spilled. Looking at the Jiang Qinghua pagoda from afar, he sneered and flicked his hair. Perhaps it was because of the rain, but Kumyuk had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. Looking at the sky that was not completely clear after the rain, she always felt a chilly wind blowing, even if it was in the tent. In fact, he knew what he was worried about. He was afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of Tadado. 20,000 people against 7,000 people. It did not seem to be a lot, but the other side only had a little more than 10,000 people. At that time, the Tang army was still in low morale and did not have much rest. At this time, the Tang army's morale was so high that his own army could not compare with it. Moreover, they hid and rested for such a long time. It was true that the general was the courage of the soldiers. It was true that the same soldiers became different after changing the general. His own army also had 20,000 people, and the logistics department of 6,000 people sent out did not lose too many people. But why did he not dare to completely follow the order to launch a battle line to kill? Was he afraid? Was he afraid of a 9-year-old little girl? Kimu Kahu was not surprised that the other side killed so many people on his side with such a small number of people. The most powerful generals in history were even more powerful than this. He could not understand how a 9-year-old girl could be like those famous generals. If she was on his side, he would feel that the little girl fought a battle pleasing to the eye, but she was not on his side. Reporting, General, the scouts of the 1st and 2nd teams of the Wind Cavalry encountered the enemy and retreated. Only 21 people out of 300 escaped. Just as Camus and Ku, who were thinking about how to follow the order without losing too many soldiers, a messenger ran in from outside the tent and reported to them. Kimu Kahu did not seem to have any reaction after hearing it. He looked at the scenery outside the tent motionlessly. The messenger did not dare to disturb him and stood aside to wait. After a while, Kimu Kahu said, "No wonder I always felt a gust of cold wind. It turned out that I was targeted. It seems that the Tang army is ready to attack my army. Well, tell me, what kind of enemy did the 1st and 2nd teams of the Wind Cavalry encounter?" Reporting, the brothers who came back said that they encountered about 3,000 Tang soldiers. They were lightly armored, and their arrows were like flying locusts. When they came face to face, a large number of brothers around fell. Fortunately, the road was muddy, so they managed to escape. The messenger was also worried. He was afraid of encountering the main force of the Tang army and that little girl. Camus and Ku, who began to ponder and muttered, 3,000 light cavalry. This means that they're the ones who ambush the logistics. The main force of the Tang army is still on the mountain. Mud is good. The messenger listened attentively. He didn't know what to do with the mud, so he could only wait for the general's order. Pass down my order. The 6,000 men of the 8 battalions that were sent to reinforce Tadagaritu are to return immediately. The 6 battalions will split into 6 groups and spread out the distance between each other. We will search as we return. Gather all of our cavalrymen. Equip them with light armor and crossbows. Wait for orders. Find Sang Chi. Kamuka, who originally did not want to let the headquarters go up, but now that the enemy had their eyes on them, they had no choice but to go up, even if they knew who would be at a disadvantage. After the messenger left, Kamuku, who laughed sinisterly and muttered to himself, "Little girl, this time I'll let you know that not everyone can let you come and go as you please." Wang Wan, who had defeated nearly 300 Tufan soldiers, led her troops and left. She ran into a forest and started to get busy. Shui Yun flew down and told Zhang Yingshan the news on the mountain. She then flew away and continued to monitor the situation on the mountain. She also sent an order. Zhang Xiaobao took out the small pot on his back and lit the fire. He was busy making food for Wang Wan. He was only making food for her. Fighting a war was also very mentally taxing. She had to replenish her nutrients. He poured oil and slowly boiled the sugar. After a while, the sugar changed color and the fragrance floated out. The surrounding soldiers who were looking at them inhaled the fragrance. However, no one came forward. No one wanted to share the food. This was a meal for the general so that he could lead them to victory. Zhang Xiaobao took out pepper and a few other seasonings and stir-fried them in the pot. He looked at the cut meat at the side and sighed. "AI, it's not easy to get some pork here. I'll just make do with the wild pork. I've already marinated it with white pepper, starch, and wine. The fragrant red braised meat needs to be cooked slowly. It will only taste good after 2 hours." Wang Wan leaned against a tree and rested while thinking about what the enemy would do. Occasionally, she would look at Xiao Bao, who was making the red braised meat for her. She revealed a happy smile. During this period of time, Xiao Bao had taken the time to make good food for her. He would do whatever he was told to do. He never felt that he shouldn't listen to a woman just because he was a man. The surrounding soldiers were also envious of General Wang. Although men didn't cook much, the little young master's food was really delicious. Just by smelling it, it was fragrant. When they heard the people from a logistics camp calling him, it seemed that the little young master had a higher status at home. They didn't expect that he would not fight for power with General Wang and would do whatever he was told to do. This kind of man was not easy to find. Yes, a woman like General Wang was also not easy to find. When the little young master was at home, would he be bullied by General Wang, who could command him? As everyone was thinking, one person unconsciously said it. Zhang Xiaobao was watching the fire. When he heard this person, he turned his head and asked, "You haven't married yet?" This person was shocked and thought that he was doomed. Why didn't he guard his mouth and let the little young master hear it? He quickly shook his head and replied, "No, my family is poor. I can't talk about a wife." "Oh, don't be afraid of being poor. We are poor, but we are not poor. You fought with your life in Tubo. When you go back, you won't be poor anymore. For those who fought with my little madam, if they died, their families would double the compensation. If they were alive, they would also receive a large amount of money. When the time comes, I will help you find a wife. You have to work hard," Zhang Xiaobao said gently to this person. Okay. When this person thought that he would have a wife in the future, he immediately felt embarrassed. He lowered his head and blushed. But in his heart, he felt that something was wrong. He had clearly offended the little young master. Why would the little young master be kind enough to find a wife for him? Zhang Xiaobao did not expose him. He looked at this person carefully and remembered this person. If this person could really go back alive, he would find a wife for him, the kind that was good at fighting. Let's see if this person would still badmouth him. Another person at the side joined in and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Little young master, I already have a wife at home. I don't know if I can get a concubine when I go back." My cooking is not good at all. I don't care if you get a concubine. If you have the ability, you can get one yourself. I will teach you how to sing a song, okay? Zhang Xiaobao looked at this person and said, Okay. I will sing and you will remember. Maybe I will say goodbye. Won't come back again. Do you understand? Do you understand? Maybe I'll fall down and never rise again. Do you still want to wait forever? Zhang Xiaobao sang the song with a slightly altered melody to the man, and the people around him also listened. Little young master, I thought about it and decided not to find a concubine. The one at home makes clothes that fit me very well. Everyone in the village praises her. They also say that I am very lucky. I won't marry. If you don't marry, then rest. You still have to kill enemies. Dignity needs to be exchanged with blood. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he added some firewood under the pot. He turned around and went to Wang Wan. He squatted down and massaged Wang Wan's head. At this time, Wang Wan was almost done thinking. While enjoying Zhang Xiaobao's massage, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, you sang really well just now. Why don't I change the military songs that I learned before and teach them? It can also improve their morale. Okay, but the premise is that you have to make more money so that you can give enough money to support the army. In the end, the Tang Dynasty couldn't raise an army and there was chaos. The soldiers listened to who is who. Let's give the money to Xiao Li and let him take it out. Then the army will listen to him. I like him more. He is very tough when dealing with the outside world. If we follow him, we can fight a few more wars. In the future, your family will eventually be separated. You can't always follow my family. You need to build your own family. Your younger brother will be supporting your family in the future. You need to have a good reputation so that you can protect him before he can start his own family. Zhang Xiaobao thought that most of the content of the lyrics was different from what it was now. For example, the love of the motherland. The people now listen to who raised them, especially the soldiers of the various regional commanders. This is not good. They need to centralize power. Money. Everything needs to be done with money. They also need to use Li Longji's name. Otherwise, they can start an uprising. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. In the future, they will fight whoever is not satisfied. Weak countries don't have diplomacy. They need to occupy more land and get more resources first. You could decide how to earn money. This time, I am prepared to cripple Tubo. I will make sure that they will not be able to recover within 10 years. Kamukahu's 6,000 men have retreated. They are retreating in different battalions. What's he trying to do? Zhang Xiaobao asked the information he just received when he heard about the war. What else can he do? Shuiyun is not back yet. When it comes back, let go to Kamukahu's side to take a look. He must be gathering the cavalry. He wants to use 6,000 men as bait to waste our horses and arrows. It is too obvious. He is smarter than Tadamatu. He knows how to use bait. He probably knows that we can only use light cavalry to fight against light cavalry. Wang Wan was very familiar with this kind of thing. There were many examples. For example, during the tank battle at Station 2, they could stop their own tanks from moving and let the enemy constantly look for suitable places to attack to deplete the enemy's fuel. Would a tank without fuel still be a tank? Zhang Xiaobao was relieved when he heard that Wang Wan had a plan. Compared to Wang Wan, Kamukahu was still inexperienced. By the time Zhang Xiaobao finished cooking the red braised pork, everyone had rested enough. Wang Wan had a good meal and ordered the 3rd Cavalry Battalion, Light Cavalry, 1st Battalion, 1st Battalion, 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, 1st 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 Battalion, 3rd Battalion, 1st 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 Battalion. 1st Battalion, 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 1st Battalion. Chapter 630. Following Wang Wan's order, the 3,000 light cavalry split up and swept out like the wind. Out of the 6,000 Tibetan 8 battalions that acted as bait, other than the one in the front that was unscathed, the other 7 battalions were all attacked. The light cavalry took the upper hand and shot out a wave of arrows. They did not wait for the other party to react and just left. After a while, they would come back again. Every time, they would take away 30 to 50 lives. The 7 battalions of the Tibetan army were already beaten to the point that they could not take it anymore. At the same time, they felt sullen. They recognized the arrows that were shot at them. They were all from the logistics department at the foot of the mountain. It was not a good feeling to shoot their own people with arrows. Each battalion only had 750 people. Seeing that their numbers were slowly being whittled down, they could not do anything. The light cavalry really came and went like the wind. If they were to run back to the main camp from here, they would probably die. Every battalion sent the little bit of cavalry they had back to report, hoping that the reinforcements would come sooner. In the end, the battalions simply stopped running and formed a defensive formation. It was very effective. Every time they were attacked, they did not lose too many people. Soon, Kimu Kahu received the news. He was also reluctant to send 6,000 people to kill. However, if he did not do this and let 3,000 people escape, it would be more troublesome. If he killed 3,000 people, it would be 3,000 people. After hearing that all the 7 battalions were attacked, Kimu Kahu finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the Tang army would hold back. Order all the cavalry to set off. Kill. Send someone to tell Sang Chi-Chi to hurry up. This time, I'm not only eyeing those 3,000 people, but also leaving a part of the main force of the Tang army in the mountains for me. Humph. Scheming against the unsuspecting. I want to see how big of a wave that last can still create. The messenger quickly passed down the order. Kimu Kahu put on his armor and prepared to meet Wang Wan personally, although he felt that it was embarrassing to put the lass in such a high position. The troops set off. Kimu Kahu gathered 4,000 light cavalry and rushed forward. They were prepared to attack the Tang army that had lost their horses and arrows. Kimu Kahu's team only had 5,000 people. As for the other 5,000 people, they had already been sent out by him. This time, he wanted to give the Tang army a fierce blow. Beside Kimu Kahu, there was a person who was supposed to be in charge of the army. When he saw that all the soldiers in the headquarters had been mobilized, he worriedly said to Kimu Kahu, "General, that little girl Cuckoo is also not an ordinary person. Should we join forces with the other 2 troops? Or do you want someone to send a letter and recruit the 2,000 or so people from Tada Shamato on the mountain? There's no need. Could it be that you want my Tubo's 67,000 people to move out at the same time to capture a single girl and deal with her 10,000 people? The other 2 divisions can't possibly move against me either. That way, I'll get the most credit. So how could they be willing to do it? The more than 2,000 people of Tada Kiddu on the mountain had no use for them. They were already scared out of their wits. This little girl didn't know her limits. Did she really think that she was invincible just because she had a few pimples with Tada? If she was given another 10 years, she might be able to become a famous general of her generation. However, I won't give her this chance. Kimu Kahu vetoed the suggestion of the person beside him. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to find other people to join forces with him. However, just like what he was thinking, other people wouldn't be so cooperative. They might even be waiting for him to return empty-handed. This time, the person beside him didn't say anything. He could only hope that the general's plan would succeed. However, he didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong. If that little girl Cuckoo was really powerful, wouldn't she be able to see that the 6,000 people were a trap? The Tang army's light cavalry didn't care about what others thought. They listened to General Wang's orders and carried it out very seriously. Even if it consumed a lot of horsepower and arrows, they still persisted in attacking and harassing. Even if they could only kill 10 people at a time, they would shoot the moment they entered the shooting range. That definitely wouldn't give the enemy a chance to counterattack. By the time Camus Kuhu's 4,000 light cavalry arrived, half of the 7 battalions had already been killed. Just like that, 2,600 people were killed. When the 4,000 light cavalry arrived, a loud and clear eagle cry sounded in the sky. The Tang army's light cavalry immediately began to retreat and meet up with Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's group. They started to run towards the north. However, their speed was obviously not as fast as before. The horses' noses were constantly blowing out white gas. The 4,000 light cavalry who came with a purpose didn't care about their own injured people. They urged their horses to chase after them. Each one of them had their bows and arrows ready. When they were within the shooting range, they would shoot. This distance was not a normal distance. The other party's horses were still running forward. Furthermore, they were in the wind, so they had to be very close to them. The Tubo people's shooting range was not enough. However, the Tang army's shooting range was enough. Each of them continuously turned around and shot without aiming. They let the Tubo people completely understand how difficult it was to chase after the light cavalry. When the Tubo cavalry had more than 400 people, they finally caught up to the shooting range. Just as they were about to shoot, many ropes suddenly popped out from the ground in the middle of the group. The Tang cavalry in front of them also took out something from their pockets and threw it on the ground. It was a triangular nail-shaped wooden block that they made when they were resting in the forest. When the Tubo people's horses stepped on these wooden blocks, they couldn't run anymore. Although it wasn't as powerful as iron, it wasn't too bad. Those who were caught by the ropes directly jumped down from the horses or were pressed down by the horses. There was no way for them to escape. Half of the Tubo cavalry were directly taken down. The remaining half didn't need to chase after them. They were all carefully controlling their horses to walk the maze. At this time, a rain of spears suddenly shot out from the forest, followed by shouts of killing. Shui Yun shouted excitedly in the sky. It was very clever and didn't come down to do any sneak attacks. It was also afraid of being shot by the arrows. Perhaps it knew that it had completed a very important task and sent the 4,000 people here to prepare. The remaining Tubo cavalry knew that they were finished. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also thought so. They didn't turn back to continue attacking. They led their people to rest and prepare for the next battle. At this time, Sang Chi was running with all his might with 5,000 light infantry. He had received the order to set off in advance. He bypassed the main battlefield and advanced towards the villages where the Tang army was hiding in the east. He wanted to ambush the main force of the Tang army that was retreating. He ran until he was almost out of breath, but he didn't dare to think about resting. Speed was the most important thing in war. If he didn't make it in time because of laziness, then he didn't need to live anymore. The position in the east was indeed good. He didn't see any Tang army scouts, nor did he find the bodies of his own people killed here. Sang Chi felt that he was about to make a great contribution. But he didn't know that if he didn't run to the north and continued to go east, he would have found the 4,000 people of the Tang army that retreated to Pingzhou. Among them, there were more than 1,000 local people. With his 5,000 people, he could definitely easily take down these 4,000 people who didn't have much fighting power. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rested for a while and recovered a lot of strength, most of the 4,000 pursuing cavalry had been dealt with. Only the slowest ones at the back were lucky enough to go back and report. Every dead person was replaced, and the horses that could still be used were brought back. Of the 4,000 chasing horses, only 700 were still usable. The rest were finished. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang led people to cut the horse meat. They also filled the first pile of water bags in the nearby river with water. They collected the bows and arrows of the Tubo people and distributed them to those who didn't have them. After all these things were done, Sang Chi-Chi's troops also ran into the village for a short rest. They were waiting for an ambush in a while. Wang didn't give him a chance to rest. She led everyone in the direction of the village. When Shui Yun first found this group of people, she and Xiao Bao were frightened. They thought that this group of people went to chase after the retreating logisticians. Kamu didn't slow down with his 5,000 people. They had already arrived at the place where the 8 battalions were located. There were 6,000 people in the 8 battalions. Now, there are only 3,000 who could still fight. More than 2,600 people died, and the rest were seriously injured. It could be said that the losses were heavy. Kamu would be lying if he said that he didn't feel bad. But when he thought that the cavalry in front of him had wiped out the enemy's cavalry, he and Sang Chi-Chi would work together to severely injure the rest of the Tang army. That would make up for the losses here. He believed that he could ask where the main force of the Tang army was when he caught the people of the light cavalry. After gathering the remnants of the 8 battalions, Kamu led the team and continued to move forward. He also asked everyone to run. This way, they could move faster and avoid the Tang army from escaping in advance. But what he waited for was not the news of the victory of the cavalry, but more than 100 cavalry who escaped. After a series of inquiries, Kamu gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. The main force of the Tang army actually appeared. They even cooperated with the light cavalry to destroy his cavalry. They even used tripping ropes. Was it a precaution in advance, or a plan to deal with his cavalry this time? At this time, Kamu was like Tatatu at that time. He had no idea. If it was the former, he could immediately lead people to kill. If it was the latter, should he chase? It turned out that not being able to guess the enemy's tactics on the battlefield was so uncomfortable. Chase, no matter what. I have to see the main force of the Tang army. It's best to see what that little girl looks like. I have to figure it out. Kumyuk made up his mind. The group continued to run forward. After an hour, he saw the corpses of people and horses. Needless to say, they were killed by spears one after another. The blood gathered together and flowed into the river in the east, overflowing the pits left by the horses. When the Tubo people saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. How ruthless a 9-year-old girl was. It was obvious that the people on the ground were the last ones to be stabbed. It was the same for the horses. None of them were left alive. In a more spacious area, someone even used something to write the mark of a pit. The blood was drawn in and formed words, Tubo words. Tubo plotted to destroy the Yangtze River embankment and directly killed 1,655 people of Wangjiang and Shuzhou. Today, I ask you, Tubo, do you still dare do it? Seeing such words, all the Tubo soldiers were speechless. They finally understood why the Zhang family sent out such a killing god. It turned out that it was to avenge the people who were killed by the spies they sent to Wangjiang and Shuzhou. Wasn't this too vengeful? Something that happened so far away actually came to Tubo to look for it? Revenge for the smallest grievance. Ruthless, really ruthless. Now, they finally knew how powerful the Zhang family and Wang family were. They would remember this name. Kamu could no longer describe his feelings. Was it fear or anger? Provocation, a blatant provocation. Being questioned by a 9-year-old girl using the blood of their own people in such a condescending manner. This was a challenge to a country with one person's ambition. No matter what he thought in his heart, no matter whether he answered or not, he was at a disadvantage and had no face left. Chase, I want to tear her apart with my own hands. Chase after her and fight it out. I want to see how they can escape. The anger in Kamu's heart was finally suppressed by fear. He was a general. If he could swallow this insult and let others threaten his own country, wouldn't he still be human? More than 7,000 Tubo soldiers also thought the same. If they retreated or stopped, wouldn't it be telling the 9-year-old girl that they didn't dare to do it? If that was really the case, they should just find a rope and hang themselves. It was a shame. There was no need to mention the grievance in their hearts. More than 7,000 people ran madly following the tracks. When they reached the front, they were all dumbfounded. The 5,000 people led by Sang Chi were being surrounded and shot by the 7,000 cavalry. From the looks of it, more than 1,000 people had already fallen. Kamukahu finally understood one thing. The Tang army that he was thinking about just now was prepared with ropes and specifically targeted him. Half of the bait he sent out was eaten. The 4,000 light cavalry could be said to be completely annihilated. Right now, this army that was supposed to be used for an ambush was found and killed by the other party. It was impossible for something like this to happen suddenly. It must have been planned by the other party. At this moment, the Tang army that was surrounding and killing suddenly stopped. A group of people came out from the group. In the front were two very cute children. When they were a certain distance away, the little girl immediately started to shout the Tubo language that she just learned. Kamukahu, right? Today, I killed your soldiers to take revenge for the people of Wangjiang. Let me ask you personally, do you still dare do it? Tell me, do you dare? With a pu sound, two streaks of blood spurted out from Kamukahu's nose. His body swayed and fell to the side. Everything in front of him was pitch black. When the Tubo soldiers heard this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was too much of a bully. If they had a rich vocabulary like Zhang Xiaobao, they would definitely curse at the top of their lungs, "Fuck your mother," and then charge over to kill. However, they did not curse like that. They all cursed their own words and charged over without a care for their lives. Retreat, slowly wear them down. I don't believe it. When Wang Wan saw that the other party was charging, she turned her horse around and ran. The Tubo people did not care about the speed of the other party as they chased after them with all their might. In the end, without Kamu and Kuhu's command, the 7,000 Tubo people who came later and the remaining 2,500 Tubo people who were surrounded and shot down by Wang Wan's 7,000 cavalrymen. The method was very simple. Run in the direction of the wind, and then charge at the place where the arrows were not lethal. Then, with the help of the wind and inertia, they would shoot arrows and not give the other party a chance to retaliate. Without Kamukahu's command, the Tubo soldiers chased with all their might. They were determined to stop the Tang army. When the Tubo soldiers had chased for more than 30 li, they were already out of strength. After many people were killed, Kamukahu, who was supported by others, woke up. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately ordered his troops to retreat and hide in the village. They formed a defensive line and were not allowed to attack. This battle lasted until nighttime. The Tubo soldiers were only left with around 6,000 people. The Tang army also ran out of arrows and piled up their horses. Only then did they retreat. Kamukahu entered a commoner's house and was in a daze. 20,000 people were plotted against by the other party step by step. They were only left with around 6,000 people. It was over. It was over for him. He clearly did not underestimate the enemy and even made arrangements. How could not be able to outsmart a little girl? Could it be that she was the reincarnation of a military god? With such a cute and obedient little face and such a rosy little mouth, why were the words that came out of her mouth so infuriating and her actions so ruthless? Kamukahu was not the only one who did not understand. The Tubo soldiers who felt that they had escaped a calamity would also dream of a little girl with a face full of smiles. She personally held a sword and looked at her brothers beside her one by one. After killing one, she smiled and asked if they dared to do it. As a result, countless people were frightened awake. Just as the Tubo soldiers were thinking that they had nothing to do for the night, a dozen people ran down from the mountain and finally found Kamukahu. They reported to Kamukahu, who was still unable to sleep. The 2,400 people who had been recruited on the mountain were attacked by the main force of the Tang army at night and were completely annihilated. They were released and said that the main force was here. They wanted to pass a message to the general and ask if the Tubo soldiers still dared to come. Kamukahu fainted again. Perhaps it was because she had experienced it before. She woke up faster this time. The first thing she did when she woke up was to kill the people who came back from the mountain. Kahu, who was unable to sleep, was patrolling the temporary camp. At around 6 o'clock a.m., the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Countless fire arrows flew into the village. Night attack. The Tubo soldiers could only drag their tired bodies and prepare to face the enemy. In the end, the enemy shot dozens of people to death and burned down a bunch of houses before retreating. The Tubo soldiers continued to prepare to sleep. However, at around 5 o'clock a.m., the Tang army came again. Fire arrows flew and then retreated. Just like this, Wang Wan ordered her men to seize the time to rest. At the same time, she ordered people to take turns to harass the Tubo soldiers. Kahu clearly knew this tactic, but he could not think of any way to deal with it. If he did not do anything, the enemy would definitely see the opportunity and send a large force to suppress them. He could only go along with it. He hoped that the other two divisions would come to support him soon. He had already sent out a messenger and hoped that it would not be stopped. When the sky was about to brighten, the Tang army finally left and did not continue to harass them. At the same time, the other two divisions also used their fastest speed to send a message, telling them to hold on for one more day and that they would come to support them. Kahu, who had relaxed, ordered a portion of his men to be on guard outside. He did not want to let the rest after the Tang army launched a sneak attack. In the end, an hour later, 3,000 Tang soldiers suddenly appeared in the village. They raised their swords and killed the Tubo soldiers who had just fallen asleep. At the same time, the Tang soldiers outside rushed back to attack from both inside and outside. When the sky was bright, the attack ended. Kahu was relatively lucky. He rode a horse and led his 300 personal guards to break out of the encirclement and escape. The remaining people became the offerings for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to worship the people of Wangjiang. The two of them brought all the Tang soldiers to temporarily build a sacrificial altar. They kowtowed 3 times and prayed to the 1,000-bone pagoda at Wangjiang and Shuzhou. Following that, Wang Wan left behind some words and led everyone to the yellow sand in the north. When Kahu and the other two divisions of reinforcements rushed back, they saw that all of their men had died there. There was also a sacrificial altar, and there was also a line of words written with blood. To the souls of the people of Wangjiang, I ask you again, Tubo, do you dare to come again? The people who saw these words and the scene gave a 9-year-old Wang a name, Demon Fiend. When the Demon Fiend was angry, red blood would flow for 1,000 miles. At the same time, they gathered the other two divisions of people to inform the other divisions behind them and chased after the yellow sand. They had to take revenge. Chapter 631. As Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao led the army north, the people of Pengzhou quickly learned of many things. Pengzhou's government army had urgently recruited 120,000 people. Anyone who was willing to join the army would be given a share. They pretended to be ready to attack Tubo at any time, but they restrained themselves. When the people in the various strongholds in Wing Prefecture heard that the child of this official, who was like a brother to them, was fighting with the Tubo people, they took out the little money they had just saved and insisted that Zhang Zhong buy food for the government soldiers so that they could go and rescue the child as soon as possible. In addition to money, the adult men in the various strongholds also requested that Zhang Zhong organize a logistics camp to go kill the enemy together. Now, the logistics camp's combat ability had been recognized by the local people as being more powerful than the vanguard. Zhang Zhong persuaded and refused, but he didn't dare to tell others the truth. Pengzhou's government army was just putting on a show. When Xiaobao and Cuckoo returned, those who had a farm and those who had to have children would do so. It wasn't to the extent that ordinary people would go to war. Zhang Zhong's days were much better now. With the reputation that his son and daughter-in-law had made, the merchants who were originally hesitant to be invited happily came to Izhou to cooperate with them. They were afraid. The new information that the spies sent back from Tubo made them worry that Zhang Zhong's daughter-in-law would come back and find out that they didn't cooperate with Zhang Zhong. She would lead the troops to wipe them out. They now believed that the Zhang family and the Wang family were the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Based on the abilities of Demon Fiend, they were certain that he didn't need to bring any powerful troops. The usual guards of the Zhang family and Wang family were enough. Wouldn't dealing with people like them be child's play? The pigeons flying from Ezhou to the capital were clearly not enough. The capital had already sent 3 cages of pigeons in case of emergency. This time, Gao Lishur brought the news back during the morning court session. Li Longji even temporarily stopped the court session to wait for Gao Lishur to do something else. None of the officials in the court objected. Even LV Yinzhua, who had always been at odds with Zhang Zhong, remained silent. Everyone wanted to know if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had returned, or if they were still hiding there, waiting for an opportunity, or if they had been caught. Gao Lishur ran back and forth. This time, he didn't have the time to take a look. He didn't know what was going on in front of him. As soon as he returned to the hall, he looked at Li Longji and waited for him to speak. Previously, Li Longji had slightly lost his composure in front of the 3 officials. This time, in order to avoid such a situation, he first took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before instructing Gao Lishur, read. Gao Lishur slowly opened the letter in his hand. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva to soothe his throat, he read, "This official by Go Yao Chongchun, the commander of the logistics camp in Ezhou, Great General Cuckoo, after defeating 13,000 Tufan soldiers, hid in a few villages near the Dachuan River. He formed a group of 3,000 light cavalry and attacked Camus Cahu's troops. Camus Cahu led the troops to encircle and annihilate them. With 8 battalions of infantry as bait, 4,000 light cavalry attempted to devour them. Another 5,000 infantry hurriedly marched around the village, vowing to destroy the main force of the Tang army on the Jinchuan front line. Camus Cahu personally led 5,000 officers and 4,000 light cavalry to hold the rear. One day later, 8 battalions of infantry successfully lured Cuckoo, exhausting his horses, dispersing his arrows, and exhausting his soldiers. When the 4,000 light cavalry arrived, Cuckoo's light cavalry was already exhausted. When he read this, Gao Lishur's hand trembled. His throat suddenly became dry. He didn't make a sound and looked down. The people in the court felt their hearts skip a beat. It was over. Li Longji, who had long been mentally prepared, still couldn't control himself. His expression changed as he angrily said, "Read." Yes. Only then did Gao Lishur realize that when he didn't make a sound and continued to read, his expression became a lot better. By this time, Cuckoo had led the light cavalry to kill more than 2,600 of the 8 battalions of infantry. When they encountered the enemy's light cavalry, they ran with all their might, luring the Tufan's light cavalry to pursue them. Later on, they ambushed the 4,000 Tang army on the mountain, tripping the horses and throwing spears. When Camus Cahu led 5,000 men to arrive, the 4,000 light cavalry were all gone. Then they drew blood on the ground, saying that the common people of Wangjiang and Shuzhou had died miserably. This disaster was attributed to Tufan. Would Tufan dare? Furious, Camus Cahu led his troops to continue the pursuit. At this time, Cuckoo led 7,000 light cavalry to kill 5,000 Tufan troops who took a detour. In front of the 2 armies, they asked again if Tufan dared. Camus Cahu was so angry that he fainted. He seized the opportunity to attack and kill, forcing Camus Cahu's troops to enter the village and defend. In the middle of the night, they turned to the river and killed Camus Cahu's more than 2,000 men. Then they attacked in batches throughout the night. At dawn, the 3,000 Tang warriors who had been lying in ambush in the tunnel under the village joined forces with Cuckoo's troops to attack from the inside and broke Camus Cahu. Camus Cahu took advantage of the chaos to escape and led the other 2 troops to Rendezvous. Blood flowed like a river in the village, bodies everywhere. There was also a sacrificial altar offering sacrifices to the common people of Wangjiang, asking again if Tufan dared. Tufan's 2 troops pursued again, pointing their swords to the yellow sand. Cuckoo was a demon. Someone wrote a poem. Tender face is sweet and beautiful, laughing and talking slaughter the world. Corpses piled up like a river, asking June dared. The more Gao Lisher recited, the better his mood was, the faster he recited. After he finished reciting, he was thirsty and snatched the cup specially made by the Zhang family from Zhang Shua's hand. He unscrewed the lid and gulped down a mouthful of water. Zhang Shua did not have any intention to snatch the cup back. He was stunned for a moment before he said, Good kill. Good question. Let's see if Tufan still dared. According to what you said, Cuckoo and Xiaobao have already led their men to kill more than 35,000 Tufan soldiers. If they could come back, they did not come back and instead led the two Tufan troops of 40,000 men to kill in the desert. The people who reacted nodded one after another. It seemed that Cuckoo had not killed enough. Li Longji also picked up the cup of tea beside him and drank it. He usually did not drink when he was in court, but now he was afraid that he would reveal it because of his agitation. He used this as a cover and hid his face behind the cup. However, his heart was in turmoil. He did not expect that it was indeed that little lass, Cuckoo, who was giving orders. This little lass was really capable, and her heart was really ruthless. She did not show any mercy when she killed people. He also had portraits of her and Xiaobao here. These two were very good-looking children, especially when they smiled and showed two dimples. How could they kill until they vomited blood and corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river? How much hatred did this little lass have to become like this? The commoners of Wangjiang should be satisfied. In the future, if Zhang Zhong were to become an official somewhere, no one would dare to make a move against the commoners of that place. The Demonfian's reputation was built on human lives. Her delicate face was sweet and beautiful, and her laughter could slaughter the world. It was indeed so. Good. When she came back, he would not let her go out and raise her. When she grew up, wouldn't she be even more powerful? At that time, when there was a war elsewhere, if she really could not handle it, he would send her out. When Li Longji thought of this, he calmed down and passed the cup of water to the side. Wei Wei looked at all the civil and military officials in the imperial court with a smile, waiting for them to calm down. All the officials in the hall were also digesting the news that they received. It would be a lie to say that they were not excited. More than 35,000 Tubo people were killed, and the Tubo soldiers were toyed with. Especially when they were asked, it was truly too delightful. Of course, there is also one person who was feeling afraid while feeling happy for the current dynasty. That person was LV Yinzhua. He knew that he had done a lot of bad things behind the scenes. Although he had never succeeded, he had still done it. Today, he even said that the emperor gave Cuckoo and Xiaobao too high an official position. If Cuckoo were to know about this, all right, this matter has been settled. When the army returns in triumph, we will discuss the matter of the rewards. Were we just now? Was it that Cuckoo and Xiaobao were given too high an official position? Then what position should they be demoted to? Or was it like what LV Qing said, that the two children should not be given official positions? LV Qing, say something else. At this moment, Li Longji opened his mouth and looked at LV Yinzhua. This official is here. LV Yinzhua had no choice but to stand up. He hated himself for saying this today. Wouldn't it be fine if he said this a day later? Wang Wan had made such a huge contribution. Even if she was given an official position, no one would be able to say anything. Otherwise, she would be sent to fight against the Tubo army. LV Yinzhua, who stood up, looked around and coughed. Your Majesty, what I mean is that we should wait for them to grow up before giving them official positions. They're still young. Young? A general by the side widened his eyes and asked, They are not young either. That Gan Luo was proficient in politics at a young age, and Xiang Lu was a congsure at the age of 7. They are not young, but this official is afraid that I am the monarch of Lu country and the Qin king, that I can't protect Xiaobao and Cuckoo, that the Tubo army is the one that killed Xiang Lu, and that Cuckoo can't return in the end. Li Longji's mouth fell again as he stared at LV Yinzhua. LV Yinzhua's heart tightened. He knew that he had said something wrong. If Cuckoo and Xiao Bao really didn't return, he would be the first to suffer. Wasn't he saying that the emperor was as useless as the monarch of Lu country, that he couldn't protect the capable people of the country? After Li Longji asked this question, he didn't wait for LV Yinzhua to explain and immediately issue an edict, order Jiannan to mobilize the elite troops to attack Jinchuan and Gada City. Let me occupy those two cities. Why can't I protect the two children who fought for the country? Even if I have to use people to fill in the gaps, I will bring back Cuckoo and Xiao Bao. There is no need to discuss the matter of the two of them being mere empty officials. Is there anything else? Li Longji was really angry. Was he that kind of muddle-headed and incompetent emperor? He was waiting for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to help him more in the future. Not to mention that the two adorable children had an expert to teach them. Even if they were as monstrous as Xiang Lu, he still had to protect them. That was only for the monstrous talents of other countries, not for Great Tang. The officials began to discuss other matters. All of them tried their best to avoid the Zhang family and Wang family, so as to avoid being implicated. LV Yinzhua also kept quiet. If he continued to find trouble, he would be the first one to be torn apart. The first thing that was sent out was the imperial edict. Li Longji was originally prepared to fight with the Tubo army. Originally, he wanted Guitu to launch a sneak attack, and after the Tubo army attacked, Jiannan would mobilize the army to launch a successful counterattack. Since a large portion of the Tubo army was destroyed and a portion was lured away, it was the perfect time to launch an attack. At the same time, it would make things easier for Cuckoo. He believed that Cuckoo would definitely be able to lead the troops to defeat the Tubo army and return victorious. He heard that the two children were good cooks, and perhaps he would have the opportunity to taste it personally. Chapter 632. This time, the news was received from Wing Prefecture after the first two pigeons had flown for half a day. Perhaps the second pigeons had flown faster, and the first pigeons had arrived not long after. The matters in the imperial court had already been discussed, but the court had yet to be dismissed. It was a good opportunity to see if there was any new news. It shouldn't be bad news. Even if they couldn't win against Wan, they could still escape. The two people that were sent after her could escape with the eagle. Sure enough, it wasn't bad news. In the letter, it was written that Yun Shuifei had made arrangements after arriving at Pengzhou. He wanted Pengzhou to take over the logistics and Tubo's 4,000 people, as well as provisions, and send the commoners to Wing Prefecture. At the same time, he wanted the imperial court to go to Sanshui County to find the person who raised the eagle with Zhang Ying. He wanted this group of people to go to Pengzhou, and when they arrived, they would cooperate with Pengzhou to make a feint attack against Tubo. This would slightly restrain the Tubo's armored cavalry. Then, he would transfer 10,000 elite troops from Jiannan Circuit to secretly go to the villages with tunnels under the cover of the feint attack. Don't forget to go to Wing Prefecture to get things when you go there. It was the charcoal and vegetable oil that had been collected some time ago. Bring them to the villages and wait for him to come back. Hide well and don't be discovered. When he returned to the army, they would cooperate with him. He wanted to send a general who didn't need to be too capable, but had to be obedient. When the officials in the imperial court heard this news, some of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Cuckoo, this little lass, was too formidable, right? She had already started making arrangements for the following matters. She was really bold. She actually wanted to ambush Tubo at that place. Didn't she already use that village once? Wasn't she afraid of being discovered if she used it again? Didn't she start buying the vegetable oil and charcoal a long time ago before Zhang Zhong arrived? She even wanted to bring it to the villages. Could it be that she would need it at that time? What was it for? How was Cuckoo planning to use 10,000 people to ambush them? Li Longji didn't expect that Cuckoo's arrangements would be so far away. She had already prepared provisions in Wing Prefecture, and even asked him to go to Sanshui County to find the eagle. She also made arrangements to send Pengzhou to make a feint attack. If this was the case, wouldn't his previous decree disrupt Cuckoo's arrangements? This arrangement was no longer a tactical one, but a strategic one. Should he take the lead, or should he listen to the little girl? Li Longji found himself in a difficult position. At this moment, LV Yinzhua felt that his opportunity had come. He looked enviously at the officials in the imperial court who had beautiful cups. Thinking that no one in his family had ever given him such a cup, he felt that he could build a good relationship with the Zhang family. Thus, he stepped forward and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, there's something that I don't know if I should say or not." "If you don't know, then don't say it." Li Longji was still angry with LV Yinzhua, so when he heard LV Yinzhua's question, he didn't give him any face at all. LV Yinzhua was stunned for a moment. That wasn't right. What followed should have been, "It's fine." Why did it change? "Your Majesty, may I be so bold as to say something?" LV Yinzhua shamelessly ignored Li Longji's warning. Seeing that the higher-ups didn't object, he continued. "This subject thinks that Miss Cuckoo is a rarely seen general. She must have her reasons for making such arrangements. There is no harm in following her instructions." "Then did we issue the wrong decree?" Li Longji asked. "No. How could your Majesty be wrong? Cuckoo isn't wrong either. This subject thinks that Cuckoo had Pengzhou feign an attack because she was afraid that the generals leading the army would be at a disadvantage. After all, the Tufan cavalry was mobilized, so she had Falcon follow. She was worried about the other generals and didn't understand them well. She was worried that our court would suffer too many casualties. Does your Majesty agree?" LV Yinzhua continued to explain to avoid being misunderstood. Li Longji thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." All the civil and military officials in the imperial court also admitted that they couldn't find a general as powerful as Cuckoo. There were generals who could win battles, but they couldn't find one who could kill so many enemies with so few casualties. It wasn't like in the past, when there were still many famous generals. Seeing that the emperor agreed, LV Yinzhua continued. "However, our court can't always let Cuckoo lead the army every time there is a battle. When our court have no one, your Majesty can send troops from Jianan Circuit. At the same time, send 10,000 elite soldiers to follow Cuckoo's instructions. As for the deployment, Cuckoo is a famous general and will adjust accordingly. If your Majesty agrees, this subject will personally go to Sanshui County to train the Falcon to coordinate with our court's march. This subject's neck was stiff last night and has already had someone check it. The effect wasn't good. This subject also wants to go to Dei Hospital to have a look." In order to ease the atmosphere, LV Yinzhua shook his head. He really felt that he couldn't move. All the officials in the imperial court laughed. Even Li Longji didn't have a sullen expression like before. In that case, Minister LV will be tired from the journey. Li Longji also wanted to see if Cuckoo could immediately adjust according to the layout. In his mind, Wang Wan was already a famous general. A famous general naturally understood that the situation was not constant, and the water was impermanent. In any case, the danger would be smaller if the troops were sent out. Even if the matter was settled, LV Yinzhua found an opportunity to ease the situation. Of course, he wouldn't take a carriage. There was a boat, and the river wasn't frozen yet. Wang Wan was still leading people to escape. This time, she was satisfied. After killing so many people, when the news spread to Shuzhou, the people there would definitely cry and then be very happy to avenge them. The message from the eagle was written by Zhang Xiaobao. He also had his own arrangements. Wang Wan didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to have such a plan on the way to Yizhou. Riding on the horse, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I found that you are really suitable for logistics. You have arranged everything that you can think of, and that might happen. Otherwise, you would have to do it now. I will reward you by making me red braised pork tonight." Women are starting to rebel when they have the ability, right? You want to reward me by making you food? Good idea. There are still 40,000 people behind us. I don't want to be buried in the sand. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. He didn't have nightmares at night because of killing too many people. Wasn't it just a few people dying? His hands were also covered in blood. In the future, when he became a local official, Who would dare to use the people to threaten him? The surrounding soldiers were also more relaxed. Although close to 1,000 people had died in this battle, they had still fought to show their might. What was the use of being a soldier if they didn't fight? Only when they killed their enemies until they became obedient and didn't dare to look for trouble would they be able to live a stable life. A peaceful life was built with their lives. Just like the song that General Cuckoo taught, "You don't want to be a soldier, I don't want to be a soldier. Whoever comes will protect the motherland, who will protect the home." Which country was afraid of death? Which country's people were waiting to be bullied? Wang Wan didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao said. In any case, the food she ate had to be prepared by Xiaobao. Others suffered when they were fighting, but her food was not bad. She made a handful of wild vegetables, and Xiaobao could wrap them into a box and fry them. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao mention the arrangements, Wang Wan was not worried. This was her field of expertise. She said, "Take it slow. There are still a few days before we enter the desert. They won't dare to send light cavalry." "That's good. I was worried about the lack of horses. All in all, we only have a little more than 8,000 horses. There are still 1,000 people who don't have horses to ride and take turns to run on the ground. Their speed is a drag, and they are tired. I know what they are thinking. They want to force us into the desert. They will block us outside and look for an opportunity to destroy us. This time, I will let them know that our army is a strong army that can fight in all weather and all terrain. Be prepared. Hunt more prey. I have use for it." Wang Wan did what she said. She sent people to see if there were any wild beasts around. If they encountered some small village, the poultry and livestock raised by the people were also fine. If they used weapons to exchange with the people would be very willing. The two groups following behind did think so. They didn't dare to send cavalry to chase and kill. It was easy to be schemed against, but it was easier to drive the Tang army into the desert. They would see what they could do when the time came. Kamukahu had no right to make a decision. In fact, according to his idea, they should fight now. Even if the Tang army died, it was still a little bit. How could 40,000 people lose to less than 10,000 Tang soldiers? But the army belonged to others. He couldn't command it. He was only allowed to go with the troops because they pitted him. Kamukahu gathered his remaining soldiers. In total, there were less than 1,000 people. He barely managed to form a battalion. Half of them were injured. They were given to him by the two groups. It turned out that Tatatatu's soldiers were taken in. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to form a battalion. After following behind for 2 days, Kamukahu had enough rest. As long as he didn't think about the deaths of so many of his men, he would be like a normal person. He always wanted to take revenge for the deaths of so many of his men. Seeing that the Tang army in front was not moving fast, he felt that this was an opportunity. Hence, he found the leader of the other group, Lufu Tuda. He discussed with Lufu Tuda about borrowing some soldiers. He didn't need a lot. He just needed 3,000 cavalry. He brought his men and ran to the front to attack. If he did this, at least the Tang army's deployment would be disrupted. Otherwise, why would the Tang army be walking slowly in front of them? Could it be that he and his men were so scared that they didn't have the courage to go up against the 9,000 soldiers? After Lufu Tuda heard Kamukahu's idea, he decisively rejected it. He meant that Kamukahu, how dare you say such a thing? Don't you know how your own soldiers are being taken care of? Kamukahu returned to his tent gloomily. Looking at the 700 soldiers in the battalion, he shook his head. He could only give up on this idea. He felt like he had lost an opportunity, but Lufu Tuda was tempted. The reason he rejected Kamukahu was because he didn't want Kamukahu to succeed. If that happened, Kamukahu would be able to make up for his loss. That wouldn't do. The reason why he let Kamukahu follow was because he had fought with the Tang army before. Even if he lost, he would still understand the Tang army in some aspects. Thinking about Kamukahu's plan, Lufu Tuda decided to follow it. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still busy with their preparations when Shui Yin flew to Pengzhou. It would probably take another 2 hours before it returned with news. Very quickly, night fell. Zhang Xiaobao baked spring pancakes for Wang Wan, braised some wild vegetables with salt, stir-fried some shredded meat with rabbit meat, and made a bowl of soup with some bird's egg that he picked up. Although the ingredients were few and simple, the taste was not bad. Wang Wan rolled up a pancake and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "When we go back, why don't we open a small shop and find 2 people to be workers? I'll be in charge of the accounts, and you'll cook. We have a big shop. Why don't you say that I'll be in charge of the accounts? I'm familiar with this. If I don't do it well and just lose money, won't I die of exhaustion if the food is delicious?" Shui Yun is back. Let's see what it says. Zhang Xiaobao watched Wang Wan eat. He was happy that Wang Wan was enjoying it. Of course, he felt that it would be better if Wang Wan could watch him eat. At this time, Shui Yun flapped its wings and landed. It rubbed its head affectionately with Zhang Ying and cried twice. No one knew what it was trying to say. They just watched Zhang Ying stroke Shui Yun's head and feed it something. Then he took off the thing tied to his leg. "Little young master, little miss, this is a letter for master." Zhang Ying could read quite a few words and knew who it was just by looking at the cover. He said as he passed it over, "My father? What happened to my father? Did something happen in Wing Prefecture?" Zhang Xiaobao took the letter and was puzzled. Maybe he wants us to go back early. Xiao Bei and the others probably miss us. Let's take a look. Wang Wan stuffed the last bit of the cake in her mouth and said vaguely. Zhang Xiaobao was also a little homesick. He didn't ask for much, as long as he could see his family every day. That kind of happiness was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. He opened the letter, scanned it from beginning to end, and threw it to Wang Wan. He tapped his face with his hand and thought about something. Wang Wan hadn't read the letter yet. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions, she knew that something had happened. Someone had been marked by Xiaobao, and it was a very serious kind. The consequences wouldn't be good. She took the letter and read it. The first part was written by parents to their children. They said that it was cold, so they should be careful outside, eat more meat, and go back early. If they couldn't win, they should run. Don't foolishly fight with others. Everything at home was fine. The second part was written about recent events. It said that the people of Wing Prefecture were very cooperative. Merchants from other places also came to invest a lot. It was estimated that after the new year, they would be able to build a foundation here. Even if they weren't here in the future, the people of Wing Prefecture could continue to live a good life. They harvested quite a lot of fruits and used them to make fruit wine. They also harvested grain. Recently, the price of grain was much higher than before. In the past, a bushel of millet cost 16 copper coins. Now, it had risen to 24 copper coins. Perhaps the price would fall after the autumn harvest. Their family did not lack money, so they accepted the expensive grain. It was important to plan early to make wine. The growth of hemp this year was good. Originally, they thought that the price would be cheaper, but it also rose by half. Many merchants here heard about the matter of set breeding and began to buy livestock and poultry. Fortunately, their family had bought a lot of mules in advance. Should they buy more? Or let the people of Wing Prefecture raise chickens in the mountains, just like in Sanshui County? This was what was written in the letter. It didn't mention who was scheming, who didn't cooperate, or what kind of decree the imperial court had sent. It seemed very normal. Wang Wan was puzzled. What was in the letter that made Zhang Xiaobao do such a scheming action? After waiting for a while, Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was still meditating. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Xiaobao, are you in trouble? You've never thought about things for such a long time before." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, took the letter, and read it from beginning to end. He threw it aside and said, "Troublesome. It's really troublesome. If I were home, it would be easier. I ran so far away and can't do it at any time. Say, in an economic war, how slow is slow and how fast is fast. When it's slow, it can be done for a year and slowly plan. When it's fast, it's a race against time. If it's slow, it can't be done. If it's a step late, it can't be done. Isn't this troublesome?" I asked you to read the letter. Did the letter say that it's an economic war? Wang Wan took the letter and read it carefully. There was nothing wrong with it. It was normal for the price of grain to rise. Now that the autumn harvest was coming, it was the time for the last round of price increases. Then the price would drop a lot. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Yes, an economic war, and it's coming fiercely. If I'm not wrong, it must be someone from Tubo behind the scenes. He's a master. Why haven't I heard of such a talent in Tubo? If I were in Wing Prefecture now, I wouldn't be afraid. Can he overturn the heavens? Why can't I see it?" Wang Wan didn't doubt Zhang Xiaobao's judgment. When a person like Xiaobao operated, it was like fighting a war. It was hard to predict, but it was hard to figure out what was wrong with the ordinary information in the letter. After asking, she saw Zhang Xiaobao's eyes looking at the night sky in a daze. Wang Wan thought about it again, but she still couldn't figure it out. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Don't tell me that's your perception? Perception? Oh, perception is sometimes right and sometimes wrong. I believe in perception, but I believe in data analysis more. Let me tell you. Look, the price of grain has risen. It's normal. It's the last price increase before the autumn harvest, and then it should fall. Fortunately, we can make a profit in the process and buy the farmer's grain at a low price. The price of hemp has risen. It's normal. Hemp is also a crop, and it's spread. Ordinary people don't see any problems. After all, my father's reputation is there. Looking at it separately, everything is under control, but it's not normal when they're put together. In the simplest way, the oil companies in our country are carrying out a unified rectification in order to obtain greater profits in the future, so as to improve the oil refining technology and standardize it. What do you think the consequences will be?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan after analyzing a little. "Consequences? Of course, the price of refined oil will rise. But this behavior is wrong. The rectification can't be unified. It needs to be done in batches. Otherwise, it will have a bad impact on society. Isn't it obvious that they are shouting at the state?" Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought. "That's right. The reason why the oil companies are doing this must be because of the political faction behind them, especially when they're about to change industries. This is because it doesn't just affect refined oil, but also the overall economic environment of a society. The stability of prices is supported by productivity and the transportation industry. The unified rectification of the oil companies is using their own losses to threaten a certain faction. What if they restrict electricity? The transportation costs increase, and the energy consumption increase. Just these two factors at the same time can cause the price of social goods to rise by more than 40%. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the things that might happen to him and Wang Wan at that time, and then said, "What I want to say now is what my father wrote in the letter. Our plan to rearing livestock includes livestock, but only pigs. The rearing of sheep and cows is still under experiment. My father said in the letter that the price of livestock and poultry will rise, and so will the price of grain and hemp. The problem lies in my father's words. Fortunately, my family bought a lot of mules in advance. Tell me, how do we rearing mules? Mules can indeed give birth occasionally, but normal people can't use mules for rearing mules, right?" Wang Wan nodded. "Indeed, who would raise mules for? Could it be that they were not preparing to give birth? If it's according to what you said, it's really the Tibetans behind the scenes. They want to attack our transportation industry, and through this, make the price of goods in Jianan City rise, and make the people unable to make a living?" Wang Wan shivered. She knew the power of economic warfare. For example, Zimbabwe in the past, and the Soviet Union before that. "No, if that's the case, I really don't care. What's there to attack in the transportation industry? We don't have trains, cars, or planes here. We don't need animals to pull the goods. Don't we still have boats to transport them by water?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she suddenly realized that it was impossible to do things that were not in her field. When it came to war, Xiaobao could only think of ways to replenish his supplies. He was unable to give timely and reasonable commands, and he could not come up with too many tactical arrangements. But when it came to economics, it was definitely Xiaobao's world. When a letter was sent over, he could see the traces of war in it with just a glance. "Then tell me quickly, what are they trying to do? Do you care about it now?" Wang Wan humbly leaned beside Zhang Xiaobao and asked with a smile. She understood that whoever was in the field would speak, but she did not believe that Xiao Bao was really afraid. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao laughed contemptuously and said, "Him? I'm just too far away, and it's not convenient for me to give commands. He dares to use such petty tricks on me? When I try to play tricks, he would have already died. Don't laugh. Cuckoo, shouldn't we be more proactive? The best would be to launch a sneak attack on the logistics of the Tibetan army. The Tibetans have no money. They can't afford to fight. If my guess is correct, the imperial court must have made a new move, and it's bigger than what we thought. At the very least, the move in Pengzhou is obvious. War is a battle of money. The Tibetans don't want to lose. Some of them have already noticed that something is wrong, so they want to make money. The purpose of the acquisition is not to restrict us, but to develop them. That's why I said that the person behind the scenes is not bad. He could be considered a little talent. What a pity, Sai. I know what you want to say. You want to say that it's a pity that we met you. So stop bragging. Come, I'll give you a flatbread. I'll eat less. The taste of your flatbread is not bad. It's just that it's not chewy. Wang Wan leaned on Zhang Xiaobao and rolled a flatbread for him, then gave it to him and said, "It's broken. How do you want me to make it chewy? It's fine if you give me some big rice noodles, or I'll make you steamed noodles tomorrow. After fermenting, it's better than the steamed noodles now. Let's do it like that. I'll make soup dumplings for you." Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the flatbread. It was indeed like what Wang Wan said. The taste was not good. Chapter 633. Wang Wan kept feeding Zhang Xiaobao the pancake until Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and said, Tubo realized that they don't have enough money and can't afford to fight, but they don't want to admit defeat. This is mainly because of you. Don't think that you only led 10,000 people back and forth to fight, but Tubo mobilized a lot of people. They can't keep up with the logistics. They're also waiting for the autumn harvest, but they can't not come after us. At the same time, they have to guard against the main forces of the Tang army. If it was in the past, they should be the ones to collect more taxes from the people of their own country. But this time, a person who thinks that he is powerful suddenly appeared, so they came up with a plan. If I were to name this plan, it would be a contract selling operation. In fact, it is almost the same as cash flow. As long as there is a sum of money, they can use this money to buy assets, such as houses or food. When they are buying, they can discuss and give a portion of it. When they don't have any other money, they don't want this money. Then, through the operation, they can change this agreement slightly and be able to borrow money from other banks. If it were me, I would sign 2 contracts. One is the successful transaction contract, and the other is the subsequent repayment contract. It is just to trick people into trusting me. I think that person is doing the same, unless he has more money to operate. Then what is the use of this kind of false proof of assets? It could be exchanged for more cash. Wang Wan still understood this point. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, yes, it is to use this to exchange for money, and then use this money to buy local food and livestock, causing the price of everything to increase. But he shouldn't have bought mules. Does he think that everyone is a fool? Does he think that I am a decoration? The problem now is, how many things has he bought, and how much money has he used to pawn these things? The more money he has, the more food and livestock he will buy during the autumn harvest. It will create a situation where the price of goods doesn't fall even though it is the autumn harvest. How can it not fall? How much can he buy during the autumn harvest? Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's analysis, but did not agree with the latter part. How could it fall back? Businessmen pursue profit. How many businessmen can see through such a plan? When the price of goods in a certain region increased, they would not think of suppressing it. They would work together. That person from Tubo would not say that he was from Tubo. If he wanted the merchants from Great Tang to cooperate, he would look for relevant merchants to cooperate. The simplest way to put it was that when foreign hot money was hyping up the domestic financial market, how many businessmen in the country could fight to the death? How could there not be domestic funds adding fuel to the fire? I'm sure that after the autumn harvest, the price of grain will rise instead of falling. Moreover, it will give people the impression that the price will continue to rise. As long as the people can still live, They will cherish the grain and not sell it. The Tubo people will increase the hype and achieve their goal. Their goal that's to sell the grain from Tubo, as well as the livestock and poultry from Tubo. Once he sells them all, he won't want the money he invested in them anymore. Everything will turn into bubbles. Many merchants from Great Tang who do the same will suffer losses. Great Tang's commoners who don't grow grain will suffer losses. Yes, those who grow grain will also suffer losses. The merchants have two choices. One is to raise money to continue raising the price of goods. The other is to sell at a loss. If they choose the former, it is easy for trouble to happen. Some of the citizens do not have grain, and it will cause social unrest. If they choose the latter, once they sell their grain, the price of all the goods will fall again and again. Then, the Tubo people will be able to buy them at a very low price. Am I right? Wang did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish his words and analyzed. Yes, that is the case. However, this is not the final goal. It is not a peaceful time now, and we can only rely on pure economic means. What do you think will happen when the Tubo people suddenly attack Great Tang? Zhang Xiaobao continued. Yes, it will make things very difficult for Little Li. After all, the cost of transporting grain from outside is much higher than the value of the grain itself. If transportation is still not possible, then I know what to do. The military is to serve politics. Wang had completely thought it through. She picked up the binoculars and went out to look at the terrain. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about Wang. He held his chin and knocked on his face. After thinking for an hour, he muttered to himself, since that is the case, then let's let the Tubo people see what an all-around war is. Let them understand that there is no distinction between the front line and the rear. Let's use both the military and the economy together. After muttering to himself, Zhang Xiaobao started to write something. When dawn came, he asked Shui Yun to send it to Pengzhou. Pengzhou still looked like they were ready to go to war. They did not know that someone was fighting an economic war with them. Even Zhang Zhong did not expect that a letter he wrote would decide someone else's fate. Until 2 days later, when a horse that was about to die of exhaustion rushed over, Zhang Zhong saw the news that was delivered and realized how great of a thing he had done. He wrote a letter that had a huge impact on the current situation. After changing his handwriting and copying it again, Zhang Zhong sent the letter to Old Man Pai and the other two. He immediately went to make arrangements. This time, his son was in charge of remote command. The people in the inner courtyard of Zhang family and Wang family were mobilized and were very busy. Even Zhang Wang family, who usually only cared about her own family's matters, had no choice but to stand up and cooperate. Husband, it seems like I have to write more letters to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in the future. It's just taking in a mule, but Xiao Bao actually saw through so many things. If it was someone else who said this, I would definitely not believe it, but Xiao Bao is right. This time, my family will have to take out a lot of money first. So be it. It's better than being schemed against by others. Xiao, you have a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Otherwise, we would definitely be at a disadvantage this time. At this moment, Zhang Zhong had already put aside the shock of receiving the news from before. If it was him who did it, he really wouldn't know what to do. However, with his son's plan, he wasn't afraid. He knew his son's ability, so he just had to follow his instructions. After Zhang Wang family heard Zhang Zhong's words, she said with a rosy face, "If it weren't for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened to us." The people of Tubo are indeed not ordinary. Unfortunately, they met Cuckoo during the war. When they were calculating the economy, they were discovered by Xiao Bao. Then, they can forget about it. While Zhang Wang family and Zhang Zhong were speaking with confidence, Old Man Pai and the other two people were looking at the news sent by Zhang Zhong and fell into a certain state of mind. They didn't know that it was Zhang Xiaobao who was helping them remotely. They thought that was the experts from the Zhang family who found out that something was wrong. Zhang Zhong only sent them a part of his son's analysis. It didn't include the response at the back. Therefore, Old Man Pai and the other two people were very anxious after seeing this analysis. What should we do? What should we do? Should we send people to catch the businessman who raised the price? I don't know if it's true or not, but it should be true. The Zhang family has never done anything wrong. Old Man Chong was the most anxious. The matter at the front line wasn't over yet, and something else had happened here. Old Man Pai carefully read the analysis 3 times before saying, "The Zhang family is indeed not ordinary." After seeing what is written here and thinking about it carefully, it really is so. There are actually such capable people in Tubo. Fortunately, we also have the experts from the Zhang family. Otherwise, this time, we would have suffered a big loss. How did the Tubo learn this kind of economic knowledge? Could it be that it's that game of Monopoly? There's quite a lot involved in that, especially the top-level stuff. If that's really the case, then I can only let more people from my dynasty go and have fun. I can't just stop it, and I can't stop it anyway. Old Man Bai sighed at the fact that there was someone more powerful on his side. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been tricked by the Tubo people? If others were only analyzing, he knew a lot of things. There was news that the Tubo people were preparing for the autumn harvest. Not only did the commoners have to work, but it was also said that some of the tribes had to come out to help as well. What did this mean? It meant that the Tubo people were indeed lacking things and were waiting for this year's autumn harvest to be good. In the past, the Tubo people were facing difficulties, but at that time, they could only think of using war to obtain things. This year, they actually used economic means. Old Man Yao also frowned his white eyebrows. He looked at the analysis and understood the Tubo people's general plan. He didn't doubt it, but analysis was just analysis. He didn't write down any specific countermeasures. Could it be that there was no way? He really didn't want to believe that the experts of the Zhang family couldn't come up with a countermeasure. How was that possible? If there was really no countermeasure, what was the point of analyzing? Thinking about the experts of the Zhang family, Yao Cheng said to Old Man Pai and Old Man Chong, "Why don't we ask Zhang Zhong and see what kind of countermeasure he can come up with?" "Yes, ask Zhang Zhong. As long as Zhang Zhong comes up with a countermeasure, it will be the expert's countermeasure." Old Man Chong agreed. Old Man Pai started to write a letter. "I have to tell this to the emperor and see if the imperial court can come up with a countermeasure." Just as the 3 old men were preparing to send a letter to the capital, Zhang Zhong's memorial was sent out. It was also a pigeon, but this time it was from his family and not Old Man Chang's. Zhang Zhong really hoped to have an eagle like Shuiyan. He didn't need to waste pigeons. Shuiyan only needed to let it remember what sign was placed in a place, and it could fly over and back by itself. Pigeons couldn't. Once they flew over, they would be gone. They needed to be put back in a cage. Wherever the pigeon nest was, the pigeon would fly there. However, there was only one Shuiyan. It was a true companion. It could send letters, monitor the enemy, and cooperate to kill the enemy. There were more than 100 eagles in Sanshui County, but none of them could catch up to Shuiyan. Now, Shuiyan definitely couldn't be brought back. Without Shuiyan, his daughter-in-law would definitely feel very uncomfortable. By the time Old Man Pai's letter was sent out, Zhang Zhong's pigeon had already left for a long time. This time, Zhang Zhong followed his son's idea and exposed his son. However, he used a test story to cover up the expert of the Zhang family. When Zhang Zhong was waiting for the merchants to arrive, Old Man Pai and the other 2 arrived first. Just like what was said in the letter, as long as he waited, they would come over and ask. Then, they would cooperate with him. It was indeed correct. "Yongcheng, why do I feel that the tea we drank last time tasted wrong? Don't tell me you used other teas to make up the numbers?" Old Man Pai spoke as soon as he saw Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong thought to himself, "You can keep pretending. My son already mentioned that you would come over." He even summarized the words he said at the beginning. One of them was to mention the tea leaves first. Fortunately, he didn't mention fishing. So it's Master Bai. How can the tea be bad? How about this? I'll go and brew the tea now. If I find that it's different from yours, you can take my tea away. That way, it can't be bad, right? Zhang Zhong also learned to be tactful and followed along. Old Man Pai nodded. When he saw Zhang Zhong go to get the tea set, he didn't wait for Zhang Zhong to brew the tea and said, "Drinking tea requires one to be in harmony with the mood and environment." The environment here is not good. Then, should we go to the river? At this time, the riverside is not bad. Some of the grass is yellow, while others are green, Zhang Zhong probed. Yes, that's right. Look, I even brought the fishing rod. Old Man Pai immediately followed along with Zhang Zhong's words. When he was speaking, his follower came over and showed the fishing rod to Zhang Zhong. When Zhang Zhong saw the fishing rod, he felt sad for Tubo, who wanted to fight an economic war. This is my son. Not only did he see the economic war, but he also had countermeasures. He could even predict Baigo's reaction in advance and had a follow-up response. No matter how powerful Tubo is, can you compare to my son's finger? Yes. According to my son's words, I can't beat you to death. This is a true plan of mine. He can predict the enemy first. Plus, he has a daughter-in-law who is good at fighting. It will be easy in the future. Seeing that Old Man Pai's people took out the fishing rod, Zhang Zhong was not surprised. He also took out a set of fishing equipment from the table beside him and said to Baigo with a smile, "If Master Bai didn't come, I was going to go fishing too. Let's go together. Bring the tea set and go together. I've already prepared the bait. It's enough for 4 people." Therefore, while Old Man Pai and the others were surprised that Zhang Zhong also wanted to go fishing, the 4 of them went to the riverside outside the city. The weather was not bad today. It was not cloudy, and there was no fog. There was a group of children playing upstream. The 4 of them had different thoughts, so they didn't care if the child would affect the fish. Everyone was just fishing for the fish. Zhang Zhong divided the bait and casually threw out the fishing rod. He did not expect any fish to take the bait. He was fishing when he had nothing to do. If he wanted to eat fish, he would just use the net. He still had many things to do. If it was not to learn this kind of special method, he would not have come. Her son and daughter-in-law had said that not all business had to be done in the office. Sometimes, there were more business to be done at the wine table, tea table, card game, and all kinds of leisure and entertainment activities than in a proper place. It was the same even if they went to the brothel together. Of course, he did not want to think about it. He could not do anything to let Xiao or down. Besides, his son would not agree. Even if he really found a brothel, he could not expect to be accompanied by a woman. Last time, he was forced to go there. In the end, there was no woman accompanying him. A group of men came out. That time, he saw his son's methods. When he came back, his son looked at him differently. He was wronged. He did not want to find a woman. Even if there was a woman accompanying him, he would not do anything to let Xiao down. Looking at his son's regretful and disappointed eyes, he felt that the sky was dark at that time. Zhang Zhong left behind a sequela. Whenever he was about to talk about business with someone else, he would remember what happened in the past. That one time was enough. If anyone fucking dragged him to the brothel again, he would fall out with that person. This was because he did not have a woman. If his son could not take care of himself, and a woman came out, how many people would die? Whoever dragged him should go and make arrangements for his funeral. Zhang Zhong's thoughts flew away while he was fishing. Old Man Pai changed the bait a few times, but he still did not catch anything. Thus he said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongsheng, I just realized that fishing is also a skill. You know that the fish are in the water, and you also know that the fish need to eat, but sometimes you are not in a hurry to catch the fish. Just now, I was in a hurry, so the fish did not eat the bait. Don't you think so?" Zhang Zhong also put away his fishing rod and changed the bait. When he heard Old Man Pai's words, he glanced over and thought to himself, "Sure enough, my son was right. This old man likes to play with people when he is fishing. Lord Bai can actually see the skill in fishing. I admire you. I don't know how to fish. I just remember today, I had nothing to do, so I asked someone to prepare a fishing rod. Maybe it's because the fishing rod is not good. I'm not sure." Zhang Zhong followed the steps written by his son. The small book also included this. According to his son, it was because he had been in contact with the fish for a long time and was familiar with it. It was a part of psychology. Old Man Pai waved his hand. Rather than saying that the fishing rod is not good, how can the fishing rod of the Zhang family not be good? Then you won't be able to find a good fishing rod in this world. To put it bluntly, only your father-in-law can come up with a few ideas in this area. It's a pity that you can't go and take a look like him. He hasn't been doing too well recently. When Zhang Zhong heard Old Man Pai mention his father-in-law, there was no longer any hatred in his heart. If there was anything to hate, it would be his own lack of ability. Which father would be willing to give his daughter to a man who was nothing? If Xiao Bao was bad, would the Wang family have let Cuckoo stay in their home? Thus, he said, Lord Tai Shan is indeed quite free. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo come back, let them go and take a look. Then bring along Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are sensible and won't cause trouble. That's good. This old man has a long tongue. Let me say something. After all, we are a family. The knowledge of fishing is easy to learn, but the knowledge of fishing is not easy to learn. Between people, just like between a man and a fish, there is always the existence of benefits. Or to put it bluntly, it is called seducing each other. Don't you think so? Old Man Pai then changed the topic to fishing. Yes, after hearing what Lord Bai said, it's really like that. Zhang Zhong didn't have a script now. His son didn't expect to mention this matter either. Then Yongsheng, what do you think about the economy? Is it the same as fishing? For example, if someone from Tubo wants to do something in this area, do you think he's a fish or a fisherman? Old Man Pai put the bait and threw the hook in. Of course he's a fish. No matter how good Tubo's economic warfare is, it still depends on who the opponent is. It's still too early to be a fisherman. He has to learn. Give him 10 years, and it's already not bad if he can roughly learn it. Does he really think that he is so free in the water and can hide behind other fish to eat the bait? Lord Bai, don't worry. Not all fish are so smart. It's just that it takes a lot of effort for one person to fish. If it's a fish in the water, Lord Bai, Lord Yao, and Uncle Zhang will fish together, then it will be easy. Zhang Zhong was relieved and finally returned to a normal topic. Chapter 634. He rides a bamboo horse, but when he approaches, he falls head first. In the courtyard where they lived together, the two young people played without suspicion. When Zhang Zhong accompanied Old Man Pai and the other two to fish, Wang Wan's younger brother rode a bamboo stick and imitated his sister's cavalry. When Xiao Bei tied one end of the rope to a rock and held the other end in his hand, he fell. His forehead was bruised, and he cried loudly. Xiao Bei squatted innocently at the side and said that those who surrendered would not be killed. Wang Wan's younger brother wiped his tears and shook his head. Liar. Those who surrender will die even faster. Xiao Bei's group of children caused quite a commotion. The children in the stronghold in Izhou had already split into groups and started fighting. They took turns to be the Tufan and Tang soldiers. Usually, the Tang soldiers won. If the Tufan army won, they would have to start all over again until they were defeated. How could the Tufan army win? This kind of game originally existed, but now it had a clear position. It was not the officials catching the thieves, but the Tang army fighting against the Tufan army. The commoners did not care about how the children in their homes made a ruckus. As long as they did not cause trouble and played with the other children, it was fine. Occasionally, when they were happy, they would tell the children what they heard about the battle. They would exaggerate and embellish the story. Even the storytelling style used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the Little Pear Garden in Huayuan County was copied and told in restaurants and tea shops. The commoners were also willing to listen. Even if they had heard it many times, even if the versions were different, they would still listen attentively and feel comfortable. Gradually, it formed a trend of the whole people resisting the Tufan army. In the past, Blind Huang brought along a granddaughter to sing poems for others to make a living. Every time he raised a granddaughter, he would find a decent person for his granddaughter to marry. After that, he would find another granddaughter in a desolate place to teach her how to sing. In the past 20 years, he had already raised 3 granddaughters. Just as he was preparing to find another granddaughter to sing and earn money, he suddenly discovered the profession of storytelling. He felt that he could also learn how to earn some money. After learning for 2 years, with the knowledge of traveling extensively, he really did learn it. Because there were too many storytellers in the capital, there were only a few jokes that he could tell. Blind Huang, who was determined to find more opportunities, came all the way from the capital to Jiannan Circuit. As he walked, he told jokes, and he really did manage to save up some money. After arriving at this place, he found that there were indeed many stories that he could tell. After inquiring with the commoners who knew the general situation for a few days, he made up his own stories. Narrowing his eyes, he found the Yishui city at the intersection of the Great River and the Yishui River. In the city, there was a restaurant called the Linjiang Restaurant. It was 3 stories high and took up 10 zhang of the street. It was not small, and it was bustling with the noise of carriages and horses. The waiters in charge of welcoming customers were coming in and out of the restaurant. With just a glance, one could tell that the business was good. It was a good place. Blind Huang pondered for a while and decided to tell his stories at this Linjiang restaurant. He rolled his eyes, trying his best to show the whites of his eyes. The stick in his hand was now in front of him, and he slowly walked in. He was secretly worried that the restaurant would not let him in. In the past, he had encountered many situations where he was chased out. However, this restaurant had its own style. It did not matter if you were walking, riding a horse, or sitting a carriage. It did not matter if you were wearing a brocade robe or a hemp garment. Once you entered, you were a guest. Blind Huang had not even entered the restaurant. He was just walking in when a waiter came over to help him. He looked around and saw that there were no other customers. He shouted for someone to enter the restaurant and arranged for him to stand near the door. When it was time to leave, it would be convenient for him to stand at the side and wait for someone to order something. Usually, the ordinary people who came here would finish their noodles or get a plate of salted beans and a bowl of the worst wine. The waiter felt that this old man was the same. It was impossible that he would go to the 3rd floor and order some exotic delicacies. Blind Huang did not plan to spend money to eat here. No matter what, it was more expensive than other small stalls. It did not matter if the food was good or not. It was fine as long as it could fill his stomach. However, if he did not order anything, what would happen if he was chased out? He could only choose the cheap things. He asked for a plate of salted beans and asked for tea. He did not order anything, meaning that he only wanted to eat a plate of salted beans. The waiter did not care. Even if a plate of salted beans was not enough to buy the tea, he still served it. This tea was not good tea. If one wanted to drink good tea, they had to order something else, the kind that cost money. He also took half a head of garlic and placed it on the table. Eating garlic was a common practice. Many people asked if there was any garlic when they entered. If there was, they would eat it. Blind Huang was a little flattered. He didn't expect that Linjiang restaurant would be able to do business to such an extent. It was almost on par with Shuiyan restaurant in Sanshui County. Over there, no matter what they ordered, even the cheapest 1 copper coin dish would be given 4 small plates. Of course, beggars did not need to go through the front door. They would wait at the back. If there were leftovers, they would naturally bring them. Even if there were times when there were no leftovers, there would be leftovers and a large wooden barrel filled with vegetable soup. In terms of benevolence, between the clouds and the water looked down on its peers. After praising Linjiang restaurant in his heart, Blind Huang reached out and picked up a bean. He threw it into his mouth and tasted it carefully. It was not bad. There was also the fragrance of anise. If only there was a bowl of wine. When the waiter saw that the old man did not order anything else, he turned around and went back to work. He could not be like the 3rd floor, waiting outside the private room at all times. Blind Huang ate a few beans and drank half a bowl of tea. He cleared his throat and slammed his hand on the table, attracting the gazes of the people around him. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "This is the first time I've ever heard of this. I have traveled north and south, crossing 1,000 bridges. There are many things in the world. Immortals are always happy and unfettered. Mortals cry and laugh when they are angry. I have been to Tang to see the rising tide. I have seen the beautiful peonies of the capital. Today, I have come to Jiannan Dao. Jiannan Dao is shaken by wind and rain. Tubo invades the border every year. The fog rises and the heart is anxious. Flying cavalry runs below the city walls. Arrows rain from the top of the city walls. Let me tell you about Cuckoo. tell me about her battle robes at the age of 9. After this opening speech, Blind Huang took another sip of tea. He wanted to give the others time to react. If they knew what he was doing, they would not think that he was crazy. The surrounding people were indeed attracted. The first part of the speech was not bad and was easy to understand. When they heard the last part, they knew that he was going to talk about a heroine. Everyone became spirited and stopped chatting. Those who were drinking also stopped, waiting for this person to continue. Blind Huang's ears twitched. The surrounding people were quiet. He coughed and continued. When Cuckoo was 9 years old, she studied military books diligently. One day, the sound of horses' hooves and flags fluttered. It was the emperor's army. One order was sent to Ezhou Prefecture and the other to the Great Tang Army. When Cuckoo received the order, she looked to the west. Her heart was worried about the death of 1,000 souls in Shuzhou. She wore a purple tasseled crown on her head, 100 battle robes on her body, cloud boots on her feet, and a swallow ring saber in her hand. Blind Huang stood up as he spoke. He even gestured as he spoke. It seemed that this was really the case. Okay, go on. The surrounding people only listened for a short while before they paid. They did not care whether Wang could really carry the swallow ring saber or not. In any case, they just wanted to praise her. Blind Huang did not expect that after just a few words, someone would pay him. Good. Talking about this was better than talking about other things. He was excited. He pulled down his collar and rolled up his sleeves. He did not look like a storyteller, but a butcher. After receiving the order, Cuckoo led people to Pengzhou Pass. At Pengzhou Pass, the west wind blew. Year after year, the wall was dyed with green blood. Cuckoo urged her horse to rush there. 7 days later, she stood facing the pass. At this time, a scout came to report. Guotu's army has been attacked and is trapped in the Great Jinchuan. It is extremely urgent. When Cuckoo heard this, her eyebrows raised. She held the swallow ring saber in front of her and shouted angrily, "Hey, Tubo bullied our Great Tang because we have no people. Men, gather the troops and follow this general to kill." That is truly the sound of iron hooves suppressing the border. If we don't kill Tubo, we swear we won't return. At this point, Blind Huang paused. No one cheered. They were all waiting for him to continue talking about how Cuckoo killed the enemy. Although the crowd had already heard many versions of the story, they still wanted to hear more. This was especially true for this storyteller. He seemed to be even better at telling the story. Blind Huang continued. That Guotu was originally a valiant general, but unfortunately, he encountered the famous Tubo general. Attack Guotu had been beaten until he was at his wit's end. He was about to lead the remaining soldiers to fight to the death with the Tubo army, staining the battlefield red with blood. Suddenly, a troop of elite cavalry appeared from the direction of the Great Tang. These elite cavalry trod on one side of the battlefield and looked in another direction. Their spears were like a forest. Their sabers were held horizontally in front of them. They advanced like the wind and struck like thunder. As the saying goes, the general is the soldier's courage. The soldier is the general's soul. How could good? Well said. It's the logistics camp in Ezhou. We don't need too many powerful soldiers to fight Tufan. The logistics camp is enough. Speak quick. The audience continued to shout, and the sound of money being thrown increased. It wasn't just the people around Blind Huang who were excited. Even the people who had just entered and heard the last few words were equally excited. Boss Chi, listen, there's another person talking about Cuckoo. This one seems to be better than the others. This time, Cuckoo has really done a great service to the country. Good job killing her. What does Boss Chi think? Among the people who had just entered, one of them asked the person who was standing in front of the crowd. The corner of Boss Chi's mouth twitched. Wei Wei nodded. Good. What a good demon is Cuckoo. What a good Ezhou logistics camp. Good job killing her. Chapter 635. Qi Dongjia and his group went straight to the third floor, chose a private room with a view of the river, and sat down. They casually ordered a few dishes, waited for them to be served, and waved the waiter away. Only then did Qi Dongjiao retract his gaze from the rolling water outside, and said to everyone, "Everyone, we have to hurry up with the harvest. Otherwise, when others find the opportunity, the money will—" Boss Qi didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. If they couldn't harvest enough, they wouldn't get enough money. Someone sitting next to Boss Qi asked worriedly, "Boss Qi, what if we can't sell the grain after we harvest it? The autumn harvest is in a few days. Usually, we should slow down the harvest. After the autumn harvest, we will continue to harvest. Are you afraid that I don't have enough money?" Boss Qi didn't have any room for negotiation. That's not it. The money that Boss Qi is putting out is enough to harvest the grain of several states this year. I'm just worried that it won't be easy to sell. The person who spoke just now kindly reminded him. Boss Qi put on a mysterious smile and said, "Of course it won't be easy to sell the grain, but I have a method to turn the grain into something else. When the time comes, I will have to rely on you." Well said, well said. Since Boss Qi has a plan, we will harvest enough grain. As for the higher-ups investigating, if someone investigates, I will do my best. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. After we harvest the grain, we will all be rich together. Come, drink. Boss Qi said confidently to everyone. He raised his cup and drank with everyone. Zhang Zhong was still fishing by the river. He didn't catch a single big fish, only a few small fish. He estimated that 4 people's fish would be enough to make fish soup for the little ones. If they wanted to eat braised fish, they would have to wait until they were big enough. Old Man Pai changed the bait once. With a shake of his wrist, he threw the hook into the river. He looked at the children bathing upstream and said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongcheng, since we're going to fish together, shouldn't we go upstream?" "Lord Bai, you must be joking. It's just a fish, so there's no need to go so far. The middle reaches will do. There should be some children in the middle reaches who can't resist the temptation and help the fish hide. They might even release the fish that is hooked. Lord Bai, you just need to control the children in the middle reaches. I'll do the work in the lower reaches." Zhang Zhong said to Old Man Bai as he retracted his pole and pinched the hook in his hand. The bait had been eaten and the fish had not been caught. Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Zhong in surprise. When did Zhang Zhong learn to speak like this? Moreover, from their words, it could be heard that the Zhang family didn't care at all this time. They seemed to be very confident. Could it be that the Tubo people were so easy to deal with? Or could it be that the ability of the master of the Zhang family had reached an unfathomable level? Zhang Zhong seemed to have seen through Old Man Pai's thoughts and said, "This time, Xiao Bao will be in charge. It's time for him to train. It's just that the Shuiyun is flying here and there. I'm afraid that it will delay the battle over there. When the other hunters come over, send a few more. Although they can't be compared to the Shuiyun, they can still help to check the enemy's situation." Xiao Bao, he's in charge? Could it be? Old Man Pai was shocked. He was worried that something had happened to the master of the Zhang family. Did he feel that he couldn't do it and wanted to test Cuckoo and Xiao Bao in advance? Once the 2 kids succeed, the expert can rest assured and leave. This wouldn't do. The master had done a lot for the Tang Empire. No matter what, he had to have a title and be conferred title. Moreover, he hadn't met the master yet. Even if he met him once, it would be fine. Zhang Zhong understood the meaning behind Old Man Pai's words and sighed his heart. How could there be a master? The masters of the Zhang family and Wang family had all gone to the front line. If there really was a master, why would Xiao Bao be in charge from so far away? He had to fight with Cuckoo and take care of this place at the same time. Only Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could do this. If it were someone else, even an adult wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone a child. Old Man Pai saw that Zhang Zhong didn't want to continue, so he had to change the topic. He asked, "Half of the Yongchang family's inner court has gone to Pengzhou. Do you still need more people?" "Yes, but the people in Lord Bai and Lord Yao's family are not enough. This time, we need to transfer people from Sanshui County. Mi Fan and Han Xianfeng are urgently transferred over. Together with Su Si, the 3 of them are enough to deal with the Tibetans." Zhang Zhong didn't expect that in his son's letter, he would ask for those 2 people to be transferred over. What was the use of those 2 people? Old Man Pai knew of Su Si. Back then, He was in charge of setting the price at the market beside the Wang family's river. In the past, the Gu family was a very ordinary farmer in Zhuangzi. He wasn't valued by the Gu family. However, when it came to the Zhang family, it was different. He never did anything that was assigned to him. The Zhang family's ability to judge people was also extraordinary. Today, the two people that were transferred over through the military station were perhaps the other trump cards of the Zhang family, just like Zhang Ying and Zhang Lang. Who would have thought that the two people sent by Song Jinggong would be so powerful? Not to mention searching for people, just the two of them, 2 dogs and 1 eagle were able to find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They actually killed 290 Tibetans and seized 285 horses. Looking at the situation, the other 2 people were also transferred over at the crucial time. Otherwise, why didn't they transfer Song Jinggong? Song Jinggong was in charge of a region, so there was no doubt about his ability. Who knew how many more people like him the Zhang family had that hadn't been revealed? They were really well hidden. Old man Yao listened at the side. What he was most concerned about was whether this mission was really controlled by Xiao Bao from a distance. If they really won, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo returned, would they continue to be idle like they had nothing to do, or would they be given actual positions? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were second-level nominal positions, one for civil affairs and one for military affairs. Zhang Zhong's position should also be raised. Otherwise, it wouldn't be right for an adult to have a lower position than his 9-year-old son. Old man Yao thought about it and really couldn't understand at the moment. He might as well let others worry about it. He asked Zhang Zhong, "Yongcheng, when will the real fishing begin? It's better to have a detailed plan. We'll start right away. I'll give you the plan later. Xiao Bao has already done it. Please help me take a look and see if there's anything missing." The child is still young, so he might not have thought it through. Zhang Zhong's goal was achieved, so he didn't want to fish anymore. He put away his pole and left. He even said a few words of modesty for his son. He didn't believe that the 3 old men would be able to see any problems with his son's plan. He had already looked at it, but he didn't understand it. He would have to wait for the next plan to come back. 2 pigeons spread their wings and flew towards the capital to get me Fan and Han Xianfeng. When they passed by the capital, they had to ask if anything had happened in the imperial court. There probably weren't any rewards, so those people were too stingy. The sky gradually darkened, and the wind grew stronger. Wang Wan went to observe the terrain last night. She didn't find any good ideas. The 2 tribes of Tubo actually kept a little distance from each other. They didn't even send out scouts. They just followed the traces left behind. If they wanted to attack, it was like facing a turtle. They couldn't find a place to attack. Wang Wan didn't want to use less than 10,000 people to charge head-on. Although she hoped that others would use normal methods to fight, she didn't like it. There were too many people who died in a head-on battle. Unless they were forced to the point of no return, they could only face the enemy head-on. Otherwise, she preferred to plan slowly. She would eat a little bit at a time. When she ate more than enough, it would be enough. She would use guerrilla warfare to fight. Of course, at this time, if there were dozens of large copper cannons on the naval gunboats, she would dare to attack the Tubo cavalry under the cover of the cannons. With the cannons moving forward and the cavalry's speed, it would be too easy for them to charge at the infantry. Now that the sky had darkened and the wind had gotten stronger, Wang Wan went to observe the terrain again. Opportunity. Any change in the weather was an opportunity for the troops in battle. It just depended on whether they could grasp it. According to their current speed, they would arrive at the desert in 4 days. Wang Wan stood on a very small hill and observed the terrain. Zhang Xiaobao squatted beside her and dug for wild vegetables. There weren't many wild vegetables in the autumn, but it couldn't be compared to the ones in the spring. Zhang Xiaobao said more than once that if it was spring, he could make a small root vegetable for Wang Wan. It would taste very fresh with cat's ear soup. Wang Wan looked for a while and was very disappointed. The hill was too short, and it was difficult to grasp the overall situation. She turned her head and shouted to Zhang Ying, who was at the foot of the hill, "Call Shui Yun over. Catch me and take me to the sky to have a look." Zhang Ying was a little worried, but he still made a net with a leather rope and sent it to Wang Wan. He He let Wang Wan put it on, tied a piece of wood to the leather rope, and called Shui Yun to catch her. Shui Yun was indeed obedient and did what it was told. It didn't know how it communicated with Zhang Ying, but it flew up and slowly swooped down to catch Wang Wan. Wang Wan held the binoculars in one hand and grabbed Shui Yun's foot with the other. She was afraid that Shui Yun would be happy and let go of its claws. One person and one eagle flew up and hovered high in the sky. Wang Wan's field of vision widened, and she looked left and right happily. After a while, she put away the binoculars, took out a piece of cloth from her body, and threw it out. Zhang Ying saw the cloth and whistled. Shui Yun slowly swooped down again. When Wang Wan's foot was about to touch the ground, it let go of its claws. Wang Wan rolled forward with the force, jumped up, and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It's flying." They're flying. How satisfying. If I were to raise 100 of these eagles, wouldn't I be able to form an aerial unit? I think that if we can find a way to find more than 100 Shui Yun, it's better to spend the energy on research. Maybe we can even build an airplane. Have you thought of how to scheme against people? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the Shui Yun that had landed on Zhang Ying's shoulder and was rubbing its head against his face. He dispelled Wang Wan's unrealistic fantasy. I thought of it. It's going to rain, and the traces on the ground will be obvious when it rains. We were prepared and knew in advance that we were going to the desert, so we brought a lot of supplies. There are 40,000 people in Tubo, and they didn't steal as many horses as we did. How much food can they bring with them? Didn't you want to use salt to pickle vegetables? Now we have it. Wang Wan patted the dust on her body and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Chapter 636. Kimu Kahu brought his men and followed the others. After a few days of traveling, he didn't notice anything. He didn't know why, but the calmer the Tang army was, the more worried he got. It was just like when the Tang army was hiding in the village. Once it was ready, when the time was right, the Tang army would give him a ruthless blow. He could be considered to have met that female general, Wan Wan. Perhaps the little girl had been able to fantasize about all of those strategies. Thinking back to it, it was like a dream. Now that there was no movement for a few days, it was probably going to be troublesome. And the sky was also dark. Could it be that they wanted to attack in the rain? No, he had to find someone to talk to in case he fell for it. After thinking about it, Kimu Kahu went to Lufu Tuda. Lufu Tuda was busy with the cavalry training. When he saw Kimu Kahu, he seemed a little embarrassed. He pulled Kimu Kahu into the tent. Lufu Tuda, don't tell me you want to follow what I said and send light cavalry to attack the Tang army? No, it's too late now. Definitely not. If you want to attack, you have to wait for the rain to stop. That little brat likes to use all kinds of terrain and weather to attack. She can find an opportunity when there's fog or when the weather is hot. Listen to me, don't think about attacking her now. Continue to shrink your troops and slow down your marching speed. Increase the distance between you and her. After the rain passes, we could talk about other tactics. Also, it's best to send someone to take care of the logistics. Kimu Kahun knew what the other party was thinking. He wanted to bring the cavalry out, but the other party didn't agree. Now he was actually doing it secretly. Sai, it's fine if you want to take credit, but not now. Lufu Tuda was pointed out by others and felt a little embarrassed. When he heard that Kimu Kahu stopped him, he thought that Kimu Kahu was afraid that he would succeed. In the end, he gave the idea for nothing. If he listened to him, he would be a fool. When he said it was fine, why couldn't he do it? I have my own plans for this matter. Are you used to living here? Why don't we get someone to carry you around? That will be more comfortable. Lufu Tuda looked around and said to Kimu Kahu. He seemed to be very friendly, but his attitude of keeping people at arm's length was obvious. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Lufu Tuda. Since that's the case, I'll head back first. Seeing that the other party didn't listen to him, Muka couldn't do anything. If it were him, he wouldn't listen to others either. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough people in his camp and couldn't do anything. Otherwise, he would think of something. After sending Kimyuk out of the tent and watching him leave, Lufatuda laughed coldly and said to the people beside him, Did you see that? This is a power struggle. He pretends to be kind, but in fact he is not. Pass down the order. Tonight, the cavalry will attack in the rain. The heavy rain made the originally dry ground muddy. It was just evening, and the sky was so dark that it was hard to see far away. Lufatuda's cavalry was ready. At this moment, the people in front of the team, who were carefully observing the tracks, suddenly ran over. The Tang army increased their speed. From the distance between the horses' footprints and the people's footprints, especially the people's footprints, the distance between every 2 steps was larger, indicating that they were running. Ran away? Chase after them. Order everyone to run and chase after them. The cavalry don't attack first. It will waste the horses in the rain. Hearing that the Tang army increased their speed, Lufatuda immediately ordered the troops to follow. When it was midnight, Lufatuda realized that the Tang army had not stopped. Lufatuda could not let the soldiers continue chasing. He did not want the Tang army to take advantage of the fact that they were exhausted to get down from their horses. Lufatuda's troops were already too far away from the other troops, and it would be easy for something to happen. Lufatuda's troops stopped, but the Tang army continued to rush forward. After running for another 2 hours, more than 2,000 people were left to rest. The cavalry and horses went elsewhere. The road was difficult, and the cavalry couldn't increase their speed. The horses were almost exhausted, but the troops continued to force their way forward. Luckily, they didn't need to carry many people, and most of them had already dismounted and left. When the Tibetan team continued to move forward at dawn, the logistics team that was not too far behind also arrived at the hill where Wang Wan stood yesterday. In the heavy rain, the people from the logistics team moved even slower, but they did not dare to waste time and could only force their way forward. Yesterday, they had to put up a cloth to block the rain for the rations and take care of the horses. All of them were exhausted. They only rested for 4 hours at night, and they had to hurry again at dawn. What if something happened in front of them, and they pushed the blame to the logistics troops? Sonny rode in the front and looked back at his troops. Many of the 2,000 men nodded after every step they took, as if they wanted to sleep. He looked at the ditches in front of him and the potholes in front of him. He did not know whether to curse the heavens or the troops in front of him for moving so fast. Sonny did not know whether to curse the heavens or the troops in front of him. Hurry up, it'll be fine when we catch up with the troops in front. What are we doing here? It's all potholes. Carry people, carry the carts over. Are we just waiting for the horses to pull the carts over? Sang Er shouted at his men when he saw the carts getting stuck in the potholes one after another. The 2,000 soldiers in charge of transporting the carts had to pull at the front and push at the back. They had to lift and carry the carts so that the troops could move forward slowly. It took them an hour to get past the hill. Just like that, the troops behind them and their carts got stuck in the potholes from time to time. After another 15 minutes, all the carts reached a relatively flat area. The 2,000 logistics troops were so tired that they couldn't stand properly. Sang Er had no choice but to order, rest for an hour. Damn the weather. Fix the broken carts quickly. Don't waste our time. Hearing his words, everyone relaxed at the same time. But at that moment, countless people rushed out from behind the hill they had just passed. Fire arrows rained down on the carts. When some of the carts were on fire, and some were smoking, the usual rain of arrows fell on the 2,000 logistics troops. The logisticians were stunned by the sudden attack, and Sonny Ring was the first to be shot dead. More than 10 arrows pierced into his body at almost the same time. After losing their commander and being ambushed, the logisticians started to fight on their own. Some of them crouched on the ground to avoid the rain of arrows. Some picked up their weapons and ran towards the direction where the arrows came from. Some ran in another direction, and some just stood there, waiting to be killed. Wang Wan personally commanded the troops to attack. There were more than 6,000 people here. They hid for a while before the rain started. The horses continued to run. In the rain, it was hard to see the depth of the horses' hooves. It was impossible to determine how many things were on the horses' hooves. With the rain washing away, the traces disappeared. She waited for the rain for this opportunity. As expected, the main force of the Tubo troops went to chase after their horses. The logistics troops had to stay behind. How much food was sent to 40,000 people at once? When Lufatuda was still looking for a chance to send his cavalry to attack, the sky behind them was covered in thick smoke. Even from so far away, they could clearly see the sky formed by the smoke. Another Tubo troop that was slightly slower was the first to notice the situation. The first thought that came to their mind was that the logistics troops were attacked by the enemy. They sent out 2,000 cavalrymen to check. In the end, the wind was blowing in their direction. The people who came over were all in tears from the smoke. Not only were the people uncomfortable, but the horses couldn't stand it either. However, they had to come. When they rushed over, they saw the burning carts and the corpses of their brothers. Some of the corpses were very far away. They ran for more than 2 miles, but they were still killed in the same place. Blood mixed with mud. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. They didn't see the enemy and didn't know where the enemy was. The leader of the cavalrymen shouted, "Put out the fire! Use the mud on the ground to cover the carts. Don't let all the food burn up." The 2,000 cavalrymen endured the pain in their eyes and dismounted from their horses. They used their hands to throw the mud mixed with blood onto the smoking carts. After throwing the mud for a while, Wang Wan led her men out from the back of the mountain. She also shot a rain of arrows to protect the new cavalrymen. The water cloud continued to hover in the sky, in charge of monitoring the movements of the other Tubo troops. This time, the cavalrymen weren't completely wiped out. More than 200 of them rode back and escaped. In the end, they encountered more than 600 people and 8,000 horses of the Tang army. The Tang army seemed to have been prepared. A large portion of the 200 people were killed, and the rest took a detour. The Tang army didn't chase after them. They rushed to Wang Wan's side and let Wang Wan lead the men to chase after the escaping cavalrymen. After chasing for a while, the water cloud fell. The troops changed their direction again and went through the empty space between the two Tubo troops. This made Wang Wan very surprised. She initially planned to take a detour and go around the two Tubo troops together. She didn't expect Lufatuda to forcefully move his troops and create some distance between them. This saved him a lot of time. Lufatuda looked at the thick smoke behind him and was dumbfounded. Not to mention the general. Even a normal soldier would understand what was going on. The army provisions were being attacked, and they had to scrimp and save for their meals. Camus also stood there and looked at the smoke in the sky. He didn't feel surprised at all. He muttered, "I was right? The demon fiend is the demon fiend. We can't give her any chance. She can make use of anything. The terrain, the weather, and the enemy's formation. When dealing with her, we can't think of how to defeat her. Instead, we have to think of how to defend ourselves. Even if our troops are 4 times stronger than her, we have to defend like an iron bucket. As long as we can force her away, we will win." On the other side, Mumu Kushu's men had already returned to the camp. He told them about the attack and the ambush on his side. Mumu Kushu immediately ordered his men to defend and gave up on extinguishing the fire. He was also afraid that once they split up, they would be tricked by that little girl. Lufatuda sent men back to take a look and didn't rush forward. He was prepared to wait for the other division to come and discuss what to do next. Now, they weren't forcing the Tang army to enter the desert. Instead, they were thinking of how to prevent the Tang army from killing them. Chapter 637. The world of mortals is bitter. Disputes never stop. Flowers bloom and wilt. Autumn comes and leaves fall cold and hot. If one does not admit defeat, how can there be evergreen trees, dancing in the clouds, looking back on the past to remember? Kill. The moment the order was given, countless arrows flew towards the Tubo Lufatuda's tribe. The Tubo people immediately raised their shields and hid behind, hoping that they were not the unlucky ones. Ever since Lufatuda's army was ambushed yesterday, he had already dispelled the idea of sending cavalry to the front to attack the Tang army. Their morale was gone, and no matter how they thought about it, they could not win against the Tang army. The fire and passion in the soldiers had also been extinguished. They clearly knew that there was a lass in the Tang army that humiliated the entire country. But so what? There was nothing they could do. They could not chase after her. They could not hit her. As long as they tried to trick her, there would be a loophole in their side. The lass would not let go of any opportunity. They could still hold on if they hid, but once the battle formation changed, they would definitely be used. At most, the troops would advance a little faster, and in the end, the logistics would be ambushed. The Tubo soldiers felt very sad. It was not that they were afraid of death and did not charge, but as a general, you should at least give them a chance to charge. It felt like they had met a strong opponent when playing polo. The opponent was clearly one man and one horse breaking through, but they could only retreat step by step. Even if the ball was right in front of them, they did not dare to use their poles. If they used their poles, they would be overtaken. Lufjuda saw that the opponent would take away hundreds of people every time they attacked, and he felt more and more frustrated. He could not think of a solution, so he could only look for Kamu Kuhu, who was more accurate with his words. Kamu Kuhu's heart had long been numb. He watched the Tang army come and go like the wind. Every time the enemy attacked, they would attack from the direction of the wind. Whenever they were happy, they would come back and shoot another round. If there was a weakness before yesterday, it was that the Tang army did not have enough horses. There had to be someone running below. After Mumu Hushu's cavalry was dealt with yesterday, the Tang army still had some men and horses left. The supplies that they sent over were all taken away by the Tang army. The bows that the Tang army used were from Tubo, the arrows that they used were from Tubo, the rice that they ate was from Tubo, and the horses that they rode were from Tubo. There was no need to continue this war. In the future, as long as the Tang Empire had Kuku, Tubo would not dare to invade their borders. Just as Kamu and Ku, who were sighing in their hearts that they were the ones who made Wang Wan famous, Lufatuda came looking for them. Kamu Kuhu, I regret not listening to you. The Tang army is indeed good at sneak attacks. If we were to face them head-on, I am confident that I could defeat them. Quick, give me an idea. Lufatuda was still unwilling to admit that he could not win against the enemy's general. He attributed the victory to the enemy's sneak attack tactics and hoped that Kamuku, who could give him a good idea. Let's retreat and let the stronger people come over. Or we can withdraw our troops and enter the city to defend. Our 40,000 men are not a match for her. If she really leads the Tang army to face us head-on, we won't be able to return even if we want to. According to the new information, Pengzhou is preparing to leave the pass at any time. There won't be any reinforcements from other places. There won't be many people escorting the provisions. If they can sneak attack once, they can do it again. Unless one group follows behind and the other group supports the supply team. Let's retreat. Both groups retreat at the same time. Don't give her a chance. Kamu Kuhu analyzed the situation in front of them and gave such an idea. Of course, Lufatuda was unwilling to listen. We are being attacked by less than 10,000 Tang soldiers, and we have to abandon our defenses? If the Tang army sends out 100,000 soldiers, won't our Tubo be destroyed? No, definitely not. Wouldn't that be admitting to a little girl that we, Tubo, won't dare to do it again? Kamu Kuhu, are you scared after being beaten? Yes, I'm afraid. I really don't dare to fight against them unless I have a more elite team and use soldiers to make up for the lack of generals. If you still want to fight against them, then stop and wait for the logistics. Let them shoot. When they run out of arrows, then slowly follow behind them. The two units must not be separated. Kamu Kuhu nodded in agreement. He was very clear that he could not compare to the little girl in terms of scheming. To deal with such an opponent, they could only rely on numbers and steadily advance. They must not have any devious thoughts. The Tubo people were hesitating. Wang Wan was much more relaxed. Everyone had a horse, and they could fight and run as they wished. Although the enemy scolded them and said that they did not have the guts, so what? She was still a child. Adults should not lower themselves to the same level as a child and should protect her. Zhang Xiaobao was still in charge of cooking. He caught a few wild boars and let him use the salt he stole to marinate them. He was going to make ham and bring it back for his family to try. He wanted to see if the taste of the Tubo wild boar's ham was different. After seeing Wang Wan happily studying the map, he kept it and said to Wang Wan, "I'm going to write a letter back and ask the imperial court to help spread the news that the one commanding the front lines is not the 9-year-old Wang Wan, but someone else." Wang Wan is just trying to anger the Tubo army. What do you think? Sure, I know. You don't want to push me up now. If that happens, our peaceful life will be gone. At the very least, we can't let the people talk about us all the time. Don't worry, I don't want to be Wu Zetian or Empress Dowager Xiao. My goal is not to be like them, dancing on the tip of the blade and contending with the various powers. I want to hide behind and make Tang Empire stronger and stronger together with you. Some people like to be heroes, and some people are willing to create heroes. I belong to the latter. What about you? When we go back, what do you want to do? Wang Wan understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words, and she agreed. If one pushed one's position too high, one would sometimes lose sight of one's original ideals. In order to maintain one's position, one would have to pay too great a price. At that time, although many people still knew of one's abilities, the people of the Great Tang would gradually forget about it, and one would be able to return to their original lives. Me? I haven't thought about it yet. I want to make a county with you. I will be the county magistrate, and you will be the chief registrar. Let's wait for a few years. When Tang Empire's economy is prosperous, we will find a new way. Wars with foreign countries are inevitable. Otherwise, when the material life is good, people's pursuit will increase, and the internal pressure will be too great. Zhang Xiaobao did not have a definite plan. He needed to wait for the imperial court's attitude to make a decision. Wang Wan nodded. Then when the time comes, we will find a poor county and slowly govern it. I don't think it will work. Let's talk about the future later. First, help me analyze the current situation. They're like turtles. They're too annoying. The weather gradually turned cold. The people who worked in the fields began to prepare their tools, waiting for the autumn harvest. The commoners in Izhou's stronghold were much more relaxed than the commoners outside. There was only so much land that could be used for farming. They would be content if they collected enough to eat for a year. There was no shortage of salt at home, and there was enough cloth to make clothes. The children had more candy in their hands, and the women had more jewelry. The men organized to go to the snow mountain with Governor Zhang to build a ski resort. The businessmen who came to participate in the investment also sent money to Izhou. Each of them was given a membership card. With this card, they could enjoy a 50% discount. Spending was spending, profit was profit. They could not enjoy it for free just because they had invested money. Originally, not many people really wanted to come to this place for recreation. The sport of skiing had not yet become popular. Who would be willing to come to the mountain to suffer from the cold? They could not stand the reputation of Baigo and Yao Chong. They also wanted to make friends with Zhang Zhong. However, when they saw people demonstrating skis and sledges on the mountain and the laughter of adults and children, they felt that this place was not bad. Especially when they were tired, they could take a hot bath and have someone massage them. Their whole body would feel comfortable from inside out. At the same time, there was a place for hunting in the ski resort. There were many kinds of wild animals on the mountain. With the local people protecting them, there was no need to worry about accidentally dying. Zhang Zhong organized people to build a restaurant at the top of the mountain and at the bottom of the mountain. It was in the form of a self-service restaurant. There were corresponding well-enclosed suites for people to discuss secret matters. He did not even refuse the people from the brothel when they came to cooperate. The ski resort also adopted a membership system. It seemed that people who came to the resort would not just pay the fee to play. They had to be members first. After paying the annual fee, part of it would be used to manage the resort, and part of it would be deducted when they played. The membership card was also different from other places. It was made of tortoise shell, and it showed one's identity when one held it in one's hand. Zhang Zhong also asked people to secretly advertise that the really rich and the really rich people would not like to look for lively places to eat, drink, and play like bumpkins. Zhang Zhong himself liked to go to lively places very much. He did not want the so-called identity that was flattered. He was independent of the circle that others had set for him, and he was aloof. Then Zhang Zhong started to build a winery. It was a very big winery. Before the wine was brewed, the reputation would be built first. A lot of money was spent. He did not need to recruit people who had experience in brewing wine. He first trained them, and during the training process, he would also get a salary. Naturally, the winery needed to have things to brew wine. Zhang Zhong and Wang raised a lot of money and prepared to buy food. After the autumn harvest, they first talked to the people and ordered the food. The price was much higher than the current price. A bushel of wheat was 30 copper coins, and a bushel of rice was 45 copper coins. The price of other things was also increased. But at this time, the imperial court suddenly issued an imperial edict ordering Zhang Zhong to prepare money, to build roads from Izhou to Izhou, and to strengthen and widen the roads connecting to Izhou. It was not known who leaked this imperial edict, but many people knew about it. Zhang Zhong was dumbfounded. He immediately stopped the winery and began to transfer money from other places to Izhou. It was estimated that it would take at least 4 months to escort the grain from the capital to Izhou. Zhang Zhong was helpless. He borrowed money from merchants and used his family's assets as collateral. At the same time, he wanted to talk to the people who had agreed to harvest the autumn harvest. He delayed it until 1 month after the autumn harvest. He bought the grain at the price of 35 copper coins per bushel of wheat and 50 copper coins per bushel of rice. He also wrote a written agreement. If the people did not accept the grain at that time, he would compensate the people half of the money and use the ski resort shares as collateral. Chapter 638. On the road from the capital to Jiannanlai, 3 riders were riding through the dust. One of them looked much weaker. He was leaning on the horse, and his face was pale. The other 2 were a man and a woman. They looked much better than this person. They didn't look tired, and their bodies followed the rhythm of the horse, making it easier for the horse to run. However, the 3 of them didn't speak. They urged their horses forward. After an hour, they came to a stop and changed horses. The one with the weaker physique sat down on the ground. He tried to struggle to stand up, but to no avail. He said to the other 2, "You guys go first. I can't take it anymore. I need to take a break. You guys can make arrangements when you arrive. You're a man, but you're not as good as a woman. You're holding us up," the woman said to the man sitting on the ground. "Look at you. How are you a woman? When you do things, you're a tomboy. I told you not to come, but you insisted. It's useless." The man was not happy. "Han Xianfeng, is this how you treat someone who saved your life? If I didn't use acupuncture and medicine to save you, you'd be dead. You need to know how to repay kindness." The woman turned her head and said to Han Xianfeng. Han Xianfeng let out a long sigh. There was nothing he could do, so he didn't hurry. He sat down next to that person and said, "Mi Fan, I'll remember this. If there's a chance in the future, I'll force you to train. Tell me, how many things have you delayed? I don't know why the young master called you here. Am I good? Yesterday, when we were on the road, I reminded you first. That's why you didn't fall into the ditch. You're ungrateful." Mi Fan panted heavily for a while. She rubbed her hand gently on her leg and grimaced in pain as she drank some water. "Yes, ungrateful. Han Xianfeng, we're talking about you. You don't even care about saving your life. Are you still a man?" The woman next to him found an opportunity to scold Han Xianfeng. Han Xianfeng looked up at the sky and said helplessly, "Jiu Mei Lung, I beg you, don't keep talking about saving my life. I was just tired from the boat race." That was Sanshui County's Xiao Luo Shui. How could I die? Not to mention exhaustion. Even if he was really injured, would there not be a good doctor? I managed to dock the boat with great difficulty and wanted to find a car to take me to get a massage, but you jumped out from the side. Without saying anything, you pushed me to the ground and stabbed me with several needles. I don't even know where you got the medicine and forced it down my mouth. Nonsense. I'm a famous doctor who is proficient in both the pen and the sword. I picked the medicine myself, and specially used it to treat fainting spells. My medical skills are definitely high. Otherwise, how could you be awake when I was performing acupuncture on you? Jiomei's cold face reddened slightly, but she continued to argue. I want to close my eyes and rest for a while. You're pricking me so much that my whole body hurts. How can I not wake up? And that medicine, why would it treat fainting? It's more like it's for intestinal blockage. The strength that I saved up after resting with great difficulty was all thrown to the toilet. If your medical skills are high, why don't you go to Huayuan County's hospital to find a job? Why do you insist on following me? When Han Xianfeng thought about what happened that day, his face turned as pale as Mi Fan's, and his body trembled. It must have left a deep impression on him. Jiomei touched the bag on her back, which contained her needles and herbs. She said embarrassedly, "Who said that I didn't go to the hospital? But they said that I still needed to practice. They asked me to go to Yawang Mountain to massage others and identify the acupuncture points. I'm a woman, so how can I go there? I wanted to practice slowly. I walked all the way, looking for patients, and then I met you. I saved you out of kindness, and I heard that you were close to the Zhang family. I was hoping that you would arrange for me to go to Huayuan Hospital when you repay my kindness. Who would have thought that you're such an ungrateful person? Fine, I'm scared of you. Don't mention saving lives. I don't have the ability to arrange for you to go to the hospital. They don't hire people based on personal relationships. With your medical skills, even if you sneak in, how many patients will you kill, let alone take a normal exam? Han Xianfeng was tortured to death. If Jiomei Lung wasn't alone and didn't have a family, and if she hadn't been observed by the Zhang family spies, and if they hadn't found out that she had other skills, they would never have allowed her to follow them. This woman was indeed good-looking, especially her figure. If she didn't always wear a dirt gray robe and change into other colors, many men would definitely yearn for her. But this woman was always muddle-headed. Her so-called medical skills could have become a nickname in some county in the past, but she insisted on going to Huayuan County and Sanshui County to treat patients. What were those two places for? Sanshui County was the foundation of the Zhang family and Wang family. Han Xianfeng only joined the first family in Linshui County after passing the test. He was the son of an official and didn't give any face during the test. How could the medical standards there be bad? As for Huayuan County's Day Hospital, it was the pinnacle of the Tang Dynasty's medical science. Even the imperial doctors in the palace had to go there frequently to communicate. Every year, they would be tested to decide whether to stay in the palace or not. What could a half-baked doctor like you do in such a place? At this time, Mi Fan said something fair. Mrs. Gio, actually there's nothing wrong with massaging. Doctors shouldn't discriminate between men and women. In the eyes of doctors, there are only healthy people and patients. Day Hospital wants to give all ordinary doctors a chance. Going there to give massages requires skill. After you go there, remember the acupuncture points clearly. After passing the test, you might have a chance to enter the medical school to study. The research there is unparalleled in the world. This time, I didn't want you to come, but when I saw you, I suddenly felt that you might have other benefits. So, Xianfeng, look at him. He's flirting with me. Listen to him. He wants to get benefits from me. I'm a woman. What benefits do I have? Won't you help me? Then you're ungrateful. Mi Fan, how could you flirt with Jiomei? Come. Let's get on the horses and have 100 rounds. Han Xianfeng was scared. Before Jiomei could finish, he helped Mi Fan, who had rested for a while, onto a horse. The two rode off first. Jiomei stood where she was, tilting her head and thinking. She also pulled over a horse and mounted it. She was much faster than Han Xianfeng and Mi Fan. After 100 feet, she reacted and shouted, Han Xianfeng, stop right there. How dare you lie to me? What skills do I have to be chosen by Mi Fan? Medical skills? Humph, you want to get rid of me? In your dreams. My horse can only run 6 steps in one breath. The one you control can only run 5.5 steps. The distance is about 120 feet. This military horse can run 6 feet per step. In 400 breaths, I'll catch up to you. Maozhou, Tunghua County was a small county. There were not many people coming and going. The local people also lived their own lives. Everyone spent time traveling to the county every day. However, such a small county was always bustling at the middle and beginning of each month. People who came from neighboring counties and from further places all came early because there were a few horse companies here that specialized in buying and selling horses. Whether it was buying or selling horses, if one's eyes were sharp enough and his mouth was sharp enough, he could achieve his goal. There were so many horse companies here. Some were bought from other counties, and some seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. No one knew whether it was because no one was willing to investigate or because they didn't want to. That was how the horse companies in Tunghua County survived. There were dozens of small horse companies, but not 100. Many horse companies didn't have fixed positions. As long as you brought in a dozen horses at one time, others would admit that you were a horse company. There were 4 largest horse companies here. They were named East, West, North, and South. The one named East was called Donghua Horse Company, and so were the others. The 4 horse companies competed with each other, but at the same time, they worked together. Among them, Donghua Horse Company seemed to be the leader. The owner of Donghua Horse Company was surnamed Yen. It was said that he had fled here 30 years ago. At that time, he was alone with a 6-year-old son. He had the ability to identify horses. At first, he looked after the livestock for the local people. Later, he found horses from other places and sold them here. Little by little, his family business was established. 15 years ago, his son married the daughter of a local rich family, and Donghua Horse Company was established. Over the past 15 years, the Ma Trading Company had grown bigger and bigger. Not only did Master Yin own the business, but he had also taught 3 of his disciples. They had all established their own businesses and were the owners of the other 3 Ma Trading Companies. Most outsiders would not know what was going on inside. Identifying a horse was a skill. If you didn't know how to identify a horse, it was obviously a bad one. Even if you spent the money on a good one, no one would refund you. As time passed, more and more people could tell whether a horse was good or bad. Tonghua's 4-family horse company came up with a new strategy. Horse gambling was only open for about 2 hours. In the morning, before the sun rose, someone would prepare many horses in the shed. If they liked one, they would pay and take it away. Every horse was the same price, priced at 20 strings of coins. Some people had good eyesight or good luck. They bought a fine horse and became rich overnight. More people bought an ordinary horse or even a sick horse. Ordinary horses had 10 strings of coins, and some had a few strings of coins. They could only pull carriages. As for a sick horse, if it was cured, it could be sold for a little money. If it could not be cured, it was not worth a single cent. Today was the first day of the new moon. Those who came last night, or even earlier, waited outside the stable before dawn, hoping that they would be lucky enough to get a good horse. The people of the horse company were also prepared. They looked at the sky and gave orders. The road to the stable was opened, and everyone rushed in like a tide. Chapter 639. As soon as this voice was heard, the people picking the horses inside became anxious. They were afraid that the good horses they had their eyes on would be snatched away. Those who did not have the financial resources and courage to participate in the horse gambling curiously sized up the person, wanting to see who had the financial resources to buy all the horses. Horse gambling was not just a few dozen horses for people to choose from. Every time there were 1,000 horses, no more and no less. If one wanted to buy all of them, they would have to take out 20,000 strings of coins. 2 years ago, someone did this once. He thought that he could get a few fine horses, but in the end, he spent 20,000 strings of coins. There was not a single fine horse among the 1,000 horses. In the end, he sold the 1,000 horses and only got back 5,000 strings of coins. He could not afford to lose more than that. At that time, this person came to ask why there were no fine horses. The people of the horse trading company were not afraid of trouble. No one said that there must be a fine horse among the horses. No one forced anyone to buy a horse. If there was no fine horse, there would be no fine horse. However, there were always horses with a value of more than 50 strings of coins. There were also horses with a value of more than 100 strings of coins. Using 20 strings of coins to buy a horse with a value of 100 strings of coins, was it not enough to earn 10 strings of coins? Perhaps there would be a chance for a military horse to appear. It was not bad to give it away. In the end, no one knew what kind of method each person used. The people who bought the horses left dejectedly. The 4 horse trading companies were still standing tall. Some people said that the owner of the horse trading company gave a fine horse to the local officials. Some people said that the owner of the horse trading company had a big backer. There was no conclusion for a while. They did not expect that there would be another person who wanted to buy all the horses today. Everyone had the intention to watch the show. They wanted to see what the final result would be. Usually, the people who bought the horses would immediately watch here to find a good horse trainer. Today, the 2 people on the horses did not know which one was the horse trainer. If the person behind was the owner, then the person in front was naturally the horse trainer. However, the person in front was too young. No one believed that he could judge the horses. Could it be that the owner personally judged the horses? The people who had entered the stable hadn't paid yet, so they naturally couldn't bet on horses anymore. One by one, they walked out angrily, their eyes looking at the 2 newcomers. It could be said that they were brimming with killing intent. The big deal was here, and the people of the horse company invited the owner out. There were 4 horse companies and 4 owners. The owner of the East Hua Horse Company looked to be less than 40 years old, while the owners of the other 3 horse companies were slightly older. As for the old owner of the East Hua Horse Company that everyone was looking forward to seeing, he did not appear. Greetings to the 2 of you. Were the 2 of you the ones who wanted to buy all of the horses? Dong Hua Horse Company's boss, Yin, cupped his fists and asked. That's right. The person on the front dismounted and turned back to help the person on the back as he answered casually. Everyone looked at the 2 people under the light of the lanterns and found that the 2 people were indeed wearing good clothes. They were wearing Sichuan brocade robes. The person with the identity of the master had a round jade pendant the size of a copper coin on his waist. When the light flashed, it was blood red. If it was not dyed, it would be worth a lot of money. Boss Yin glanced at the 2 people and said, according to the rules, once sold, there is no refund. Have the 2 of you thought about it? I know. Pay up. The owner ordered, and the person next to him took out a luo of flying money from the money bag on his shoulder. There were a total of 20 pieces, and each piece was worth 1,000 strings of coins. After someone checked the flying money and confirmed that there was no mistake, the 4 owners had a trace of a smile on their faces. While writing the receipt, they asked someone to call for the horse driver. It seemed that the 2 people could not drive the horses back themselves, so they could only pay someone to drive them. If it was not too far away, the horse company would arrange for someone to drive the horses. They would not take the money to drive the horses. After all, they were big customers. After ordering someone to bring tea to the best shelter for resting, Boss Yin said to the other party's master, how should I address this honored guest? Do you want to look at the horses first? No need to look at the horses. When the other horse markets open, we will buy enough and take them back together. The owner brushed his robes and placed the jade pendant on his leg. His thumb and index finger naturally touched it, appearing a bit arrogant. Then where does Bastian want to go? If it is not too far away, we will immediately arrange for someone to help you. Does Bastian want to buy a few horses that are pleasing to your eyes? Yin Dongjia carefully sized up this old Master Chun and asked with a smile. Buy. In a while, as long as the price is right by all of them. I am preparing to build a horse farm in Luoyin province. If it is not too troublesome, send them there. Oh, it seems that your horse company is not bad. You can help me find other horses that are 30% more expensive than the market price. Buy as many as you have. If there are mules, oxen, donkeys, and other livestock, that is fine too. Old Master Chun continued. When the people beside him heard that it was Luoyin province, they realized that it was not too far away. If they slowly drove the horses, they would arrive in half a month. However, They did not understand why this person wanted to buy other livestock. Everyone thought so. Boss Yin also asked, what is the use of the oxen and mule that Boss Chen wants? Oxen are to be killed, used to plow the land. Donkeys and mules are naturally used to transport beans. Horses cannot only eat grass. Is there a problem? Boss Chen picked up the teacup and started to drink tea. He began to wait for the other party's reply. Without waiting for Yin Dongjia to speak, one of the people nearby couldn't help but ask, this old master Chun, if I have the livestock you want, would I also buy it at 30% more than the market price? You? Haha, how many do you have? You can't expect me to follow you everywhere. I don't have much time. Boss Yin, please excuse me. Boss Chun, don't think that I didn't find many, but there are many people here. If each person found 10, there would be a few thousand of them. Furthermore, how can 10 of them be taken out? However, let me say this first. Now that the price of grain has increased, and the Zhang family in Yi province has taken away a lot of mules, the market price will be expensive. Moreover, it seems that there are people selling them recently. If the time comes, if it is expensive, you can also buy it at 30% more than the market price. You can first write a letter and leave it with the broker as a mortgage. If he doesn't accept it, then you won't have to pay for it. Is that okay? Boss Chen did not wait for this person to finish his sentence and very magnanimously decided. After he said this, the people around stopped buying horses. Those who sold horses also stopped selling. Since they were going to buy the horses for Boss Chen, it was more important to quickly find other livestock to earn money. Boss Chen seemed to be very happy. He drank a cup of tea and did not mind the unpleasant smell here. He brought his subordinates and walked around. Go and tell my father that we have a rich family. I am not afraid that he won't be able to afford the blood jade pendant carved with a qilin. Yin Dongjia instructed the person next to him as he followed behind them. When it was noon, Boss Chen bought all the horses for sale here and told them that he would come back to buy them in 2 days. After he left with his subordinates and the people sent by the horse trading company to drive the horses, the head of the 4 biggest horse trading companies in Tunghua County gathered all the managers of the other horse trading companies. When the other horse trading companies arrived at the agreed place, they suddenly found that the boss of the East Horse Trading Company was also there. They all went up to greet him. It was not easy to see this old man. Boss Yin, who rarely showed his face in public, smiled and agreed with everyone. When everyone had arrived, he coughed and was about to speak. The others consciously stopped talking with others and looked at Boss Yin, waiting for him to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, this old man has gathered all of you here today because of what Boss Chen said. Some of you may know where my horse came from, while some of you may not. But regardless of whether you know or not, I have to say it. This is an opportunity. Even if that Boss Chen doesn't want it in the end, the things he left behind as collateral will be enough for us to make a fortune. The horses of the East Horse Trading Company were indeed secretly transported from elsewhere. Not only the East Horse Trading Company, but the horses of the other 3 major horse trading companies were all like this. It was not easy for the horses to come over, but they came over. However, there's a rule there, which is to first send the money over and then look at the horses. As the saying goes, if there is money, everyone gets it. If such a big business is monopolized by the 4 horse trading companies, I think everyone will feel bad. The 4 horse trading companies will probably be finished. I will stop here. If anyone is willing to use money to buy horses from elsewhere and then sell them, hand over the money first. What kind of horse do you want to buy and how much? You can ask my son. When I am old, my body will not be able to take a few words. Everyone, please eat first. This old man will take his leave. After Boss Yin finished speaking, it was as if his body really could not take it anymore. He was supported and left. Everyone did not care if he was really like that. After all, the path was pointed out. As for whether they left or not, it was not up to them to care. Some people immediately wanted to go home to get the money. Some people were afraid that Boss Chen was a swindler. What if he did not pawn enough to buy too many horses? What should they do then? Some people felt that they should borrow some money. The 4 major horse trading companies were very rich. If they did not have enough money, they would not be able to earn much. Who knew when such an opportunity would appear again? Each of them had different thoughts, so they drank absent-mindedly. After a quick meal, they dispersed. The owners of the other 3 horse shops stayed behind to discuss with their masters how many horses they wanted to buy this time. While the Tang people were worried about the horses, the Tubo people were also worried about the horses. In the end, Lufutuda didn't want to retreat. After thinking hard for a day, he came up with a good idea. That was to let the Tang army eat up a logistics team. This team wasn't from the main force anyway, so it didn't matter if they died a little. He wanted to form a cavalry team with at least 10,000 horses. He estimated that he would pull away from Mumu Kushu and wait for the logistics team to be eaten up. Then, these 10,000 horses would be able to move out. The nearest wind was always from the north. He was also going north. At that time, the cavalry would have the advantage of the wind direction. He did not believe that the little girl would be able to guess his plan. However, he did not have horses. He went to Mumu Kushu and asked. They could only send out 2,000 horses. Originally, they had 5,000. They needed to leave 1,000 to guard the camp. The other 2,000, needless to say, were all under the Tang army. If he did not protect the camp, he could still gather 5,000. If he had 8,000 against 9,000, it would not be reliable. Mumu Kushu was still thinking about how to gather the cavalry when Wang Wan led the 9,000 light cavalry to the back of the 2 tribes. However, they did not attack the Tubo logistics team. Instead, they went straight south and cut down trees to pave a road by the Roshui River. The cavalry and the logistics team panicked and immediately returned to report this news to the Tubo headquarters. At this time, the Tubo people realized that Cuckoo, this 9-year-old girl, was very difficult to deal with. They had no choice but to organize people to stop them. This was to prevent them from crossing the mountains and entering the Tubo territory. 3 days later, the official army of Pengzhou was also mobilized. When the 2,000-strong Mo Dao unit appeared, the Tubo people became nervous. The cavalry did not dare to charge recklessly. The scouts ran around. Then, the Pengzhou cavalry appeared. The 20,000 cavalry roared and headed straight for the Ruoshui River. The Tubo army had already set up their formation on the other side of the Ruoshui River. They wanted to stop the Tang army at the Ruoshui River. If the 3 tribes were still there and were not lured away, the Tubo people would not be so anxious. After setting up the formation, Zhang Zhong let Li Sun, Old Man Pai, and Old Man Yao lead the troops. Together with the people gathered from the local area, they arrived at Pengzhou together. In Pengzhou, they used the imperial edict to get the military rights of the newly recruited soldiers. A total of 40,000 people were mobilized. They carried their weapons and rushed out of Kagwan. Another 10,000 people secretly left behind. They took a detour and headed towards the villages with underground tunnels. At this time, there were countless eagles flying in the sky. The eagle trainers who had just arrived at Sanshui County did not even rest before joining the troops. When Zhang Zhong led the people out, they immediately spread out and started to harvest the Tubo autumn grain. When Wang Wan led the troops to harass the Tubo army and slowly arrived at the desert, Zhang Zhong had already harvested all the grain and retreated back to Pengzhou. When the people of Pengzhou saw the carriages of grain being transported back, they opened their eyes wide and were speechless. Although it was still a little bit away from the best time to ripen, it was already not bad. They all thought that since the Zhang family's child was very daring, Zhang Zhong, the provincial governor, was also not small. He actually went to harvest the grain under the enemy's nose. Very impressive. Old Man Pai and the other 2 were also very surprised. When Zhang Zhong wanted to borrow the troops, they thought that Zhang Zhong was worried about the child at home and wanted to go and help. They even tried to persuade him. In the end, they did not manage to persuade him. Li Sun acted as if he wanted to see the world burn and followed him to harvest the grain. Not to mention that they did not expect this at the beginning. Even Zhang Zhong was the same. He rode on his horse for 2 days before he stopped wasting time. It was mainly because of the opportunity created by his son and daughter-in-law. He did not know how the 2 children were able to calculate this when they were being chased over there. They actually led the cavalry in a large circle and acted as if they were going to turn around and shake off the 2 Tubo troops. It gave people the feeling that they were going to cooperate with the Tang army to attack the Tubo cavalry. It meant that they were going to forcefully cross the mountain, and the Tubo army could only send troops over. Wang Wan used her mobility to turn around and then went back to restrain the other two troops. As for the Tubo army, they had already harvested all the grain. The MO, soldiers, and cavalry all went back and waited there. It was unknown if they were looking for another opportunity to attack. How are they still children? They are clearly famous generals. Their deployment of troops is superb. If I had known, I would have followed them to take a look. Old Man Chang rubbed his hands excitedly and said to Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. Old Man Pai was also in a daze. He, who had seen all kinds of storms in his life, had to admit that Wang Wan had shocked him too much. It seemed that there were not many people in the world who could use tactics to such an extent. Not to mention tactics, she could even cooperate with Peng Zhou to achieve strategic results. Old Man Yao blinked twice and said, "What did the Emperor say in the message?" He said that he wanted to see Cuckoo's ability and whether or not she could adjust her tactics at any time after making a move here. He said that the situation is not constant and that a famous general must have this kind of ability. It seems that the Emperor doesn't need to worry. Cuckoo is not an ordinary famous general. Any general who can cooperate with her will feel very comfortable. They will act according to the situation without the slightest intention of being forced. Furthermore, they made an additional arrangement and harvested the grain at the Roshui River in Tubo. That's right. It seems that we have to follow the Zhang family's wishes and hide Cuckoo among the ordinary people. Such a general will not be casually deployed in the future. When there is no general available, when will we send Cuckoo out and decide the situation with one battle? This sword is really too sharp, so people are reluctant to use it. Old Man Pai looked to the west and said, "The people in charge of the joint harvest in Ezhou also returned to the stronghold excitedly and talked about what happened there. Because of the existence of Zhang Zhong, they knew more than ordinary people. They told the story of the provincial governor's daughter-in-law with exaggerated details. The chiefs of each stronghold breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered people to send the good things in the stronghold to Zhang Zhong's brother. At this time, they really regarded Zhang Zhong as a brother. Not only did Zhang Zhong call them brothers, but also Zhang Zhong's peaceful attitude towards them. In the past, they thought that Zhang Zhong was afraid that they would be difficult to manage, so he did this. Now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Zhang Zhong's daughter-in-law could lead the Tang army to victory. Would she be afraid of the 4,000 people like the other officials who came here before? According to the people who understood military affairs, a person who could use the army like this was definitely in existence like the god of war. In other words, if Zhang Zhong wanted to, he could turn his face and all the strongholds in Ezhou would be finished. A good person, a good brother, a good official. The people in the strongholds finally acknowledged Zhang Zhong's identity as an official and acknowledged the Tang Empire's absolute rule. The Tubo people also knew about the situation, but they could not think of a good solution. What they regretted the most was that they arranged for the spies to destroy the embankment at Wangjiang. If not, Cuckoo and her family were still in Shuzhou. How could Li Longji send them to manage the logistics? If they did not manage the logistics, Cuckoo would not have come out of seclusion to take over when Guitu was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. If she did not take over, how could they lose so many soldiers? How could they be like now, being led around by others? A famous general of a generation might be silent forever and not be discovered. They would not have to be so embarrassed to be pointed at by others and asked if they still dare to do so. Lufatuda and Mumu Hushu were also questioned. They were asked how they let the Tang army escape. Lufatuda couldn't say anything when he was being questioned. He had only eaten one meal today and was still hungry. When Wang Wan's troops returned, they didn't forget to attack another group of troops that were transporting the provisions. How is this still Tubo territory? This is her backyard. If she wants to fight, she can play, and if she wants to leave, she can come and go like the wind. I finally fucking understand what the great Tang's art of war is about. Wind, forest, fire, and mountain. What a good wind, forest, fire, and mountain. She's used it so mysteriously. Lufatuda slapped his thigh and said with a face full of grief and anger. The messenger beside him carefully controlled his breathing so that the general wouldn't vent his anger on him. The messenger didn't say anything, but Lufatuda still wanted to find him and asked, "Tell me, am I useless? Didn't they also get their grain taken away? Weren't they also hiding at the Ruo, Shui River and defending? They were afraid that the Tang army's Mo saber would not allow them to mobilize their troops. Am I not afraid of the light cavalry of the Tang army? Am I able to command the troops like my own arms? If they weren't worried about the demon fiend, why would they send troops to defend? If they weren't on guard, why wouldn't they send troops to attack the harvesting troops led by Zhang Zhong in Yizhou? Tell me, do you blame me? Say it. No. It's because the demon fiend is too powerful. All is fair in war. Who knows what she will do with her men? The messenger was scared out of his wits. He was afraid that the general would kill him if he was unhappy. Yes, it's because she's too powerful. Whoever killed the people of Wangjiang and came up with the idea should take responsibility. She shouldn't have looked for me. I'm not that capable. But now I know how she knows about our army's formation. Eagle. It's the eagle flying in the sky. I want to shoot it down too, right? Lufatuda's current state was very unstable. His words were also very jumpy. Yes, I heard that after the Tang army moved out, they moved back and forth. There were countless eagles in the sky. No matter what the Tubo army did, the other party would be able to react accordingly. It's that eagle that helped. There have been eagles flying in the sky for a few days now. It's that eagle that told the Tang army our formation. The messenger carefully moved towards the entrance of the tent and said softly. Lufatuda didn't have the intention to kill the messenger. Instead, he slapped his thigh and said, "Yes, it's the eagle. It's the eagle that gave the message. Then tell me, if we need light cavalry to deal with the light cavalry, what do we need to deal with the eagle?" Use bows and arrows. The messenger replied, "No, right? We also need to use the eagle. It flies so high, can you shoot it? Send someone back and ask if there are any eagle trainers in Tubo. Don't use normal hunting eagles. It's useless. Those that fly in the sky are definitely not normal eagles. How much money does Yizhou provincial governor Zhang Zhong have? He can send a normal eagle to his daughter-in-law. Find me an eagle. Once I have an eagle, I won't be afraid of her anymore. At least I won't be ambushed by her. Don't you think so?" Lufatuda denied the messenger's thoughts and said his own judgment. Yes, it's an eagle against an eagle. Then I'll go out now to pass the order." The messenger found an opportunity to leave. Go. Chapter 640. The autumn harvest had finally arrived. Those who had land a home prepared their tools. Those who had enough manpower would do the work themselves, and those who didn't would ask others for help. The price of grain rose again and again. With the receipt from the Zhang family's winery, the price of a bushel of wheat rose to 35 copper coins, and the price of rice also rose to 50 copper coins. This made the other people who were collecting grain miserable. Either the Zhang family collected all of the grain, or they raised the price at a later date. Now, the Zhang family had approached everyone who had land, but the Zhang family didn't have the money and insisted on waiting until a month after the autumn harvest. As a result, they couldn't lower the price of the grain they collected. Those who had grain, even if they hadn't been approached by the Zhang family, learned their lesson. They didn't sell and waited for the price to rise. Even if their families were in urgent need of money, they wouldn't budge. Even though the cost of purchasing grain had increased by half, there was still no market. The most infuriating thing was that the grain that Zhang Zhong had plundered was put in Chongping warehouse in Yizhou. He only paid the workers who helped to harvest, but didn't give them any grain. The wages were very low, only 10 copper coins per person per day. Even so, those idiots who followed him to harvest felt that they had taken advantage of him, saying that it was an army operation. What made it even more helpless was that the officials of the neighboring prefectures didn't say anything. They didn't even try to help Chongping Song in Wing Prefecture. Wasn't it just him being the Jiannan prefect and the Jiannan inspector? Wasn't it just him dealing with a bunch of officials? Now that he was no longer one of them, was there a need for them to be so afraid of him? As the price of grain increased, so did the price of livestock. This was especially true in autumn, when there was less grass to feed. A horse that used to cost 5 strings of coins couldn't even be bought with 8 strings of coins now. The only thing that didn't change much was the price of salt. Zhang Zhong had specially consulted with the officials of the neighboring prefectures, and no one knew what he said to them. The price of salt stabilized, and so did the price of oil, which only rose by a little less than 10%. At this moment, the entire Jiannan prefecture was like a small wooden house before a storm, giving the intelligent people a feeling that they were floating. The merchants who were collecting grain had no choice but to look for Master Qi, who was working with them. "Boss Qi, we can't get enough grain. The price is getting higher and higher. The commoners are reluctant to sell." A grain merchant said to Boss Qi, "If the price is high, then buy it at a high price. Wheat is 35 copper coins a bushel. Rice is 50 copper coins a bushel. Buy as much as you can." Boss Qi gave the same price as Zhang Zhong. All the merchants shook their heads. Another merchant opened his mouth and said, "Boss Qi, we can't accept the same price. The commoners are willing to keep it for Zhang Zhong. They all say that the Zhang family's children are fighting at the front lines. We can't disappoint the heroes." "Then raise the price. 40 copper coins for wheat and 55 copper coins for rice. I'll write a letter and discuss with someone. We'll charge you according to this price first. More money will be delivered soon." Qi Dongjiao's heart was filled with both joy and worry. He was happy because the price of grain was too high, but he was worried because the time limit for the goods he had conned was approaching. Originally, he thought that this sum of money would be enough to buy more grain and livestock, as well as increase the price of goods in Jiannan. But now that the price had increased, the amount of goods that needed to be bought had not reached the required amount. The plan drawn up by the higher-ups made him feel that something was wrong. Just what did it go wrong? Qi Dongjia couldn't figure it out, so he could only write a letter and have someone secretly send it away. Zhang Zhong could also feel the current situation in Jiannan, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had already made the necessary arrangements and was only waiting for the final blow. During this process, a portion of the commoners would suffer losses. But that didn't matter. He would be able to compensate them before the end. As for the merchants who had suffered even greater losses, he didn't care. Each and every one of these merchants were smart. How could they not understand how much damage their actions would cause? Since they were willing to go against their conscience and add fuel to the fire, they had to be prepared to bear the consequences. If the merchants at the border were not dealt with properly, they might be in danger in the future. Zhang Zhong, who was waiting for the situation to develop, began to work hard to perfect the ski resort. Old Man Pai and the other two also followed behind Zhang Zhong to help. They were faintly anticipating what the Zhang family hadn't told them yet. It wasn't only Zhang Zhong and the others who were busy. Xiao Bei and the others were also very busy. The original 3-story house was too short, and the children grew quickly. They put away the house made of agarwood and put it into the large warehouse. Then, they made a 3-story house made of ginkgo wood for them. This time, the height of each story was 5 feet. If it was a little higher, it would be the same height as the door. Not long after it was finished, the glass was installed, and a new batch of toys were changed. There was also a carpet and other protective measures inside, but there was no bedding. Xiao Bei and the others, under the guidance of the big brother's young man, found straw to fill the house. They also asked the servants to dig a tunnel under the house. The tunnel under the house could be pulled open. The tunnel could be pulled open now, and the tunnel could be pulled open before. It could be used to escape at a critical moment. Most of the straw in the house was secretly sent into the tunnel by Xiao Bei and the others. Chang Hu's son and daughter were also busy. Unfortunately, the two of them spoke late. Until now, they could only say 1 or 2 simple words, and their expressions were still unclear. Even so, Chang, who was very happy. He spoke earlier than his two older children. The oldest one could only speak when he was 2.5 years old. Of course, compared to the children of the Zhang family and Wang family, they couldn't be compared. In his opinion, this was because the parents were powerful and the children were also powerful. Only those who knew the truth would understand that this was the difference between nutrition and infant education. Xiaobei and the rest were already able to express their thoughts to others very well. They could understand simple stories and could even ask questions when others were telling stories. The servant girl in charge of taking care of them clearly knew that they had stuffed all the straw into the tunnel below. At night, when they weren't paying attention, she took the opportunity to spread the straw properly. However, she still pretended not to see. It took Xiaobei and the rest 2 days to finally pave all the tunnels with straw. On this day, Xiaobei happily pulled the maidservant to stand outside the house while they entered the house and closed the curtains from the inside. They jogged to the bottom and squeezed out. They circled the outside and stood behind the maidservant. They nudged the maidservant and widened their eyes to wait for the maidservant's reaction. The servant girl was still looking at the house attentively. After her clothes were pulled, she turned her head and was shocked. Xiaobei, why are you outside?" "Huh." Xiaobei and the others laughed proudly. They shook their little heads and refused to say anything. Chang, whose 2 children, wanted to say something, but they couldn't. They could only worry. "Xiaobei, tell me quickly. What's going on? You're so powerful." The servant girl continued to ask curiously. "T-tunnel warfare. Ambush. Millions of divine soldiers. Do you still dare to fight bad guys with Big Brother and Big Sister?" Xiaobei waved his little fist and said, "We don't dare. We don't dare anymore. Xiaobei is so powerful." The servant girl pretended to be scared. "Ha ha ha ha." Xiaobei laughed happily again. As he laughed, he suddenly pouted and said, "Why aren't they back yet?" The servant girl's expression also darkened. She comforted him and said, "Soon, soon. When little young master and little miss come back, they will bring delicious food for Xiaobei. No, beat the bad guys and come back alive." Xiaobei seemed to know that there was danger over there. He only had one request. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao still didn't know that their younger brothers and sisters at home were thinking about them. They had already entered the desert and stayed there for a day. The 2 Tibetan soldiers who followed them didn't enter. They kept a certain distance to ensure the depth of the defense line. On the one hand, they waited for supplies from behind. On the other hand, they wanted to see when exactly Wang Wan would come out. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao weren't in a hurry at all. The desert here wasn't as unbearable as other places. There were grasslands, lakes, and many oases. It would be strange if the 2 of them died of thirst or hunger in this desert. "Xiaobao, I used to come here when I was traveling. They sold pearls. These are lake pearls. Find more and bring them back for Xiaobei and the others to play with. They can also be used as cosmetics." This is desert cistanche, also known as desert cistanche. "Quick, pick them. There are so many of them. Take them back and cook them. They don't dare to chase after us." Wang Wan, who treated entering the desert as a tourist trip, found something good. Desert cistanche, a real wild desert cistanche. She picked them while calling Zhang Xiaobao, who was still looking at them on the way here. "I'm not looking at them. I'm thinking that the desert here is good. If one day we can build a railway here, we can make use of the resources here. When can we completely annex Tibet?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at the yellow sand in front of him and felt very comfortable. He came over to pick the desert cistanche and said. Wang Wan looked at the resting soldiers and said, "If I want to fight, I can fight. Economic war, unconventional war. Give me another 100,000 Tang soldiers, and I will be able to take over the entire Tubo in 2 years. Your economic war is good, but you don't gain much from it. You cheated our own merchants and the Tubo people, but the loss of Tubo people is not too big. I have to help you. Whether it is political or economic means, in the end, they need military force to maintain. The Jews are so powerful and have good means of making money, but they also spend money to hunt down the specific people who killed them. They can't destroy other people's country, and military force is not enough. The oil country wants to fight an economic war with other developed countries, but in the end, it can only be replaced by other countries' troops. I will help you to improve the plan and let Tibet suffer more losses. That's fine too. My plan this time can only swallow the money sent by the Tubo Empire. If you can lead troops to help, I can hurt the Tubo Empire. War is always the most direct method to solve conflicts. Zhang Xiaobao didn't refuse. After all, he couldn't lead troops to fight. Wang Wan picked all the desert cistanch in front of her and spread it on the sand to dry. She also lay on the sand, narrowed her eyes, touched her face, and said, "After days of fighting, my skin is not good. I have to go back early to take care of it. What else? I can't come here for nothing. There are all kinds of medicinal herbs. You can't be a temporary truce and let the soldiers help you pick the herbs, right?" Zhang Xiaobao flipped the sand around him and found no insects or shelled things. He gave up the idea of looking for earth snails to make soup. "I need to take a few days to train the troops. I have been fighting while running, so I don't have time. The next battle will be the real test. Get up, let's move forward." When I have children in the future, I will find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to teach. Whatever they know, I will learn. Then, other than Xiao Bei and the others, no one can compare. After leaving the land, the people brought by Old Man Yao began to feel uncomfortable again. They were not like Old Man Pai's people, who had experienced many things. When they went to Shuzhou, they were already uncomfortable for a long time. Fortunately, they were able to reach the shore in the capital at that time. Now, they were in a hurry. As long as the ship supplies were enough, they would move forward without stopping. The ones who were least affected were the little ones. Usually, their range of activities was not large. They were always in the yard. Occasionally, they would be carried out for a walk. They also brought their houses, which were specially set aside for them on the ship. There was a small swimming pool, a sand pile, and any toy they got could be played for a long time. Moreover, they were provided with a lot of toys and games. The most important thing was that they could play with their brothers and sisters for a while every day. When the fleet was less than a month away from the destination, the fastest ship in the vanguard had already arrived at Chengdu. The people on the ship immediately got busy as soon as they came ashore. This time, the person in charge was Su Si, the person from the Gu family who bought the firecrackers in Sanshui County. Once he came ashore with a heavy responsibility, he found 2 people to protect him and rode quickly in the direction of Shuangliu County. Su Si rode on the horse with a determined expression. The young master and young lady of the main family had given a death order. This time, they could only succeed and could not fail. Since the main family directly handed the money to him at the market by the small bridge in Sanshui County, he was determined to serve the main family to the death. People said that an army was trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. He had been raised for a few years, so it was time to use it. The small things he did before were all training. This time, he heard from the members of the Zero team that this was a matter of life and death. No matter what, he had to do it well. The 3 riders only took 2 hours to arrive at the county yamen of Shuangliu County. Shuangliu County was also a middle county. There were yamen runners standing at the entrance. As soon as the 3 riders arrived, the yamen runners' eyes fell on the 3 people who jumped off the horse. "Who are you?" One of the 4 yamen runners who were guarding the door stood out and asked loudly with his eyes wide open. Su Si took out something from his arms and handed it over. "Give this to your county magistrate Tian and Registrar Wang. I want to see them immediately." "You little fool. You want to see them? Tell me your name." The yamen runner didn't take the thing in Su Si's hand at all. It was a piece of cloth with a very awkward-looking rice seedling embroidered on it. The rice seedling actually had arms and was holding a sign with the word G written on it. Su Si didn't have time to waste with the yamen runner. He directly replied, "My name is Su Si. I'm from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. I'm a 5-star deacon." "What inner courtyard deacon? The master is busy. Wait at the gatehouse. Look at the broken thing you're holding." Even if you're anxious, you can't write the wrong words. The Yamen runner curled his lips and straightforwardly refused. This isn't about being anxious. It's about being anxious. Quickly report it. Otherwise, if something happens, you can't bear the responsibility. Humph. Susi's face became serious and threatened. The Yamen runner still wanted to say something, but another Yamen runner behind him pulled him back. This Yamen runner was afraid of delaying things. The county magistrate was different from the previous ones. He did things neatly and efficiently. If there was really an urgent matter that delayed things, then he would be guilty. It was fine to report it. If he didn't know who the county magistrate was, then it wouldn't be too late to deal with him. The Yamen runner held back his anger and said, "Wait." Then he hurried in. When he arrived at the study, the county magistrate Tian was discussing something with the registrar Wang. Hearing the knock on the door, Tian frowned and said, "Come in." "Sir, there's a person outside who wants to see you and the registrar Wang." This is what he brought. His tone is harsh. It seems that he doesn't take you seriously at all. The Yamen runner took his revenge and presented the thing in his hand as he spoke. When the county magistrate Tian and the registrar Wang saw the cloth embroidered with a rice seedling, they were stunned. This thing was very familiar to them. It was a rice seedling, but the words on it made them blush. What happened to the head of the Zhang family? Why did he take out a rice seedling to test them? It was obvious that he didn't trust the two of them. "Sir, don't be angry. I can see that they are not good people. I'll go and deal with them now." The Yamen runner who was observing the two thought that they were angry and immediately added, "Bullshit. Open the main door for me. The Yamen runners are waiting on both sides to welcome me. Am I, Tian, an ungrateful person? Someone, bring me the clothes I wore when I was studying. I'm the strong grass." County Magistrate Tian scolded the Yamen runner and immediately started to prepare. Wang was stunned and said, "Brother Tian, can you lend me some extra clothes? There's no time." Half an hour later, Susi and the other two people who were waiting outside the Yamen saw the door creak open. Two people walked out. They were wearing civilian clothes embroidered with the words Jianjia. They looked at each other. One of them said, "General, we can't accept this. Why is the San Shui Zhang family's eagle better than ours? We'll go back immediately and find other eagle trainers to take revenge." "Don't just go and find them. When you come over, avoid them. Don't fly. If you can't accept it, do you think I can? Even if you can't accept it, you have to bear with it. Come over here and take care of this eagle. I'll count it as a great achievement. If you want to take care of the eagles above, you have to find at least 5. No, 10 of them. And they have to be careful. You have to work together and take care of each other. Rest for a while before you leave." Lufatudo warned them. He was afraid that the two men would act rashly. If that happened, they had already fallen into the enemy's hands. The two of them still wanted to say something, but they were dragged away by the messenger. As they walked away, the messenger said, "Listen to the general's words. Bring at least 10 of them and come over quietly. It's best to train them over there first and work together in battle. Don't be greedy and act rashly. Don't you see that the general has close to 40,000 people here in formation?" The two eagle trainers were scared by this. They nodded and followed the soldier to rest. After walking for a while, they reacted. Was there a need for this? 40,000 men were scared to this extent. The Grand Pass was long and winding. Carriages were about to overturn when they were on the road. Horses were about to fall into the stream when they stepped on it. Mi Fan and the other two men who came from the capital finally experienced the danger of Shu Dao. They rode their horses. In the beginning, they carefully stuck to the side of the mountain. Now, they dismounted from their horses and walked slowly. Mi Fan and Han Xianfeng glanced at the stream below them from time to time. They shivered and held the rock wall beside them. Jiu Meiling was brave. She walked in the middle and felt the wind blowing from the stream. She also felt the unique humidity of Taodao's water. "Come over here. Don't fall down." Han Xianfeng had shouted more than once. Every time, Jiu Meiling would smile and tell them that she was not afraid. She said that she was 5 feet tall. Every step was about 2 feet and 6 inches. She was 4 feet and 7 inches away from the side. Even if she missed a step, she would not fall down. She asked the two men to continue riding. She said that since the horse was used to this path, it would know how to control itself. The two men did not dare to do anything. Fortunately, Mi-Fan did not feel uncomfortable. She knew that Jiao Meiling would not be in danger for the time being. Jiao Meiling walked and said to the two men discontentedly, "Are you still men? If you keep moving, it will be too late by the time you reach the place." "No, Mi-Fan is here. If it's really late, he'll feel uncomfortable. It has nothing to do with whether he's a man or not. I'm just afraid of heights. It's not the critical moment yet. If I accidentally hurt myself, the Zhang family will be angry. The Zhang family values people with ability very much, but they also take care of people without ability." Han Xianfeng would not go over. He wanted to dig his hand into the stone. "You still have the ability? You are rowing to death. You are waiting for me to save you. Without me, you will beg for help from heaven and earth. I beg you now, stop talking. If you say something ungrateful again, I will jump down." Han Xianfeng was tortured. "Are you good at swimming? If you're lucky, you can give it a try. At the very least, when you jump out, you have to land about 6 feet away. Otherwise, you won't be able to fall into the water and will crash to your death. Let me calculate for you. From here to the surface of the water, it's about, get on the horse and go. We are in a hurry. Mi-Fan, please. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me." Han Xianfeng gathered his courage and got on the horse. Mi-Fan was helpless. She also climbed on the horse. She took a deep breath and said, "Let's do it. We will reach the place tomorrow." Zhang Zhong in Ezhou had just arranged the general affairs of the ski resort and handed it over to the people in the inner yard. He began to lead the people who had nothing to do to build the road. The imperial edict was not fake. If it was built, it had to be built. It was not paid. Fortunately, it gave a policy. If it was used well, it would make a lot of money. Zhang Zhong was not worried about this. He believed in his son's ability. With the policy given, it would be easy to earn a few times the amount of money needed to build the road. The road was made of sand and stones. The key places were reinforced with cement to prevent the road from being damaged. There were also a few eagles to help. When there was a need for a suspension bridge, the eagles would send one end of the rope over. Then, there would be people pulling on the rope. The rope gradually thickened and was much faster than before. When there were stones in the middle of the road or stones that could easily slide, they would use explosives to blow them up. The explosives were placed on the side, as if there was no danger. There was also no one guarding nearby. It gave people the feeling that they could take it at any time. Zhang Zhong also hoped that someone would take it. However, he was disappointed. Even if people knew how powerful this thing was, no one touched it, let alone steal it for research. The ambushers were always there, and so was the cement that had not been mixed. The working people did not care about the conspiracy or political purpose of the road building. They could do the work. After the construction period, they could get money. Moreover, it would be convenient for them to go back and forth in the future. They worked very hard. The food was not bad. Zhang Zhong was also in charge of providing worn-out clothes and tools. The people felt that this kind of life was not bad. However, they did not know that under the calm surface, there were enemies and allies on another level. Chapter 642. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still traveling in the desert. More than 9,000 soldiers were seriously injured. Those who couldn't hold on had died, while those who were lightly injured had mostly been treated. Although it was said to be treated, it was actually just the pills given by the logisticians and the salt they stole to kill the poison. In a situation where no one was chasing after them, their physical and mental strength recovered quite well. Wang Wan began to train them. It was also a kind of run-in. Wang Wan needed to let the soldiers get used to her combat style and thinking. In special situations where they couldn't communicate with each other, they would be able to guess her direction of action. Of course, Wang Wan didn't actually have style. She learned a lot. If one had to talk about a style, it would be a style that could be changed at any time. Now that she had fewer people and the enemy had more people, Wang Wan tried to fix a style as much as possible. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't idle either. On one hand, he was receiving news from Pengzhou. On the other hand, he had to send out information to command the economic war there. Under the calm surface, there were surging undercurrents. They were fighting a war that didn't see blood but could still kill people. The arrangements were more or less done. Next, they would have to adapt to the situation. Also, they had to consider the matter of using military force that Wang Wan had mentioned. While the two of them were leisurely leading the army, calculating how much food they could eat and how much more supplies they could get from the desert, Shui Yun brought back another piece of news. Xiao Bao, the imperial court has sent us a letter. They want to give us 2 policies. Take a look and see how we should arrange these 2 policies. One is free and the other is limited. When Wang Wan received the letter from Zhang Ying, she waved at Zhang Xiaobao, who was already walking towards them. Zhang Xiaobao was a little absent-minded. He was calculating the ratio of his family's financial resources to their gains. He had to calculate the rough numbers to prevent his family from losing money after defeating Tubo. If that happened, the economic war wouldn't be fun anymore. If he lost 800 of his own men while losing 1,000 of his own men, it would weaken his reputation. When he read the letter, there were indeed some policies written on it. One of them was that the Zhang family could make their own suggestions within an appropriate range. The other one was that the Zhang family would be allowed to invest a lot of money in Jianan Road, and they would be given 3 years of tax exemption. However, 50% of that had to be invested in infrastructure, and 20% of the other 50% was not allowed to make money. For a medical center that had a balance of income and expenditure, only 30% could be purely commercial. Xiao Bao, isn't it too little? You should ask for 50%, purely for commercial benefits. Wang Wan felt that they had spent too much. Infrastructure was not like their time, where they could collect tolls and bridge tolls. They only spent money and did not earn money. Zhang Xiaobao looked at it for a few seconds and said, I'm afraid that the imperial court will go back on their word. If they don't want to compensate us, they don't need to give the other 30% tax exemption for commercial shops. Just the road repair alone is enough. I'm wondering if I should do that. Who said that road repair is not profitable? Building roads can make money because the government is paying for it. We're just investing our own money. Li Longji won't give us money. He is so stingy that he won't even give us a goldfish bag or clothes. If we expect him to take money from the Ministry of Revenue, I would rather believe that Tubo suddenly became kind and willing to compensate for our losses. Wang Wan really couldn't understand how they could make money by paying for their own roads. Let's not talk about this first. Let's think about what kind of policies we want first. This policy should be a few people from the imperial court testing us. What do you think if it wasn't us, but other businessmen who wanted to consider for the sake of their family and not us? What would they choose? Zhang Xiaobao hadn't considered whether they should use road repair to make money. If other people found out that the Zhang family could operate in this way, what if they stopped it? Let's skip the first policy. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, there are 2 choices. The first is a very stupid choice. I reckon that the imperial court will agree for the time being. That is to let your father become a higher official in Jianan Circuit, which will coincide with the policies given by the imperial court. The second is to deliberately show weakness. For example, when we were in Sanshui County, we directly transferred your father to the capital and asked for a better official position. Neither of these 2 choices are suitable for our current situation. Tell me, what kind of policies do you want? I want to change this policy into 2 policies. Zhang Xiaobao tapped the letter a few times with his hand and thought of a solution. 2. Does that mean that the 2 policies will become more policies? When I was young, I thought about it when I read that the monsters in fairy tales could help you fulfill 3 wishes. The first wish was for me to have many, many wishes. Li Longji isn't a fool. If you really do that, he'll easily come over and beat you up. Wang Wan covered her mouth and laughed for a while before telling Zhang Xiaobao. It was clearly the naive thoughts of a child. If Zhang Xiaobao said to write a letter and send it to the capital, how would the people in the capital react when they read the letter? It would definitely be very interesting. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's words, he also laughed. That's not what I mean. Haha, I just don't want the people in the imperial court to guess my family's intentions. The first policy I want is to give a large piece of land in the northeast or here. It'll be exempted from 5 years of taxes. Any kind of land is fine. The second policy is still land this desert. It'll be exempted from taxes for 10 years. The imperial court can choose the first policy, but the second policy is confirmed. I believe they'll definitely be willing to give it. You want the land here? This is the land of Tubo. If it were me, I would also give it. I heard that at the very beginning, when the soldiers on that island retired, they gave them a place to live. They directly chose a certain place in Beijing. In the end, they naturally couldn't come over to take it. What do you want this place for? You even made a request. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's first request, she was only a little confused. What was Zhang Xiaobao's backup plan? But when she heard the second request, she was completely confused. According to this situation, could they still ask for the land in America? The great Tang couldn't do anything about it. Zhang Xiaobao gave a mysterious smile. You don't understand? I want this land because I want the imperial court to choose from the northeast. When we send the people we've trained in the snow mountains to the northeast, the imperial court will once again go back on their word. They definitely won't allow themselves to be schemed against. This way, when this matter is over, we'll have a lot of horses. The imperial court will definitely find an excuse to arrange for us to go to Mongolia. They'll also give us more preferential treatment. This is how benefits are exchanged. Unless they want to shed all pretense of cordiality, they'll be too much of a bully. After going around in a big circle, we're still going back to our original goal. Is there a need for this? Wang Wan understood. Zhang Xiaobao had been calculating and had brought out his original idea. It seemed like he had done an extra job, but the result was the same. There's a need. There's definitely a need. That place isn't the most important. The most important thing is this desert. I won't tell you now. You'll know in the future. Come, write the letter. Just do as I say. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything more. He indicated for Wang Wan to write the letter. Wang Wan turned her head away. I still have to train. You do what you need to do. Shui Yin acted as the messenger and flew to Pingzhou again. This time, she brought a 3-page letter to Zhang Zhong. In the letter, she tried to use short sentences to express the meaning clearly. After receiving the letter, Zhang Zhong asked someone to look after the cement and explosives. He hid in a corner and watched. He even carried the 3 old men behind his back. This made the 3 old men's hearts itch. After reading the letter, Zhang Zhong wrote a memorial and had the pigeon bring it to the capital to ask for a decree. He had to implement this matter. Without a decree, it would be hard to say what would happen if the other party changed their mind. Half a day after the pigeon flew away, Zhang Zhong found the 3 old men and showed them the 1-page letter. It was the 2 policies that Zhang Xiaobao proposed. After reading it, just as Zhang Xiaobao said, Old Man Pai was dumbfounded. He had thought of several possibilities, but he didn't expect that Xiaobao, a child that he would slowly nurture in the future, would propose such a request at this time and split the policies into 2. He shook the letter in his hand and said to Old Man Chong and Old Man Yao, "Do you understand? The first request is for a piece of land here or in Hebei province. I think his family wants to go to Hebei province. Why would they want to go there? The land here is absolutely impossible. Otherwise, with the Zhang family's business here, Jiannan province will become his family's in the future. The second request is for a desert. The desert is not under the control of the Great Tang. If he has the ability to occupy it, no one will say anything. Why did he propose it alone? Xiao Bao, this child, also learned bad things and knows how to play with people. Old Man Chong didn't think much about this matter. After listening to Old Man Pai's words, he didn't respond. Old Man Yao pondered for a full quarter of an hour before he spoke. According to the way the Zhang family did things in the past, the Zhang family did a lot of inexplicable things and obtained benefits in the end. Since it was proposed by Xiao Bao, even if Xiao Bao didn't learn all of the master's skills, he probably learned most of them. They are now in the desert. Do you guys think they found something good? Will they use it in the future? That's not right. Even if they found something good, who can say what will happen in the future? It's estimated that 10 years later, that place will still be Tubo territory. It won't hurt to give it to him. Think about it. Think about it carefully. It's not simple. What's not simple? I think Xiao Bao deliberately wants that place to confuse us. If he wants it, we'll give it to him. It's not like the land of our dynasty. If he has the ability, he can go and earn money. Old Man Chang was very direct. If that's the case, then fine. We'll also write a letter and send it to the capital. Old Man Pai still couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was planning to do. The second request wasn't much of a request. It was other people's land, so it was given away just like that. The three of them wrote a letter and had a pigeon bring it to the capital. Thinking about this matter, they slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Zhong started to get busy again. After arranging the road construction, he had the people in the inner court take care of it. He found the three old men to discuss the first policy given by the imperial court. He took out Zhang Xiaobao's letter and said to the three old men, "Let's make it clear first. We can't go back on the first policy. Lord Bai, the three of you can't write another letter." Chapter 643. Zhang Zhong's words made the three old men's hearts skip a beat, especially Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. They suddenly had a bad feeling. Old Man Pai gave Old Man Yao a look, meaning to ask, "Did you see anything wrong with the first policy given by the imperial court? Could it be that the 30% tax exemption was too much? Or should the Zhang family be responsible for 20% of the medical center? There had to be something wrong. Otherwise, Zhang Zhong wouldn't have said in advance." Old Man Yao thought about it carefully and couldn't find anything wrong. This proposal was also thanks to him and Old Man Pai. At first, it was said that the Zhang family would be given 50% of the tax exemption, 30% of the road repair, and 20% of the medical center. In the end, the imperial court was even more ruthless and directly changed the road and business. Gently shaking his head, Old Man Yao took the letter and began to read it. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang also came forward and read it from beginning to end. The more the three old men read, the more frightened they became. The more they read, the more they regretted it. The more they read, the more they hated the people in the imperial court who changed the road repair and business. Zhang Zhong didn't care about the three old men. He got up and walked around with his hands behind his back. He thought that the three old men wouldn't go back on their words. If they really wrote a letter to the capital, he would retire and go back to his hometown. The three old men really didn't have any intention of writing a letter to the imperial court. Even if they regretted giving such a policy, there was no other way. It wasn't that the policy was bad, but that kid Xiao Bao had become smarter. According to this, if other people want to build roads in the future, they will learn from the Zhang family's method. Their family will open their business next to the newly built roads, and it will be the same for the medical center. Their family is prepared to invest 200,000 strings of coins, 100,000 strings of coins to build the roads, and 40,000 strings of coins to build the medical center. They are even willing to provide the doctors themselves. The remaining 60,000 strings of coins will be open for business. It doesn't look bad. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeves, you can say that you're truly serving the country and its people. There's nothing to nitpick about it. But with the other tricks up your sleeves, you're being too much a bully. Old Man Pai stared at the solution at the back and said excitedly. Old Man Chang chuckled and didn't care anymore. He sat at the side and drank his tea. This wasn't something he could control. He knew that, with his ability, even if he had any ideas to restrict the Zhang family, he would still be used. Old Man Yao gritted his teeth that had already lost a few. He nodded and said, "Admirable, truly admirable. He actually brought up the matter of road repair and asked the local merchants where they needed to repair the road. He drew a few lines that would not clash with the current road, and he wanted to build new roads where there were no roads. If other merchants wanted to make way for the new road, or if they wanted to do business on the side of the new road, they would have to fork out money to build the new road. If they didn't fork out money, the Zhang family wouldn't build the road where they needed it. They would just take care of themselves. When the time came, he would put down the clinic and use the 60,000 strings of coins to build a big market related to trade at an important location on the side of the road. He would use it to attract people to take the good road. At the same time, the Zhang family's fleet would also specifically travel on this road and sell the goods they transported from other places in the market. How did Xiao Bao come up with this idea? What's even more ruthless? In addition to letting the merchants use the money to repair the road, he would also use a portion of the money to invest in the Zhang family shops. The money used by the Zhang family to build the road would take up 20% of the entire shop or market, and the technology used by the Zhang family would take up 40%. What does this mean? After Old Man Yao analyzed it, he asked Old Man Pai, who had also thought of this matter. Old Man Pai could now calculate such things. He said, this means that the 60,000 strings of coins of the Zhang family can be used for a lot of transactions. Others would have to invest at least 120,000 strings of coins to take up the other 40%. In other words, the real money used by the Zhang family to open a business is 180,000 strings of coins. They only used 40% of the technology to expand their business by 3 times. Look, there's another benefit for the merchants. This time, when they return, a portion of the things they plunder will be given to the imperial court, and the other portion will be sold. This will be considered the first transaction in the market in the future. Furthermore, in the future, they will organize caravans to go to the desert to collect useful things. Isn't that the land that Xiao Bao wants? With this excuse, they can go out as they please. As for whether they're going to the outside world to do business with Tubo that won't affect the Great Tang, or to really go to the desert to collect things, or to directly plunder, they have proof. Good, Xiao Bao is really amazing. His calculation is really too good. No wonder his family put in so much effort to build the road this time. They used cement to reinforce the tunnel and even blew up the mountain. So it turns out that they want to build a very good road. Old Man Pai suddenly felt that he was old, really old. He couldn't guess the final goal of the other party just by thinking about it. He had to analyze it from the concrete plan. Who was the one who suggested that they take up 50% of the road? With this, the Zhang family could use this condition to make as much money as possible. The merchants wouldn't object, and they wouldn't dare to hide and not fork out money. The Zhang family's financial resources were enough to support themselves. If they didn't invest now, they wouldn't have such a good opportunity in the future. If they wanted to invest again, they would have to pay a much higher price. Old Man Yao also smacked his lips as he looked at the plan. The most important point isn't this. Look, this is saying that the Zhang family will invest 100,000 strings of cash to build the road. If that's 10% of the total investment, then the others will have to work together to fork out 900,000 strings of cash. With 1,000,000 strings of cash, what kind of road can they build? Connecting the entire Jianan circuit. The Zhang family will be responsible for providing the technology to buy and sell the key roads in the future. They will form a large chamber of commerce and share a portion of the resources. However, the 1,000,000 strings of cash will still be used to buy cement and explosives. The cement and explosives will all belong to the Zhang family. How much money can they make from this? That's right. How much can they make? The price isn't low. I estimate that they can at least make 20% or 30% of the profits. All right, the Zhang family will be able to earn the money they invested here. Compared to them, they won't have to fork out a single copper coin. They will only be able to take advantage of us. They will just have to provide some technology in the future and bring merchants to Tubo to make money. Their family's caravan will enter Tubo to do business. They won't have to worry about being robbed or killed like other merchants. Who would dare to touch them? Those people are really tired of living. Cuckoo hasn't returned yet. Their family didn't contribute anything at all. I think that when we cooperate in the future, their family will still be able to take advantage of us. Old Man Pai really couldn't think of how Xiao Bao came up with this plan. This was the so-called to gain something without risking anything. Could this be the legendary cash flow? No, it shouldn't be. Otherwise, Cuckoo wouldn't have agreed. It seemed that this kind of method couldn't be used. He really wanted to see it for himself. Let them use it on other countries to see what exactly was going on. Compared to the current method, it would definitely be better. Zhang Zhong waited for a full half an hour before the three old men came over. When they came over, Old Man Pai said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongsheng, you are amazing. You gave birth to a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Don't worry, I won't write a letter to the capital. I reckon that even if I did, it would be too late. Before the pigeons can fly, the imperial court's decree will start to arrive." Sir Bai's praise is wrong. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo still have many things that they don't understand. They're just eager to learn, that's all. I hope that Sir Bai can help us in the future. Is this possible? If you feel that there is no benefit to the people and the country, I will write a letter and have Xiao Bao reformulate the plan. For people like my family, earning money is no longer the most important thing. Zhang Zhong said modestly and then asked about the policy. As he said this, he really did have the same thoughts in his heart. If it wasn't beneficial to the people, he would rather not earn too much money. The more Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Zhong, the more he liked him. It was true that the more money a person could earn, the less they would view money as important. Old Man Pai, who had been learning from the Zhang family for a long time, didn't teach for nothing. When he heard Zhang Zhong's thoughts, he said, "There are benefits. It's good for the country and the people. It's not that the merchants here don't have money. Some of them can't spend it locally, so they all go outside to invest. It's just right for them to take out their money. With your family's methods, they won't be able to cause any trouble. In the future, when you go to the capital or Luoyang, the imperial court won't have to worry about your Zhang family doing anything bad. The million strings of cash will be built very well, connecting the entire Jianan circuit. At that time, the goods from other places can be transported here, and your family will have a new way to earn money. You can transport the goods from Jianan circuit to other places to exchange for money. In addition, the merchants from Tubo can also come here to do business. There will be more medicinal herbs, and it will be helpful for medical research. Didn't your family mention economic control and plunder when you were in Luzhou a long time ago? It just so happens that you can use it in Jianan circuit. As for Xiao Bao's future plans, my granddaughter has told me before. That is to buy a large amount of cattle, sheep, and horses from Tubo and provide them with luxury goods. The two will exchange. This way, Tubo's good land will gradually decrease. As for food, we could just exchange it with them from Great Tang. When Tubo's food supply is controlled to a certain extent, that will be the time when Tubo will become a part of Great Tang. If I had known earlier, I would have kept Exenair by my side and asked her more questions. Now, it is already your world. Old Man Pai sighed with emotion. He really admired the children nowadays. Not to mention Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Even his own granddaughter, Exenair, knew how to analyze the situation from a better perspective. This was an economic war. Under the situation where military force was guaranteed, it was a war that killed without shedding blood. The ruthlessness and calculation were much more powerful than a war of military force. It could reach the level of subduing the enemy without fighting. Old Man Yao also had a similar idea in his heart. He looked at Zhang Zhong, a young man whom no one could find fault with in terms of virtue, and said with a smile, "Your family can use the policies to calculate as much as you can. The more you calculate the people in the imperial court, the more the people in the imperial court will pay attention to this matter in the future. They will cultivate more economic talents and not put so much importance on grand scholars. The living eat, wear, and the living they can't do without money." Chapter 644. Since the three old men agreed, Zhang Zhong was relieved. He began to find people who had membership in the ski resort to discuss the investment. After the businessmen understood the whole plan, they immediately knew the means of the Zhang family. Some people really didn't want to help the Zhang family, but they had no choice but to pay. Although there was a road now, the road was not good, and transportation was difficult. After the Zhang family finished building the road, there were corresponding measures, which made people tempted. Besides, there were many rich people in Jianandao. If they didn't pay, once others gathered enough money, they wouldn't have the opportunity to cooperate with the Zhang family in the future. They couldn't get new technology, and they couldn't seek benefits from the goods transported from other places with the Zhang family. They couldn't form a caravan and go out with the Zhang family to do business with Tubo. One by one, they said that they would go back and have a good discussion. Then, they left with a copy of the plan. Zhang Zhong had nothing to do at the moment. After thinking for a while, he called Mi Fan and the other two who had just arrived. After Mi Fan and the other two came to Ezhou, they didn't stay idle. They had never been here before, so they were curious about everything, especially geomailing. She found everything interesting. She couldn't sleep much at night. She ran around, looked at the scenery of the snow mountain, and looked at the trees here. She was also fascinated by Xiao Bei and the other little guys. She wanted to join them and play with them. She wasn't a member of the Zhang family, so there were fewer restrictions on her. In addition, during the journey, she occasionally heard from Mi Fan and Han Xianfeng about the various things the Zhang family did. She was curious and began to ask the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. After asking once, she was satisfied and asked again. She never got tired of asking. Today, Zhang Zhong called the three of them. The three of them simply tidied up and went to Zhang Zhong's study. After the greeting, Zhang Zhong said to Mi Fan, you can go ahead and do what I've arranged for you. Remember, if you feel uncomfortable, think of a solution. If you can't, come back immediately. It doesn't matter even if the plan fails. Ever since Mi Fan had been dealt with by the Zhang family, he had been wholeheartedly doing things for the Zhang family. He admitted that the Zhang family's capabilities were much better than the ship company he used to work for. Hearing Zhang Zhong's warning, he immediately replied, Master, I understand. I will definitely do my job well. If there is any danger, I will avoid it. You brought me here because of this special ability of mine. Zhang Zhong nodded and looked at Han Xianfeng. Han Xuanfeng's father relied on the Zhang family to do good things. Now that he had been promoted, he wasn't as tired as before. The Zhang family took care of all the supporting matters. Therefore, Han Xianfeng was very respectful to Zhang Zhong. He stepped forward and waited for Zhang Zhong's orders. You're quite capable as well. I heard that you can speak the languages of several countries. You speak Tubo quite well. When you enter Tubo, don't give yourself away. In the few days between Ezhou and when you come out of seclusion, there will be people from Tubo arranged to speak with you every day. Try to familiarize yourself with the local dialect. Zhang Zhong also warned Han Xianfeng. In the end, he looked at geomailing. Geomailing wasn't under the Zhang family's jurisdiction, but at this moment, she felt uneasy. One reason was because of Zhang Zhong's temperament, and the other was because of the power of the Zhang and Wang families. The day hospital that she yearned for the most, but couldn't enter, was run by the Zhang family. She, who was usually muddle-headed, became sensible at this moment and stood out with a smile. Zhang Zhong also smiled and said, You're not a member of the Zhang and Wang families, so I shouldn't ask you to do anything. But this time, it's not only a matter of the Zhang and Wang families, but also the entire Jianan circuit and Great Tang. I could have sent people from the inner court to follow you, but since you're proficient in the art of calculation, I'll let you go. If you make a contribution, the Zhang and Wang families will remember you, and the people of Jianan circuit won't forget you. You'll also let the people of Great Tang see what it means to be a woman who isn't inferior to a man. Geomailing nodded hard and promised, I usually don't say anything. I only help when you need me. I won't cause trouble for Great Tang. I want to make a request. When I come back, let me enter the Dai hospital. As long as it's where the Zhang and Wang families are, you can enter wherever you want. but you have to learn well. If you want to go somewhere else, the Zhang and Wang families will help you." Zhang Zhong gave Jiu Mailing a promise. Then, he turned to me Fan and said, "Get ready," and set off. "Take Hawksbill and Pearl with you. This time, there are only 3 of you, and there's no backup. I can still delay you for a month. You have to do what you want within a month. If it doesn't work out, leave." Mi Fan suddenly felt a sense of heroism. She no longer had any worries or discomfort in her heart. She nodded solemnly, turned around, and strode away. Han Xianfeng and Jiu Mei Lung followed behind. The 3 of them would have to fight alone for a month. After the 3 of them left for a while, Zhang Zhong found 2 people from the inner yard and asked them to think of a way to infiltrate Tubo and protect Mi Fan and the other 2 in secret. If they were in danger, they had to send Mi Fan and the other 2 away first. Then, they could reveal their identities and tell the Tubo that they were from the logistics camp in Izhou. They were also servants of Devilish Cuckoo and had come to deliver the letter of challenge. In this way, the Tubo people would have to consider Cuckoo's temper before they killed the 2 of them. When 2 countries were at war, they didn't kill the envoys. If they really killed the 2 of them, they would have to bear the revenge of Cuckoo. At that time, it wouldn't be a team of less than 10,000 people, but 100,000 border soldiers. They would enter Tubo's territory and ask if Tubo dared to do it. Zhang Zhong's arrangements were almost done. He felt much better, but the others might not feel the same. The chief family had already raised the price of the grain by a lot, but the effect wasn't very good. Even if everything was 5 copper coins more expensive than what Zhang Zhong offered, the simple people weren't willing to sell. They were waiting for Cuckoo to come back, and for Zhang Zhong to send people to get the grain. This kind of integrity made the chief family feel very helpless. In a country, the most frightening thing was the hearts of the people, especially when there was a general like Cuckoo here. For the sake of the people, there was a river of blood in Tubo. The 2 sides supported each other, so there was no hope of persuading the people here. He could only turn the pressure to the other merchants who cooperated with him and let them think of a way. It wasn't that the merchants who cooperated with the chief family didn't want to try, but they didn't have a way. The people just didn't want to sell the grain, and those who had zhuangzi didn't sell much either. They all kept the grain. The people were waiting wholeheartedly for Zhang Zhong, and those who had zhuangzi didn't dare to sell. They were afraid of provoking the anger of the people. Helpless, the chief family wrote a letter to the person who was in charge of this operation. The letter immediately came back. When the chief family saw the letter, he felt slightly relieved and called all the merchants over. "We're changing the plan now. Because we need money in other places, we can't take out too much money to collect the grain here." After the chief family gathered all the merchants, he didn't beat around the bush and directly said what he wanted to say. "Chief family, are you saying that we don't need to collect the grain anymore? Then give us the money that we should give for the grain collected before. Otherwise, we won't be able to make ends meet." A merchant immediately asked worriedly. They were currently putting in money. Now that Zhang Zhong wanted to find merchants to build roads and make money, they couldn't take out the money to follow him. They could only watch others take advantage of him. The other merchants also had the same idea. They all looked at the chief family. As long as the chief family said that they didn't want to collect the grain, they would have a good time. If they didn't, they would take the things that the chief family used as collateral. The chief family didn't expect the merchants here to stand on his side. Otherwise, how could they cooperate with him when they clearly knew that the increase in grain prices would have a big impact on the people? It was all about money. Looking left and right at the merchants, the chief family spoke. "Who said that we don't want to collect the grain? Accept it, but not as much as you want like now. On the surface, we'll accept the grain as soon as they bring it, but when it comes to the actual collection, we have to look at the grain. We'll accept all the new grain and delay the old grain. We'll tell them that we'll give them the money after half a month and write a receipt. We have to continue raising the price as well. For millet, we'll raise it to 45 copper coins for a bucket and 65 copper coins for a bucket of rice. If there's a delivery of grain, we'll accept it directly. If there's a large quantity, We'll have someone inspect it carefully. It'll be best if we wait for a few more days. Let's see if that Zhang Zhong doesn't spend money to collect the grain. We're the people without land going to eat. Just do as I say, and once it's done, we won't forget to reward you." When the chief family said those words, he was thinking about the mastermind behind the scenes. Incredible, truly incredible. Since he couldn't collect the grain, he would just have to mess up the economy of Jianan. After all, the commoners had to eat, right? With such a high price, it was unlikely that those who had grain elsewhere would lower their prices. The merchants immediately understood what was going on. They weren't fools either, and they knew the consequences of doing so. If the chief family had told them about the arrangement from the start, they definitely wouldn't have agreed to it. But now that things had developed to this point, not only would they not be able to earn a single copper coin, they would also have to pay a huge sum of money. It wasn't easy for them to earn money, and they weren't as carefree as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Thus, they could only follow this plan. From that day onwards, the price of grain in Jianan rose again and again. The merchants didn't raise the price all at once. Instead, they first lowered the price by a few copper coins, then raised it by a few more copper coins, then lowered it by a few more copper coins, then raised it by a few more copper coins, then lowering it by a few more copper coins, then raising it by a few more copper coins, then lowering it by a few more copper coins, and then raising it by a few more copper coins, giving off an extremely unstable feeling. The plan was devised by the mastermind behind the chief family, and it worked extremely well. It managed to attract the attention of those who were still observing the situation. Thus, the merchants slowly dragged the matter out. Even 100 dan of grain required an entire day to be inspected. Those who sold their grain heaved a sigh of relief, while those who didn't were anxious, fearing that the price would change the next day. No one knew how much the merchants were willing to accept. If they didn't accept anymore, the price would be gone as well. Jianan Circuit's grain would often fluctuate all of a sudden, causing the commoners to worry as well. They had to eat, and they didn't have any land at home. Seeing the price of grain fluctuating, they didn't know whether they should buy it or not. Furthermore, even when the price was low, it would still be much higher than before. Old Man Pai and the others were the first to lose their cool. They sought out Zhang Zhong, who was discussing the matter of investing in the road and partnering with the merchants. "Yongqing, what about Xiao Bao's methods? We can't wait any longer. The commoners can't take it anymore. If we don't think of a way to resolve this matter, I'll take out my own grain and share it with the commoners." Old Man Pai was extremely worried. After seeing Zhang Zhong send off a happy merchant, he made a request to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong really didn't understand today's situation. After hearing Old Man Pai's words, he asked someone to come over and ask. After understanding the situation, he took out his tea set. While making kung fu tea for the three old men, he said, "They can't take it anymore so quickly. I didn't expect that according to Xiao Bao's estimation, we'll have to wait at least 2 to 3 days. It seems that the Tubo people are quite capable. They know how to use today's method. All right, then I'll take action. I'll open the Chongping warehouse in Ezhou and let the commoners receive grain according to their household registration. Those who don't farm can receive grain according to the number of people. Even if they're rich, they can also receive grain according to the number of people. If we snatch a lot of grain from the Tubo people, our family won't be able to finish it. We'll give it to the commoners and stabilize the market first. We'll wait for them to use other methods." Xiao Bao said that economic warfare is very interesting. Unless there's no other choice, we can't reveal our trump cards. Of course, there are some people who don't know how to fight economic warfare. They only know how to scam the merchants in the end, but they don't care about how the commoners will be affected by the fluctuations. We can't blame them since they don't have the ability. Xiao Bao said that he definitely won't allow economic warfare to affect the commoners. When Zhang Zhong spoke, he puffed out his chest with pride. He was proud of himself and his son. Only his son could say such arrogant words. If he said that he wouldn't allow it, then he wouldn't allow it. Just like his daughter-in-law, he forced the Tubo army of 40,000 to stand guard and didn't dare to move forward. Old Man Pai and the other two were stunned by Zhang Zhong's words. They thought that Chongping Song was the last resort, but they didn't expect that it wasn't. The Zhang family still had a backup plan. Old Man Pai and Wei Wei nodded and took a cup of tea. They drank half of it and poured away the rest. They said to Zhang Zhong with satisfaction, "Yongcheng, this is the right way." It seems that Xiao Bao has learned a lot. The Zhang family's way of doing things is unpredictable. They always have a backup plan, making it impossible for others to guess where their bottom line is. Okay, Chongping Song in Kaiyi Province. Previously, we snatched a lot of grain from the Tubo people and forced their commoners to the other side of the river. They should be able to last for a while. Yongcheng, there's one more thing. Since we're giving grain to the commoners who don't farm, shouldn't we also give some to the commoners who farm? Otherwise, the commoners' hearts will be cold. Old Man Pai had also thought of the things that Old Man Pai was thinking about. He looked at Zhang Zhong from the side and waited for Zhang Zhong's reply. The commoners who were farming had left grain for Zhang Zhong, but in the end, Zhang Zhong had specifically given grain to the people who didn't farm. What would they think? Zhang Zhong held his teacup and looked at the three people's faces. He said, "There are misunderstandings. Otherwise, Chongping Song wouldn't be able to take care of so many commoners. Xiao Bao's plan would also be interrupted, and my family's loss would be great. After a while, we will compensate the commoners who are farming. But we absolutely can't do that now. Those who can't keep the grain can take this opportunity to sell it. Those who are willing to keep the grain, my Zhang family won't treat them unfairly. You don't have to worry about this matter. We have our own arrangements. It's a good opportunity to see how the people are feeling." Old Man Chong had already drunk several cups of tea in a row, but he still wasn't satisfied. When he was about to pick up a new cup and drink it, he heard Zhang Zhong's words. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongcheng, I'll remember what you said. When the time comes, if your family doesn't compensate, I'll hang myself in front of your house." "Don't, Uncle Zhang. Don't be like this. I'll definitely make arrangements. Don't worry, it's cold again. The construction in Kaiyi Province is almost done. We need to expand outward. No matter what, I have to make the commoners here better off before I leave Jiannan Province. As for the war at the front line and the economic war at the rear, you don't have to worry too much about them. Those are small matters. Whether or not the commoners can live well is a big matter." Zhang Zhong smiled and stopped Old Man Chong. Old Man Chong had a bad temper. He couldn't do anything to the Zhang family, so he wanted to use his life to force them. Zhang Zhong didn't dislike it. After all, the three old men were wholeheartedly for the commoners. Old Man Chang's method was just a bit extreme, so it didn't matter. Old Man Pai and the other two got the answer they wanted. After drinking tea, they went fishing. Zhang Zhong immediately arranged for people to open up Chongping's warehouse. He mobilized people to transport the grain to the areas affected by the grain price and distributed it to the commoners. A portion of the grain was given to the poor families for free, while the commoners were sold to them at the same price as before. Because the grain was stolen from Tubo, Zhang Zhong didn't keep it for himself. He also didn't want to earn money from it. He promised the commoners that the money from selling the grain would be given to them in another way. When the frontline matters were settled, it was more or less ready to operate. He told them to wait. When the Zhang family released Chongping's warehouse and only targeted the people who didn't farm, the people who had grain felt uncomfortable. They hesitated and didn't know if they should sell the grain or not. Cuckoo was still fighting, but Zhang Zhong didn't consider them. How should they choose? Just as they were hesitating, Zhang Xiaobao's operation back then had an effect. The imperial court sent a decree to prove to the various prefectures of Jiannan that Cuckoo wasn't the commander of this war. They used her age to scare Tubo, and the real commander was someone else. At this time, the commoners also knew. They couldn't guess anything else and could only choose to believe the imperial court. They knew that Cuckoo wasn't a powerful demon and that there was an expert behind her. They used this to anger Tubo and mobilize Tubo's troops. Many commoners changed their minds and sold the grain in their hands to the grain collectors. Because the grain collectors controlled the amount of grain they bought and deliberately delayed, The commoners who sold the grain stood in a line at the place where they bought the grain. Seeing that the merchants were deliberately taking their time to buy the grain, the commoners couldn't stand it. They all clamored for the merchants to buy their grain at the price they offered. As a result, the pressure on the grain collectors increased. When they saw the angry commoners on the street waiting to sell their grain, they were afraid that the government would intervene. They had no choice but to find Master Qi. Master Qi didn't expect that Zhang Zhong's reaction would be so fast. He now knew that his economic war had been discovered by the Zhang family. All of their methods were targeted at his grain prices. Thinking that the economic war was revealed by the Zhang family, Master Qi couldn't hold it in anymore. He had no choice but to write a letter to the person behind this. He didn't think that the Zhang family couldn't see through the trick. After all, this was what they did. The person behind Qi Dongjia also replied within a short period of time. First, he reprimanded Qi Dongjia, saying that he couldn't keep his cool and messed up when encountering problems. Then, he mentioned a solution and told Qi Dongjia that as long as he thought about it carefully, there would be a solution. When Master Qi received the letter, he didn't care whether it was reprimanded or not. He acted as if he had found a treasure and found a group of merchants. Can't you all wait? If you can't hold it in when you encounter a small matter, what big things can you do in the future? Think about it carefully. There is actually a solution to any problem. Master Qi told the merchants what the person behind the scenes said to him. He put on the appearance of an expert. The merchants looked at each other. How could they think of a solution? They turned their heads and stared at Master Qi, waiting for him to make the arrangements. They wanted to see what kind of method he had. Master Qi enjoyed the feeling of being looked up by others. He said to the crowd, "It's very simple. First, take their grain, but don't give them money immediately. Tell them that we will give them money after the inspection, but we can write a written agreement. If the inspection is good, we will not accept the compensation. If we can't accept the compensation after the inspection, we will tell them the reason. As long as they can get through this period of time, you can do whatever you want." Master Qi, your idea sounds good. But what if there is really no money to accept the compensation? Don't tell me that we really have to compensate the people. A merchant thought for a while and found the key point of the problem. Master Qi was doing this. Wasn't he trapping them? The other merchants also thought of this. They all looked at Master Qi, waiting for a reasonable explanation. They couldn't be fooled. Master Qi already had a plan. He laughed and said, "You all, not only are you timid, you can't see the future clearly. How about this? If you really don't want to do it, then change the method. Tell the people selling the grain that you are buying grain for a person surnamed Chun. Ask them to send the grain to Tonghua County. There will be someone there to accept it. You don't have enough money to accept it." Master Qi really didn't want to do this. If he did, his usefulness would be reduced. The person behind the scenes mentioned this in the letter and asked him to make the arrangements himself. If one plan didn't work, then he would use another. Of course, the person behind the scenes saw him as someone who was very good at socializing. He thought that with his ability, he could make the merchants pay for the grain. It was his own lack of ability. He didn't want to admit this, and he didn't dare to delay this matter. He could only tell the other person. The two of them worked together. From now on, that person would be in charge. With a new method, the merchants were satisfied. They left happily and went to arrange their own matters. Soon, the people knew about this matter. After estimating the distance and transportation cost, they felt that there was still a lot of profit to be made. They either transported the grain themselves or found someone to hire horses and carriages. The grandiose transportation team headed for Tonghua County in Maozhou. The team was not small. The local transportation industry people had made a profit this time. They all raised the price. The reason was that the road was not easy to travel on. Also, the price of the livestock and food for the livestock was expensive. They could either wait for Zhang Zhong to fix the road or spend more money. Chapter 645. This time, Zhang Zhong needed Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao, especially Old Man Pai. He used to be an official in Yizhou and even investigated people in Jianan Circuit. He was the perfect person to use. Old Man Pai was also surprised by Zhang Zhong's sudden arrival. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Yongcheng, we were just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to come. Just in time, accompany this old man fishing." Without saying anything, Zhang Zhong took out the fishing rod he had brought with him. He put the bait on and threw it into the river. He was already used to fishing when he talked to Old Man Pai. According to his son, this was a habit he had developed for being spoiled between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County. Old Man Pai also changed the bait. With a flick of his wrist, he let the hook go into the water. It was unknown what he was thinking. Did he know how to fish? In this kind of flowing water, he actually used a floater. He watched as the floater was washed away by the water and tilted the fishing line, but he didn't care. When Zhang Zhong saw this, he admired him. This was what it meant to be on the level. He said that he came out to fish in the water, but the servants at home gave him a rod with a bottom hook, saying that it was the fishing experience of the young master. Whoever used a floater in the water was stupid. Regardless of whether the rod was stupid or not, this kind of calmness was not easy for others to learn. It was admirable, truly admirable. It was probably because it was tiring to hold the rod, and there were too many tools that came with it. Otherwise, wouldn't official Pai have brought a whole bunch of fishing rods here to fish? Old Man Pai didn't have this kind of awareness. If it wasn't for the sake of talking, he would have used electricity. He would pull a net downstream and then use electricity upstream to catch the fish. It was convenient and effective. "Yongcheng, do you think my hook is not good?" Old Man Pai asked Zhang San after fishing for a while. Zhang Zhong said in his heart, "Isn't this nonsense? You shouldn't use this kind of pole at all." However, he couldn't say it so bluntly. That would be too unprofessional. Besides, Sir Bai wasn't asking about this matter. Therefore, Zhang Zhong thought for a moment and said, "Yes, Sir Bai, I think the current is too strong, so it drifted past. It would be good if it was stable, otherwise the fish would not take the bait easily." Yongcheng knows more. "Steady? Yongcheng, this fish is going crazy. Can you still hold on?" Old Man Pai asked Zhang Zhong as he slowly kneaded the fish bait mixed with fishbone powder and lard. Zhang Zhong glanced at it and thought that Sir Bai's heart was finally in a mess. Otherwise, who would use this kind of bait? This bait was used to catch the black fish, or it could be said that it was specially used to catch fish that ate fish. Without saying anything, Zhang Zhong directly took out some flour from the bag behind him. There was also some ground pork bone flour inside. He casually sprinkled it into the river and said to Old Man Pai, "If it makes a mess in the cage, it will still be in the cage. Could it hurt people?" Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Zhong in surprise, especially the thing that Zhang Zhong sprinkled in the water. He asked, "Yongcheng, you want to use the cage to keep the fish, then what are you sprinkling now?" Old Man Pai was very familiar with this kind of verbal confrontation. An expression, a movement, and even a look all contained different meanings. He had to ask. Zhang Zhong sprinkled 2 more handfuls of flour and answered, "I am making a whirlpool. When fishing, I use a lot of other things to attract fish. This is what a whirlpool is. When the time comes, I will put in good bait. When a lot of fish gather, they will be willing to come to the good bait." "I see, but this is flowing water." Old Man Pai was not confused to this extent. "How can one make a whirlpool in flowing water?" "Yes, flowing water. I can only make a whirlpool in one river and gather all the other fish, no matter if it is a tributary or a mainstream. If they are too scattered, it will be difficult to catch them. I am afraid that they will not be together. As long as they are together and feel that this river is good, I will have a way to catch them all in one go." Zhang Zhong threw all his fishing rods into the river and said to Old Man Pai. This time, even old Zhang, who didn't know much about politics, understood what Zhang Zhong meant. Zhang Zhong wanted the grain collectors and livestock collectors to gather together so that they could deal with the problem together, unlike at the beginning when they were separated. Old Man Pai looked at Zhang Zhong and nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Zhong was finally able to act on his own. In the future, when he fought with others, he would know when to advance and when to retreat. He did not have to worry too much. He looked at Zhang Zhong now as if he was looking at his own son. His son was an official elsewhere, so he could only treat Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and Xian Heir as his grandchildren. He treated Zhang Zhong as his son. Even if he often caused trouble for his son and grandchildren, it was to train them. Seeing Zhang Zhong's steady appearance, he asked, "Yongcheng, are you going to use a fishing rod to catch them all in one go?" "No, the fishing rod is only for fishing. The fishing rod is for the fish who think they are smart. The net is also not for the fish. If you use a net, unless you use too much manpower, you will not be able to catch them. Even if you catch them, they will only be small fish. I am going to use this thing." As Zhang Zhong spoke, he took out a glass bottle from his bag. It was a very big bottle. It was difficult to see what was inside, but the twister on the bottle proved its power. Zhang Zhong took out the bottle and a fire scythe. After blowing on it, he smiled at Old Man Pai and the others. Old Man Bai and the other two immediately stopped fishing and turned around to retreat. They knew that this thing would explode, and it was a very powerful one. It was almost as powerful as the grenades that Cuckoo had brought. Zhang Zhong ignited the twister. After the twister burned into the bottle, he casually threw it. The bottle fell into the water, and Zhang Zhong immediately laid down. After the explosion, Zhang Zhong climbed up and looked at the fish that had been blown out of the water. He said to Old Man Pai, "There are no real big fish, so it is not time to reel in the net. I will first blow them up, and then we will talk about it later." Old Man Pai and the others had nothing to worry about at this time. Since Zhang Zhong was already prepared, there was no need for them to worry. Old Man Pai changed the fishing rod. There was no float on the hook in front, but a lead block. He shook his hand and threw it into the water. "Yongcheng, you just blew up a lot of fish, right? Take it back and let someone stew it. Stew it into a milky white soup." "I'll go now." Zhang Zhong did not fish up the fish that had been blown up. He nodded, put away his things, and left to arrange the economic war. As for the stewing of the fish, he could arrange for someone else to do it. "Xiao Bao, we are about to set off. Have you made the arrangements? If we are too far away, Shui Yun will delay things. Without a satellite, it will be too tiring for me to command, and it will easily cause too many casualties." In the desert, Wang Wan felt that it was about time. She wanted to carry out the next step of the battle plan, so she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It's all arranged. That person from Tubo is quite smart. He knows how to divert the trouble. Unfortunately, his opponent is not an ordinary person from the Great Tang. I'm not worried. What do you want to do? We will leave immediately." Zhang Xiaobao finally found a few snakes, the very poisonous ones. He shared the snake gall with Cuckoo and ate it raw. He also ate some garlic to avoid eating parasites. He did not know what he was thinking, but he did not use the strong wine. The remaining snake meat was given to Wang Wan to make soup. It looked like a lot, but after it was made, there were only 3 bowls. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to eat it himself, so he gave one to Wang Wan and one to the 2 injured people who had not recovered yet. After sharing, he heard Wang Wan's call. He thought about his plan and felt that there were not many loopholes, so he signaled to Wang Wan to start. Wang Wan ordered the troops to pack up. She looked at the lake not far away, mounted the horse, and shouted to the soldiers to set off. The Tang army continued to move westward. After walking for a while, Wang Wan looked back at the lake and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I really don't want to leave now. It is too comfortable to stay in this desert. Unfortunately, we don't have enough food. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to find enough food to feed nearly 10,000 people in a few days." Zhang Xiaobao nodded in understanding. "It's about time. Don't always think about doing things perfectly. Just do your best. We will come back in the future. At that time, there will be no Tubo army waiting outside." "That's right. This is our world after all. Let's go." Wang Wan urged the horse, and the entire army moved faster. The Tang army's soldiers worshipped Wang Wan to the extent of a deity. General Wang said that the Tubo army wouldn't dare to come in, so the Tubo army really didn't dare to come in. They could bathe here, catch the insects and snakes in the desert, and even eat the things in the desert. This life was really good. If it wasn't for the lack of food, perhaps they could stay here for another month or two. At this moment, they were moving westward. It seemed that General Wang wanted to take a big detour and go behind the Tubo army to launch a sneak attack. All the soldiers guessed. They didn't have the fear of death in the war anymore. Their lives were no longer that important. How many enemies were heroes? If they could go back alive, they would have a good life. Even if they died, their families would also be taken care of. When they came out, they had already thought it through. At this time, Wang Wan also didn't think about the life and death of the soldiers. She knew that if she thought too much, she would stop moving forward. If she wanted to be a general, she couldn't care about the life and death of every soldier. If she could take care of them, she could only take care of them. If she couldn't, she could only resign herself to fate. Leading the army all the way to the west, Wang Wan didn't forget to arrange for Shuiyin. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, I'll leave you here. Haven't you been a little familiar with communicating with Shuiyin these few days? You stay here and catch up with us after 3 days. This is under the condition that we don't encounter the enemy. If we encounter them, come immediately. Zhang Xiaobao revealed a smile and nodded to Wang Wan. Don't worry, I will survive. I am Zhang Xiaobao, the Zhang Xiaobao who was hated by countless people. Even the police dogs couldn't track me, let alone the Tubo people. Even if Shuiyin didn't take me to find you, I would still rush back to Yizhou. I don't believe that there is anyone who can compare to me in individual special forces. Then be careful. Remember, without you, I will definitely not be able to live by myself. It's very boring. Let's go. Wang Wan left these words and gradually disappeared from Zhang Xiaobao's sight with the army. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and looked at Shuiyin, who was as smart as a human, standing on his shoulder. He said, I'll rely on you for the rest of the days. If we really encounter danger, you run first. Don't worry about me. In this vast desert, I can't play with them to death. Shuiyin was indeed different from ordinary falcons. It was very sensible and knew that it had temporarily changed masters. It affectionately rubbed its head against its new master who often caught snakes and skinned them for meat. After calling out, it flew into the blue sky. Lufatuda didn't know that Wang Wan's army had moved. Looking at the falcon that appeared in the sky every day, he thought that Wang Wan was resting in the desert. He really wanted to get this falcon down. It was too annoying. In the few days that he couldn't wait any longer, he sent 2 teams of soldiers, a total of 200 people, to check, but in the end, not a single one returned. It was all because of this falcon. 2 days ago, he sent 100 people to take advantage of the fact that the falcon had flown away and hadn't returned. In the end, after the teams entered, the falcon returned 4 hours later. How could it return in such a timely manner? There was no need to count on those 200 people. They didn't have a chance to return. Not to mention this falcon. Even if it didn't, the enemy would have discovered it in advance. Perhaps because they discovered it, they didn't immediately attack, but instead formed an encirclement. How could Demon Fiend Cuckoo not think of this kind of thing that even he could think of? Useless spies. 2 days ago, they even sent a message saying that the person in command here wasn't Cuckoo, but someone else. Wasn't that stupid? He and Cuckoo had fought a few battles, but he still didn't know who was in command. During the battle, how could he not see Cuckoo's dispatch clearly? There was only a messenger beside him. How could there be an expert? Not to mention that there wasn't an expert. Even if there was, he didn't see it. So what? He was facing the enemy here. Whether it was an expert or Cuckoo, could it be that they weren't commanding the army? Didn't he have to face them? His opponent was the current Tang army. It didn't matter who was in command. The falcon isn't here yet. What are you all doing? Didn't you say to go back and find someone? The more Lufatuda thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Just because of a falcon in the sky, he was stuck here and couldn't move. Who knew if the Tang army would take advantage of his carelessness to launch a sneak attack? When Zhang Xiaobao led a falcon to confuse the enemy, 3 days had passed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hesitate and immediately put on a leather rope for himself. He even specially left a piece of rope so that he could tie it around the falcon's claws. This was to prevent Shui Yun from being too happy and letting go of its claws. If that happened, he would die unjustly. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Shui Yun were about to leave, Lufatuda's long-awaited falcon squad finally arrived. There were 12 people. Including the 2 people who want to find someone, there were a total of 14 people. They brought 12 falcons with them. Once they arrived, the falcons flew up. Zhang Xiaobao saw it. Shui Yun saw it too. Zhang Xiaobao whistled hard to call Shui Yun down. Shui Yun probably estimated the number of people on both sides and wisely chose to change tactics. It could be said that it was a strategic retreat. With a cry, he dove down toward Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was already prepared. When Shui Yun flew over, he ran forward and jumped. He straightened his back in the air. The moment he jumped, Zhang Xiaobao chose to believe in Shui Yun. If someone saw his jump at this time, they would be shocked. When he ran and jumped, he was actually 5 feet above the ground. His body was very free even in such a situation. At this moment, he was the Zhang Xiaobao that made countless special forces feel helpless. Shui Yun didn't let down its unique battle falcon name. It immediately found the right position and pulled Zhang Xiaobao up. It allowed Zhang Xiaobao to tie the rope around its feet. Run, we can't beat them. There are too many of them. When Zhang Xiaobao was caught, he didn't forget to shout. He didn't care whether Shui Yun understood him or not. Shui Yun cried and flapped its wings. It flew in the direction of Wang Wan's squad. Behind it, the 12 falcons were closely following. Don't be afraid. I'm still with you. Let's fight together. When we find Cuckoo, you dive down. If they dare to dive down with you, they'll all be turned into spiked falcons. It's a new breed. Zhang Xiaobao took out the 2 guns at his waist and checked them. He didn't forget to shout at Shui Yun. Shui Yun tried its best to fly. It wasn't stupid. It wouldn't fight against 12 falcons alone. The 12 falcons didn't have any burdens. Their flying speed was naturally fast. No matter how strong Shui Yun was, it couldn't increase its speed by catching a person. Lufatuda rode on his horse and chased after them. He had already seen that there was a person below the falcon. It was the person who was with Cuckoo. He didn't know what he did. According to the intelligence, he was Zhang Zhong's son. Was he here play? Catch him and kill that falcon. Lufatuda was very excited when he thought of the chance to catch the son of Yizhou Provincial Governor Zhang Zhong. He shouted from below. The 12 eagles gradually approached the water cloud and continued to rise higher. Zhang Xiaobao also saw this situation. He shouted at Shui Yun, "If you're really smart, fly higher. Don't worry about me. My regulating ability is not bad. I'm not afraid of short of oxygen. Let's work together and get rid of them." Shui Yun didn't know if it understood Zhang Xiaobao's words or if it was due to its instincts during battle. Shui Yun really did try its best to fly higher. Relying on its different physique compared to normal falcons, it gradually occupied the sky. The 12 falcons weren't afraid. After all, they had a lot of people. They also tried their best to catch up. They wanted to catch this seemingly powerful fellow. Lufatuda led his team and chased with all his might. He wasn't slow at all. When he saw the 12 falcons gradually approaching, a smile finally appeared on his face. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao finished checking the gun. He took a deep breath and shouted at Shui Yun, "Turn, let's fight it out with them. I can at least kill 6 of them. I can also cover for you. Don't be afraid. My stiletto is longer than their claws." Perhaps the water cloud really did understand. It flew up a little more, drawing a very beautiful arc, and rushed towards the left wing of the pursuing eagles. Its eyes were wide open, and its mouth was slightly moving. That falcon also gathered its courage and rushed towards Shui Yun. It wanted to use itself to delay Shui Yun. Just as the 2 falcons were about to come into contact with each other, Zhang Xiaobao's gun rang out. How could the falcon that was rushing towards them expect such a weapon? It didn't have any time to react. Its head was instantly smashed into pieces. Go, go, go. Zhang Xiaobao put the gun back on his waist and shouted excitedly. Gah! Shuai-Yun didn't expect to get rid of an opponent so quickly. It cried out, shook its wings, and turned around to continue. With another bang, the second falcon was shot down. The scatter shot flew out and scraped the neck of the other falcon. That falcon immediately left the team in fear and flew back. Zhang Xiaobao took out the short crossbow on his back and continued to charge with Shuai-Yun. This kind of aerial battle was very comfortable. The main thing was that Shuai-Yun was very good at adjusting its position. It had the height and speed and was very agile. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was more comfortable to charge from above. The third falcon was shot down by him. He didn't use the crossbow, but a sleeve arrow. The members of the seedling protection team already had so many things on them. How could he not have enough? Another sleeve arrow took care of the fourth falcon. Shuai-Yun excitedly continued to chase. With a dive, the fifth falcon was killed. This time, it wasn't Zhang Xiaobao's crossbow arrow, but the flying locust needles on Zhang Xiaobao's belt. When the sixth falcon was shot down by Zhang Xiaobao with the short crossbow, Zhang Xiaobao changed the weapon in his hand to the short bow. He also held a military knife parallel to the bow arm and was ready to continue the battle. The remaining 6 falcons were finally scared and flew down. Before Zhang Xiaobao shouted for Shuai-Yun to retreat and stop chasing, Shuai-Yun knew what to do. It was also scared of the arrows below and didn't have any intention of chasing. It flapped its wings and ran away. Luftjuda and his cavalry watched the man and the falcon leave just like that. Motherfucker, he ran away. What was that thing? He took care of a falcon in one move. Luftjuda looked up at the sky and said in a daze. There were already people around him picking up the 6 falcons that were shot down. The 12 falcons helplessly sighed. They understood that the dead falcons were still okay. The remaining 6 falcons had lost their courage to continue the battle. Falcons were like hunting dogs. When they met a strong opponent, they would either fight to the death or become useless. Chase. That Xiao Bao probably can't do anything anymore. Luftjuda didn't know so much and still shouted at the 12 people. One of the 2 original falconers stepped forward and explained, General, we can't chase after it. Since the falcon has returned, as long as we meet this falcon in the future, we won't have the courage to fight with it. It's just like some people, once they've been beaten into submission, they won't dare to summon up the courage to fight again. Luftjuda didn't expect this result. He looked at the person who spoke, and then at the 6 falcons that landed on the ground. He thought for a while and sighed. Sigh, don't they know that they didn't lose to the falcon? But that person? Want to be like this in the future? General, it's more or less the same. They probably knew that it was that person, but that person isn't important. What's important is that they know the difference between them and the falcon. The remaining 6 falcons didn't dare to go over, which means that the falcon can definitely win against them. Look, that falcon was carrying a person and was very agile. What if that person wasn't there? The eagle trainer who spoke just now added. Luftjuda didn't want to believe this fact, but he had to. Wasn't he also forced to not move because of that person? That person was strong. His falcon was strong too. What else could he say? He helplessly said to everyone, let's go back and continue to guard there. Maybe they won't have anything to eat in a few days. They will have to fight eventually. Chapter 646. The autumn sky was blue, and the maple leaves were red, swaying with the wind. The desert was desolate, and the light cavalry was nowhere to be found. The rich went hunting while the poor were pickling vegetables. The Tang Empire and Tubo discovered something at the same time. Cuckoo's light cavalry was gone, and there was no more news from Pengzhou. Luftjuda let the falcons circle the sky, but they couldn't find the 10,000 people hiding. He sent a small team into the desert to take a look, but they still didn't find any traces. He wanted to send a large team in a search, but he was worried that they would be ambushed, so he could only foolishly wait. He also cooperated with the people of another division to train the troops when he had nothing to do. Zhang Zhong also didn't get any news for 10 days. He was worried, so he tried not to think too much. Old Man Pai and the other two were also restless. They didn't know what the two little guys were going to do, and they didn't even give them a letter. The three couldn't sleep at night, so they put on their clothes and went to find Zhang Zhong. They didn't care if Zhang Zhong was sleeping or not, but the servant told them that Zhang Zhong went to the little girl and the little boy. The three then went to Xiao Bei and the other little guys. When they arrived, they found that Zhang Zhong was persuading the little guys to sleep. During the day, the little guys missed their brother and sister and kept asking them to come back. The maids didn't listen to them no matter what. In the end, Pomegranate, who tried to use the wood of the maple tree to grow fungi, took a few maple leaves and stuck them on the folded paper boats. She asked the little guys to write what they could think of on the boats and sent someone to send them to the river and put them in the water. She said that Xiaofeng would take the maple leaves to tell the little boy and little girl, and they would come back when they knew. In the end, the little guys were led to the mountain to pick maple leaves. They picked a lot of them, and when they came back, they folded the paper boats and stuck them on themselves. They put one on the side and planned to put it in the river at dawn. They didn't sleep. After Zhang Zhong found out about the situation, he came over to persuade them. He arrived not long before Old Man Pai and the other two. The little guys were not very nimble, and when they stuck the maple leaves on their bodies, they got sticky all over their bodies. However, they did not care. They stuck the maple leaves excitedly and had already stuck more than 500 boats. I'll just write, I miss you guys. No, I've already written, I miss my brother. No, I've already written. When the three old men arrived, Xiao Bei was frowning as she tried to think of the vocabulary. How much vocabulary did she have? She wrote down everything that she could think of, but there were a few that were repeated. She was so anxious that her little mouth was pursed, and it looked like she was about to cry. The old man Pai walked in front of Xiao Bei, reached out his hand, and touched Xiao Bei's hair as he said, "Just write that the mountains are high and the rivers are far apart, and the heart is bright." Xiao Bei was stunned. She raised her head to look at Old Man Pai, then lowered her head to think. Perhaps she did not understand the meaning of this sentence, but she still nodded and signaled to the person beside her to write it down. Old Man Yao said enviously, "It seems that the heavens have given all the best things to the Zhang family and the Wang family. How many brothers and sisters in the officials like the two families can be like this? I'll also help you think of one. Just write that the stars are scarce, and the sun and the moon are scattered, in which flowing clouds hold the promise together." The little guys did not understand the meaning, but it sounded good, so they asked someone to write it down. Xiao Bei raised her head and looked at her father with an expectant gaze. How could Zhang Zhong refuse? He also said, "The bright sun always shines on the body at home, and the hazy rain at the border does not blow people away. Xiao Bei, let father hug you. You are all father's good children." Old Man Chong could not think of a sentence, so he took a piece of paper and folded a boat. As he folded, he said, "You are all great talents and can come up with ideas as soon as you open your mouth. I can't. I'll fold a boat for the little guys. Fold a tall boat, just like their house." The sensible maidservant at the side immediately took the opportunity to say, "Xiao Bei, why don't we go to sleep and let master write it?" "No." Xiao Bei turned her head away. "Then let's watch from the side and let others read it. If we hear something good, we'll write it down." The maidservant suggested again. Xiao Bei thought about it and realized that she really cannot speak, but she also could not write. She nodded and said, "Okay." She agreed, and the other little guys also agreed. They all sat to the side obediently, listening to others speak and watching others write. Thus, the old housekeeper, whom even Zhang Juling respected very much, folded boats for the little guys. The prime minister of 3 dynasties, Yao Chong, the former crown prince of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhan Shi, the inspector Jianan, and the top scorer of the Jinshi examination, the provincial governor of Yizhou, began to write for the little guys. Some people from the inner courtyard also joined in. Even so, the 3 old men and Zhang Zhong were very happy. It was really difficult to get the little guys to agree. Usually, The little guys only listened to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The food they ate was made by Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo was their favorite. The stories they listened to were told by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo the most. There were many people who wanted to come over and establish relationships with the little guys to flatter them, but the little guys did not give them face. It was really not easy to get the little guys to agree even once. They did not care whether you had power or money. They had their own set of attitudes towards people and things. The people from the inner courtyard were also very enthusiastic. A male chauffeur, who was responsible for following the little guys and carrying things and moving things, said at this time, "I'll also write one. 100 turns of steep mountains cannot hide. Ridge Road. Wrong, it's a blind pair." When Wang Wan's younger brother heard this, he looked over angrily and said, "The forest is opposite the dock. The ridge is opposite the mountain. The daytime is opposite the spring. There is a ridge, and you still say ridge? Then you say it." Xiao Bei was listening and was interrupted, so she said with dissatisfaction, "I'll say it. I'll say it. 100 against 1,000, turn against turn, steep mountains against blue mountains. Green mountains cannot hide, blue water cannot hide, 100 turns of steep mountains cannot hide, 1,000 turns of mountain range cannot hide." Wang Wan's younger brother said with his chest puffed out. Xiao Bei seemed to have seen something novel. She turned her head and looked over. She looked at this guy that her older brother and sister had said could be like her older brother and sister in the future and be together with her. Old Man Pai and the other two people, as well as Zhang Zhong, were also shocked. Zhang Zhong knew that Cuckoo's younger brother, Xiao Yuan, was usually smart and could remember what others said, but he did not expect him to be smart to this extent. The first part that Zhang Zhong understood was something that Cuckoo had specially taught to the village children in the past. The latter part was not. How did this child learn it? Old Man Zhang felt that this silly little fellow was fun to play with, like his older sister. Old Man Bai sighed at the fact that another genius had appeared in the Wang clan. Old Man Yao, on the other hand, was extremely jealous. All the good things were happening between their two clans. How were other people supposed to live? It seemed that he had to look around in his own clans and send those around the same age to learn together. The teachings of an expert could not be monopolized by the two clans. Zhang Zhong went over and picked Xiao Yuan up to take a closer look. He kissed him and praised. "Good. Xiao Yuan, learn well. Write this down." The people in the inner courtyard immediately started writing. They appeared to be much calmer. With the existence of the young master, young lady, and young immortal, they could accept even the most unusual things. The night passed in a warm and excited atmosphere. The little guys did not stay up until dawn. They fell asleep while listening. Other than the stars in the sky, there were also many small boats that accompanied them. Zhang Zhong, who had stayed up all night, went to take a bath. He also had a massage and drank a bowl of soup. Then he took the snacks and small abalones prepared by his family and went to work on the road repair and fighting with people. Old Man Pai and the other two were old and did not sleep much. They just needed to lie down for a while, take a steam bath, sit in the carriage, and travel on the newly repaired road. They drank truffle soup and ate buns while they were eating. They also followed Zhang Zhong to work. Bai Shu and Yao Chong originally wanted to relax, but when they were free, they realized that they could not adapt at all. They were destined to be busy for the rest of their lives. Old Man Chong was the same. He worried about this and that. We came to Lu Zhou in the past. He was on the verge of death. Later on, when he was busy and had to take care of himself, his body recovered. After what happened last night, Old Man Chong began to write a letter to Zhang Jiuling. He warned the servants in the family not to think that they were great just because of the master. Look at the servants of Zhang family and Wang family. Any one of the servant girls could write delicate and beautiful words. They could accompany you in reciting poems and couplets. Even when they were working outside, they did not show the slightest disdain. They knew when to advance and when to retreat, and they knew how to behave. If one day they met their own servants and the servants behaved too much, it would be a slap to their own face. Old Man Pai was also very emotional. He used to think that he knew the Zhang family and Wang family very well. This time, he went one step further. The servants of the two families could recite poems and couplets, write calligraphy, and draw. It was so convenient to use them. He did not know if he should be happy that the Zhang family had so many good servants or sad that they had such capable servants. Old Man Yao swallowed a steamed bun and wanted to eat more. Suddenly, he remembered the Zhang family doctor's words. He could not eat too much. No matter how good the food was, he could only eat until he was 70% full. He reluctantly took back his hand and said, "The fall of a leaf reveals the autumn of the world. The Zhang family and Wang family are unstoppable. If they win this economic war again, it will be difficult for the imperial court to arrange official positions for them next year." Official positions are not difficult. I can see something about the Zhang family. They don't care if there are high-ranking officials with real power. As long as others don't provoke them, they are not afraid. Occasionally, they will scheme against the important ministers in the imperial court and the emperor. It's not a big deal. I feel that they are just playing. They are playing according to the rules of the game. You see, when we came here, the emperor schemed against them once. They showed that they were angry, but they were not really angry. They did not seem to care about this kind of scheme, or it could be said that they looked down on this kind of scheme. They let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo ask for benefits. This is also the existence of rules. If you scheme against others and want to use others, you have to pay an extra price. If you give them the corresponding exchange conditions, they will continue to play with you. If you don't, they will not play. This is a kind of detached mentality. They look down on everyone in the world. At the same time, they are not arrogant. Their family is like this. Old Man Pai summed up his opinion of the Zhang family and Wang family through his own observation. They did not care about what they had to give or receive, but whether or not they followed the rules. If they were really schemed against, they were willing to lose more benefits. However, if it was not this kind of relative fairness, they would not be happy. It was like playing a game of Monopoly. Winning or losing did not matter. The main thing was that you could not cheat when playing with them. Old Man Yao thought about it and found that it was true. As you said, they are like immortals who came to the human world to play. This is the feeling, right? Old Man Yao said and felt lucky. Fortunately, they came to the Tang Empire. Otherwise, the Tang Empire would be in trouble if they went to other places. Chapter 6:47. The sudden news shocked the three old men. Why did they suddenly lower the price? Catch up with Governor Zhang's carriage. Old Man Pai could not figure out how the Tubo people operated. He could only chase after Zhang Zhong and ask him. Xiao Bao had not sent any news for many days, and he did not know if Zhang Zhong could handle it. Did they need to mobilize the experts of the Zhang family? After a while, the two carriages joined together. Zhang Zhong asked them to stop and open the curtains. He looked through the glass window. The three old men walked down one after another. Old Man Chang knocked on the door of Zhang Zhong's carriage. Yongcheng opened the door. "Uncle Zhang, official by official Yao, please come in." Zhang Zhong did not know what was going on, so he opened the door and let them in. When the three old men entered, they started to sniff. There was a very faint fragrance in Zhang Zhong's carriage. It was not the fragrance of sandalwood, nor was it the fragrance of agarwood. It was the fragrance of flowers, but they did not know what flowers they were. When they looked at Zhang Zhong's carriage, they found that it was changed. It was not the original one. It was more spacious than the original one, and the layout inside was slightly different. Old Man Pai looked around and was not in a hurry to talk. He asked, "Yongcheng, your carriage? It was changed. The original carriage was taken away by my father. My father also has an official position. He needs a good carriage when he goes out. I wanted to make a new one for my father, but he did not agree. He took away my carriage and asked me to make a new one. All fathers in the world are like this. They give good things to their children. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo come back, I will ask them to help me decorate the carriage. They have a lot of ideas and know what to do. An old man can be comfortable. Official buy, are you smelling the ink? Here, the ink made by my family was just made not long ago. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that the fragrance of lotus flowers was good, so Hua Jing suggested it. The cuckoo is said to be pure and clear, to be seen from afar, but not to be touched. It is the flower of a gentleman, so I added it to the ink. Between the lines of painting and calligraphy, the ink contains a fragrance, faint but not dissipating, not disappearing for a long time. It lingers around a gentleman. Why should I fear enchanting? I used it. Although I am not a gentleman, I have a pure and clear heart. Zhang Zhong explained the reaction of the carriage and the three old men. Ah, there's such a good thing? Yongsheng, if you have good things in the future, you have to think about the poor old man first. The things in your family are not stained with gold or silver, nor are they inlaid with jade, but any one of them is not simple. I just ran out of ink. Last night, I was worried about where to find more ink. You have some, give me a few pieces. I will use them first. Old Man Pai's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Zhong's words. Good things, really good things. He was really good at hiding. If he didn't come here today, he didn't know how long he would be kept in the dark. The things in the Zhang family were really good. They were grand, but not extravagant. They really had the style of a big family. Zhang Zhong had long been used to being robbed. He nodded. I haven't done any packaging yet. When I go back, I will use good wood to make an ink box and send it to the three of you. No need. If you make the packaging beautiful, what if I am reluctant to use it? It will be fine if it is scattered. 10 pieces, not too many. UNG, how many pieces do you want? Old Man Pai couldn't wait. They were family, so there was no need for packaging. He asked for 10 pieces right away. He didn't know how long he was going to use it, so he turned to ask Yao Chong. Yao Chong also liked the ink used by Zhang Zhong. He nodded embarrassedly and whispered, same. Old Man Chong saw that Old Man Pai didn't mention him, so he hurriedly said, same for me. He wanted to send it to Zhang Jiuling. Others saw Zhang Jiuling as a master, but he saw him as his own son. Zhang Zhong's father knew how to think for his son, so he had to think for his son. Zhang Zhong couldn't say anything. Just give it to him. 30 pieces of ink, and it was gone. Fortunately, his family made a lot of ink. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to send. After talking about trivial matters, Old Man Yao began to talk about business. Yongsheng, your family has enough food to make wine this time. You don't need to spend too much money. It's cheap, so the price has been lowered. But in the future, it will be expensive to use chicken soup, so the price has been raised. Zhang Zhong suddenly understood why the three old men came. It turned out that it was because of this matter. He took out a piece of paper from the drawer in the car, spread it on the small table, and said to the three old men, I just heard about it. Xiao Bao has already informed me in advance. There's a way to deal with it. Let's see. The three old men didn't expect that the news that just came today would be expected by Xiao Bao, who had disappeared for many days. They gathered together to look at it. It was indeed Xiao Bao's handwriting. Xiao Bao's handwriting was different from other people's handwriting. The middle part of the handwriting was straight and rigid, while the surrounding parts were erratic and unpredictable. It wasn't like Cuckoo's handwriting, which was guarded and didn't stop, but looked for the edges. It was soft and firm, and the tip of the pen hid the tip of the blade. It looked like it was written by a woman, but it was impossible to guess the woman's temperament. Not bad, or it could be considered a small achievement. But Xiao Bao's handwriting had been practiced for a long time, but it was still very confusing. If one looked carefully, one could see the knife light and sword shadows, and there were loopholes everywhere, which made people not dare to enter. After staring at it for a long time, they felt like they had entered a trap, which was very uncomfortable. That's right, the handwriting now was like that. Maybe it was a letter from home, but it didn't pay attention to the structure of the writing, so it was very simple. Father, I reckon that they will use another method. That is, when purchasing food at a high price, they will suddenly lower the price and raise the price of other goods. I thought about it, and with that little trick of theirs, the biggest possibility is that they will raise the price of poultry and livestock to a very high price. It's not a big deal. If it's someone who knows a little about economics, they will think that the other party is trying to change the target of their attack. But what I think is that the other party doesn't have enough funds, so they will release a small amount of goods in anticipation of the next step of raising the price. We can first release the news that there is a large amount of food coming to Jiannan, but we can't really release the food that our family is transporting from other places. Our goal is to give others, other than the other party, the impression that the price reduction was due to our family behind the scenes. Let's not worry about the price increase of poultry and livestock for now. We must stabilize the price of salt and oil first, especially the price of salt. Let them do whatever they want with meat. If the price of food is low and the price of meat is high, then it's fake. If they raise the price of food again after a short period of time, then our family will focus on the transportation of goods. Originally, I didn't want to take it out now, because that would make it seem like I'm using other means in this economic war. Although this is a very normal matter, I don't like it. It's just that the road is being repaired, so it won't be good if we don't take it out. As long as the price of food rises again, returning to the price before the price reduction, or even higher, we will take out our three-wheeled truck and directly attack the transportation industry. They will be fools. Just like in normal military warfare, they are playing with unconventional moves. If he wants to build a plank road, we will take drastic measures to deal with him. We will catch him off guard and attack him when he is unprepared. We must not accept the grain they release. It is easy for them to fall into a trap. Sun Xiaobao. Chapter 648. Old Man Pai and the other two looked at Xiao Bao's straightforward and slightly long-winded words. If it wasn't for the fact that it was Zhang Xiaobao's handwriting, they would have thought that it was written by someone else. After all, this prediction was too accurate. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were in Tubo, and there hadn't been any news from them for a long time. This was all written beforehand. Is it true that the price reduction this time is only for a short period of time? Are the Tubo people really out of money? Old Man Chong was very confused about economic matters. After reading the letter, he wanted someone to confirm it. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao also weren't sure if this was the case. They could only look at Zhang Zhong, wanting to see if Zhang Zhong would follow what Xiao Bao had written in the letter. In their opinion, this was a big matter. Zhang Zhong should go and ask the expert behind him. Zhang Zhong had already read the letter several times. It wasn't that he couldn't remember the contents of the letter, but that he wanted to see his son's handwriting. He had already memorized all the plans. Now that he heard the news of the grain price reduction, he immediately ordered people to spread the news. Thus, starting from Ezhou, the grain price reduction was acknowledged by the Zhang family. The Zhang family had spent a large amount of money to transport grain from other places. Thus, the grain price had dropped. 3 days later, this news spread to other places in Jiannan Circuit as if it had grown wings. Some people actually sent fast riders to other places to spread the news. It was unknown whether it was because of some special purpose or because they were willing to be good people. Boss Chi was preparing to release grain for 2 more days to create a rush to buy grain. When the time came, he would raise the price and give people the impression that it wasn't a problem of the grain price, but that Jiannan Circuit really didn't have any grain. This would cause the people to temporarily stop their usual habit of buying grain bit by bit and turn it into an explosive stockpile of grain. In the end, before he could completely release the news on his side, the news of the Zhang family releasing grain came from Ezhou. When he first heard this news, Boss Chi was really shocked, thinking that the Zhang family was really releasing grain. But after thinking about it, he realized that something was wrong. Zhang Zhong had opened the Chongping warehouse in Ezhou. There seemed to be a lot of grain, but when it was spread to the entire western region of Jiannan Circuit, it wouldn't be of much use. It could only be used for emergencies. The other prefectures also had Chongping warehouses, but unless it was a disaster, they did not dare to open the warehouses as Zhang Zhong did. Only when there was an emergency would they take the risk of sending memorials to the capital requesting to open the warehouses while opening a small amount of grain to release. Another possibility was that the Zhang family had transported grain from other places. This was even more impossible. The Zhang family's ships would inevitably pass through Ezhou, and he had his own people there. If there really were a large ship transporting grain, someone would have already warned him. Understand, Zhang Zhong wants to use my hand to make a good reputation for himself. So that's how it is. I was wondering when the Zhang family would have grain. Humph, what good idea. After thinking about it, Boss Qi finally understood the reason. He felt that Zhang Zhong was using his hand to gain benefits. After hearing the news, the other merchants gathered to discuss the matter with Boss Qi. When they heard Boss Qi's words, they revealed a look of realization. Boss Qi, should we stop releasing grain? Otherwise, all the good reputation will fall on Zhang Zhong's head. At this time, one of the merchants opened his mouth and asked, The other merchants were also waiting for new orders. They now thoroughly knew what kind of person Master Qi was. Each of them was filled with regret, but there was nothing they could do. They had bet their own family's wealth on this. If they didn't succeed, they would lose everything. Without money, they wouldn't be able to find servants at home. They wouldn't be able to raise their children, wives, and concubines. Most importantly, those who were very respectful to them in the past would look down on them. This kind of thing couldn't happen. Even if they were helping Tubo to deal with Great Tang, as long as they weren't caught, once they succeeded, they could bring their family to hide or give some money to settle the matter. Of course, this was what most of the merchants thought. There was a small group of people who were unwilling to deal with their own country. They wanted to stop now, but it was too late. Their families were already under the control of others. Even they were restricted and weren't allowed to leave too far away. Zhonggang was one of the small group of merchants. He wanted to spread the news as soon as possible so that the people of his country could be prepared. Even if he would lose a lot because of this, at least he wouldn't have to live in regret for the rest of his life. While the others gathered around to discuss how to deal with Zhang Zhong, he also said to a brother who had played with him since childhood, Little Chong, help me think. How can we let the officials here know about this news? You usually have many ideas. Even when we make money together, we listen to you. The person who was called Little Chong looked at the merchants in front of him and then glanced around. He also replied in a small voice, The gang, don't be anxious. Based on my feeling, there's no need for us now. Zhang Zhong has already made his move. It seems like he hasn't done much yet. He only opened Chongping warehouse and wanted to buy grain and wine at a high price. But in my opinion, this is all fake. We've already found out about Zhang Zhong. What kind of person is he? He's a good person who brings good fortune to the people of Sanshui County. Back then, when he was just a very small official, he was able to let the people of Sanshui County live a good life. The few places he went in the future were even more so. His family does business, big business. Who doesn't know what kind of place between the clouds and the water is? Who doesn't know that the food of Savant's restaurant in the capital has always been trending? The gang, tell me, this kind of person, how could he not know how much harm deliberately raising the price of grain would cause to the people? How could he not know that someone was behind this? Not to mention the lives of the people. Even if he was thinking about his own reputation, he would still want to deal with the people of Tubo. His family's child is still fighting in Tubo. Don't believe the news that came later, saying that Cuckoo has an expert guiding her. Really? Could it be that Zhang Zhong has already realized that something is wrong? His family's child is really the person leading the war? How is that possible? He's so small. Zhong Gang had always listened to Xiao Chong since he was young. He was very impressed with Xiao Chong's intelligence, but today he had doubts. After all, this matter was really too hard to understand. Xiao Chong smiled mysteriously and pointed at the merchants in front of him. He said to Zhong Gang, Since we were young, when have I ever lied to you? Others don't know, but I do. Seeing that the war is about to end, Cuckoo is afraid that her reputation will be too great, so she released the news. If you had a good treasure, after using it, would you still take it out and continue to show it off? The news at the imperial court gave the Zhang family and Wang family titles to be officials can't be fake, right? Do you think that the imperial court has so many officials that there's no place for them to be given, just for the Zhang family and Wang family to play with? If Cuckoo didn't perform meritorious deeds, would the imperial court give so many officials at once? Think about it. The men of the two families are all officials, and the women are all noble ladies. If the two families are linked together, how big of a force would that be? Xiao Chong spoke very confidently. Normally, he liked to think about all kinds of things and connect all the dots together. That was why he and Zhong Gang were able to start from scratch and amass a considerable amount of wealth before the age of 30. He was able to connect the dots that normal people didn't want to think too much about. The more Zhong Gang listened, the more he felt that this was the case. After hearing Xiao Chong's words, he finally relaxed. However, just as he was feeling more comfortable, he heard the merchants in front of him laughing meaningfully. His heart was in his throat again. He asked Xiao Chong, I still don't feel confident. The Tubo people have already collected a lot of grain and even sent a lot of powerful people to hold down the fort. On the surface, I know that the Qi guy is taking the lead. Things have already come to this point, but Zhang Zhong still hasn't made any big moves. We'll be too late. Xiao Chong looked at Zhong Gang's anxious eyes and sighed helplessly. He then comforted him. Don't think too much. How do you know Zhang Zhong hasn't made any big moves? Haven't you played the game of Monopoly? I have. You always let me play, but I'm too stupid and can only play at the simplest level. Unlike you, you've already taken the top-level exam twice. Although you haven't passed yet, you'll pass soon. You probably just need to take the exam again. What does this have to do with games? When Zhong Gang heard Xiao Chong mention the game of Monopoly, he thought of his own stupidity and Xiao Chong's cleverness. It wasn't that he didn't want to play a higher-level game, but that he couldn't pass the exam. In the end, it was no longer a game. The rules changed again and again. The most amazing thing wasn't the players, but the people who made the rules. It was said that there were still many rules that hadn't been released yet. However, the current situation didn't seem to have anything to do with the game of Monopoly. To have a brother like you, I'm lucky. I don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Someone like me can't even get into the top-level exam. Do you know what the top-level exam is? It's not a game. There are a lot of things involved in it. Let me put it this way. Anyone who can enter the top-level game is no ordinary person in real life. The top 10 of the top-level game have another kind of battle called the economic battle. It's only open to people from Great Tang, and outsiders aren't allowed to participate. That kind of game contains a lot of things, and it's very complicated. Who came up with the Monopoly game? It's the Zhang family. The rules are all set by them, and they can change at any time. The number one is Young Master Song from Between the Clouds and the Water in Sanshui County. Young Master Song is a member of the Zhang family. A few days ago, I heard that someone ranked number 10 appeared here. Can you guess who it is? Xiao Chong explained and then asked another question. Who is it? Number 10. Isn't it someone with the surname Bai? It's said that he's very powerful. No one has ever seen his real face, and even if they did, they would keep it a secret. Do you know who he is? Zhong Gang asked curiously. There were people who knew who the other people were, but the person ranked number 10 was very mysterious and impossible to guess. I know, I found out by chance. It's an Ningzhou. A few days ago, a lot of merchants went there to invest, and since they had nothing to do, they started playing. In the end, they met someone, a girl who wasn't even 15 years old. One of the merchants had entered the top-level game rankings, ranked in the top 100 of Great Tang. In the end, all four of them played together. At the beginning, he wanted to defeat the other three, but as he played, he realized that something was wrong. That girl was really too powerful. In the end, he had no choice but to team up with two other people who were also very powerful, about the same level as me, to deal with that girl. This game lasted for a full 3 days, and all three families lost. At the beginning, they didn't bring their own items. They had the same capital and the same map, but in the end, they were killed by that girl until they could only parry and didn't have the strength to fight back. That girl is Baishu's granddaughter, by Xin Xin. Xiao Chong revealed a very important piece of information. After saying this, he looked at Zhong Gang with shining eyes. Zhong Gang looked at Xiao Chong in confusion and asked, "Then what does this have to do with the person ranked number 10? You, are you trying to anger me to death?" Xiao Chong pointed at Zhong Gang, speechless. Zhong Gang finally reacted. His eyes widened, and he said in shock, "Xiao Chong, you're saying that by Xin Xin is that person ranked number 10? The person ranked number 10 is actually a girl?" As a girl, and also Sir Bai's granddaughter. No wonder she's so mysterious. She's really not inferior to a man. Yes, you're right. If she wasn't so powerful, how could she defeat a team of 2 people who had also entered the top-level game? The people in the top-level game rankings really live up to their reputation. In that case, with her in charge, everything will be arranged well. She's not the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. After she beat the 3 of them, she said something. She said that she was nothing, and that even the number 1 young master song was nothing. They were still playing, and that the truly powerful person wasn't even on the leaderboard. That person, even if the top 10 people combined, with the entire world as a whole, they still wouldn't have the courage to face him. He's already mastered the art of economy to perfection, Xiao Chong said with a face full of yearning. He really hoped that one day he could enter a top-level game and meet the heroes of the world. It would be best if he could first play a game with Bai Xin Xin and see what kind of ability the person ranked number 10 had. Zhong Gang didn't think too much about it. He couldn't enter the game anyway, so he wouldn't have a chance to play with that person. Once the person reached a certain level, he would no longer be an opponent, but an existence to look up to. After hearing Xiao Chong's words, he thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Chong, are you saying that the more powerful person is in the Zhang family? And this time he will make a move? Who is he? How would I know? What I want to say is that you don't have to worry. Tubo won't be able to cause much trouble this time. Just follow them and watch. Maybe you can learn something from this commercial war. All right, everyone is leaving, so let's go too. For now, let's listen to Boss Chi." Xiao Chong finally comforted Zhong Gang. Seeing that the people in front of him were almost done with their discussion, he walked over and took the mission he was going to accept. After reading the content on the paper, Wei Wei smiled and left with Zhong Gang, who had also accepted the mission. Seeing the merchants leave, Boss Chi sat on the futon and felt that something was wrong. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that some of the merchants are unstable? That doesn't seem to be the case. I knew that there would be people who wanted to quit, but they couldn't. There was no chance. They and their families were all being watched, so it was impossible for them to report anything." Maybe the Zhang family really sent food over? That can't be right. If they really sent food over, they would have taken it out and released it in large quantities. They don't have enough money to continue buying. Men, write a letter to the higher-ups and ask them what they should do next. Boss Chi, who couldn't figure out, didn't want to waste any more time. He left the matter to the higher-ups and began writing the letter. 3 days later, most of the western provinces of Jiannan province saw the price of food rise again, even higher than before. The news that spread was that there was no more food, and no one knew where the food had been shipped to. The commoners who were eating Chong Ping Song's food, as expected by Boss Chi and the people behind him, began to buy irrationally, changing their previous habit of eating little by little and buying little by little. Only the price of salt and oil didn't fluctuate too much. They were still firmly controlled at their original bases. When the price was high, it wouldn't be much higher, and when the price was low, it wouldn't be much lower. This made Boss Chi and the people behind him feel helpless. They wanted to pry the price of these 2 goods, especially the price of salt, but they were firmly suppressed. They tried a few times, but every time, there seemed to be someone giving them a strong counterattack. The warning was very obvious, and there wasn't the slightest bit of concession. They threw in 10,000 strings, but it was like a drop of water thrown into the ocean, not causing the slightest ripple. It was precisely because of this that the people behind Boss Chi faintly felt that something was wrong. He had seen the methods of the other party during the salt price fight. Steady, accurate, and ruthless, and he couldn't find any loopholes. He really couldn't figure out who was behind this. After all, he was someone who had been lying in ambush in Great Tang. He had an identity that others didn't know about. He was also a tycoon who had transcended the game, and he was ranked 11th. He didn't enter the top 10, but he reckoned that this was the case. Otherwise, he would have a chance to enter the top 10. He felt that even if he were to fight with that person's surname Song, he would have a 60% chance of winning. But when faced with the salt and oil price fight, he suddenly felt as though he was facing a mountain in an ocean. Who was it? Who was it? Who was the mastermind behind the scenes to fix the price of the two goods so firmly? Thus, he became anxious. He wanted to end this economic war with Jiannan Circuit as soon as possible so that he could reinforce his country. He couldn't delay any longer. If that person were to make a move on the grain price and livestock, he didn't have the confidence to win. The price of grain in Jiannan Circuit quickly rose, and it continued to rise. The commoners rushed to buy it, and among those who had grain, a small portion of them still kept it for Zhang Zhong. Zhang Xiaobao was prepared to give them more benefits after this matter was settled, and half of them sold their grain to the merchants led by Boss Qi. As for the remaining portion, they took out their grain and sold it themselves. The entire western region of Jiannan Circuit was in a precarious situation, and there were already officials who had written memorials and sent them to the capital, asking if the capital would allow Chongping Song to be used. The leading official in the capital, Li Longji, wasn't anxious at all. According to Zhang Jiuling's words, with the Zhang family overseeing the situation, if they still needed to use Chongping Song, then they would be underestimating the Great Tang too much. Let the Tubo people play, and this was a good opportunity to let them experience what an economic war was. As a result, many letters were sent back from the capital to the Jiannan Circuit, telling the officials not to worry about it. During the purchase and sale of large quantities of grain, they would collect the necessary taxes and provide the necessary tools. However, a portion of the taxes collected would be handed over to Zhang Zhong when the time came. When the officials saw the situation in the court, they weren't anxious anymore. Although they still had to pay Zhang Zhong a portion of the taxes collected, it wasn't a big deal. After all, the price of grain was high, and so was the tax. It wouldn't be a loss to give the higher portion to Zhang Zhong. Amidst the high price of grain, the Zhang family made a move and began to sell tricycles. The cost of making a tricycle wasn't low, and many local craftsmen were hired to work on it. The price of a single tricycle was enough to buy 2 horses. The Zhang family directly sent these tricycles to the temporarily established car shops in various places and rented them to people who needed to use them. They were free of charge for maintenance as long as each person paid 10 copper coins a day. If the business wasn't good, they were allowed to delay the payment for a few days. The tricycles were all handmade, and they used bearings and chains. Although it was difficult to travel on other roads, it would be easier to travel on new roads in the future. 10 copper coins a day might seem like a lot, but the tricycles didn't need to be fed fodder. Currently, grass was scarce, and it wasn't a good time to feed animals. Not to mention, if any animal became thin, they would have to feed it with beans or even eggs. More importantly, the 10 copper coins a day wasn't paid for nothing. After paying a certain amount, which was the cost of building the tricycle would belong to the individual and they wouldn't need to pay for it in the future. The common people didn't know about the internal war and thought it was very normal. They all knew that wherever Zhang Zhong was an official, he would create new things for the common people to use. They were all very useful things. Moreover, the Zhang family didn't gain much from this. The Zhang family was a good official and a good family. Therefore, many people who originally wanted to spend a lot of money to buy animals didn't by this time. They went to the car shop to get a tricycle, wrote a receipt, and took it out to work. The seemingly insignificant tricycles made the person behind the Qi family dumbfounded. He had just raised the price of the animals and was preparing to sell them bit by bit to make more money. He didn't expect that after he controlled the price of grain, he couldn't sell the animals he bought. It was impossible to sell the animals he bought at a high price at a higher price. Not to mention a higher price. No one was willing to buy the animals at the normal price. All the animals were in his hands, and there was no money to turn over. Although the price of grain was high, he couldn't sell a large amount of grain now. He had just received an order. Because Zhang Zhong had robbed a lot of grain, he had to transport a portion of the grain back to Tufan to make up for the losses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive this year's winter. Boss Chi received a new order. He was to release a portion of the grain appropriately so that he could withdraw some money, the livestock that he had taken in required fodder to feed. He was also to help think of a way to see if he could sell the livestock. The Chi family gathered all the merchants and asked them to sell the grain appropriately at a high price. In the end, just as the merchants made a move, the Zhang family also made a move. Originally, there was only information about the grain that was shipped from other places, but there was no grain. This time there was something. The grain that was collected from other places had been parked outside Yizhou by ship. They didn't enter Yizhou at all. Now they could enter. Actually, this batch of grain wasn't a lot, but it was used at the right time. Zhang Zhong released the news that the price of grain was still the same as before. If anyone wanted to buy, they could sell as much as they could. After this batch came, there would be a few more batches coming back. The Zhang family had a lot of ships. Actually, there was only one batch. When the news was released, the commoners didn't know about it. The commoners who rushed to buy the grain a few days ago regretted it and were unwilling to buy more. The Chi family and the other merchants realized that they couldn't sell the grain. They could sell it, but they had to lower the price again and again. If this blow made them feel that something was wrong, then after Zhang Zhong took some money and bought all the grain from the commoners who were willing to leave the grain for him and sold it at a lower price, the Chi family and the others couldn't buy any more. They kept the grain that was at a high price and couldn't sell it, so they had to lower the price. However, much the price was lowered, they had to pay for it. After a few rounds, it was already the beginning of winter. The merchants who cooperated with the Chi family were dumbfounded. They had a lot of grain stored in their houses and took out all their property. The Chi family couldn't give them the benefits that they were supposed to like what they said at the beginning. Zhonggang's grain was also suppressed, but he wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was very willing. After all, he was from Great Tang. When he saw that the Tubo people didn't get any benefits, he was very happy. When he pulled Little Worm to drink, he said to Little Worm, "Little Worm, you're so smart. It's really like what you said." The Zhang family made a move. Originally, we couldn't see anything when they didn't make a move. Now that they've made a move, they immediately made the Tubo people suffer a big loss. I heard that they have a lot of livestock that they can't sell. What do you think they'll do next? Zhonggang felt that he had never been in such a good mood before. He drank a few bowls of wine, and in a daze his body relaxed. Little Worm also drank a big bowl of wine. He burped and said, "What am I? I just saw that Zhang Zhong would make a move, but I definitely didn't expect that they would make a move like this. When they didn't make a move, they couldn't see clearly, but when they made a move, they beat the Tubo people until they couldn't turn the situation around. However, this isn't Zhang Zhong's last resort. There's one thing that's very important when doing business, and that is that they won't make a huge loss. This time, the grain that his family sold might not even be able to cover the cost of the transportation. They also bought the grain from the commoners' houses. This is using their own losses to suppress the price of the grain. In the future, they'll probably earn back the money they lost. At the very least, it'll be equal. I'm really looking forward to what other methods Zhang Zhong has." Little Worm saw through the essence of the matter. To be precise, he saw through the Zhang family style of doing things. However, he could only guess and couldn't figure out how it would work. The Zhang family's tricycle had shocked him. He thought that there must be something even more shocking to come. Zhonggang now trusted Little Worm more and more. However, when he thought about how he had also bet on the grain and the cooperation with the Tubo people, he asked worriedly, "Then what about our grain? According to the current price, as long as we sell it, we'll be making a loss. Also, will the imperial court hold us responsible after this matter is over?" "Don't worry. A few days ago, while the Tubo people were flustered, I already wrote a letter to Zhang Zhong. The loss of the grain is inevitable, but the responsibility won't be much. After all, back then, we didn't know that the people we were cooperating with were the Tubo people. Merchants pursue profit, and if we don't pursue it well, we can only bear the loss ourselves. Little Worm wasn't worried about being caught and beheaded. He just felt that the loss this time was too great. After selling the grain in his hands, it would take at least several years for him to earn it back. This kind of loss couldn't be said to be small. If he hadn't lost it, he could have used the original money to make a bigger deal. However, he didn't have the opportunity now. If he delayed for several years, he might miss out on many opportunities to make a fortune. Not long after, Zhang Zhong took out a new method and began to purchase large quantities of livestock. He set the price to be very low. At the same time, he also began to buy grain at an even lower price, which was actually much lower than the current price of the grain. At the same time, he marked out a piece of land on a mountain in Wing Prefecture to be used to grow special medicinal herbs. The merchants seeking cooperation in Jiannan province would invest in this land together. The price of this land wasn't low. Zhang Zhong didn't use administrative means to obtain it himself, but rather wanted to buy it together with other merchants. Although it was said that many new medicines might be developed in the future, in reality, they hadn't been developed yet. They were just using this as a means of publicity. Of course, they would study in the future. The medicinal herbs here were indeed good, but the risks would also be borne by the merchants. Zhang Zhong came out with a special plan, which was how to research the medicine and how to grow it. The initial income would be from selling ordinary medicinal herbs. Later on, when the research was developed, there would be more money to be earned. It would be a lie if the merchants said that they weren't tempted. The merchants who were cooperating with Zhang Zhong took out a portion of their money for him to use. The merchants who weren't cooperating with him were also anxious, especially the merchants who were buying grain. They really wanted to make up for their losses by cooperating with Zhang Zhong. After all, the business of the Zhang family didn't seem to be losing money. It would be very good to follow the Zhang family, but they didn't have money, so they could only buy grain at high price. Each and every one of them was pondering whether they should sell the grain at the price Zhang Zhong offered and use it to invest. Even if they only sold a portion, they would lose a portion. While they were still hesitating, Zhang Zhong once again released news that he would build beautiful houses on the newly built road and sell them to others at a very low price. He would also set up a jewelry store, and soon, a large number of pearls would be shipped from the seaside. When other people buy jewelry, the price wouldn't be as high as it was now. The person behind the Qi family became even more anxious. He had food and livestock in his hands. The method he used to come here was to mortgage property and jewelry in batches. Then, he used the money from the mortgage to buy a house. Then, he used the money from the mortgage to get a lot of money from the bank. Every time, they would send a different person. They would also try their best not to find the same bank. The jewels in the past were no longer valuable, and the original bank was no longer willing to lend money. The bank had suffered a huge loss and needed to collect funds. Zhang Zhong wanted to build better houses, so he used the money from the mortgage to buy the houses at a low price. He couldn't expect to continue to get money from the bank. He could choose not to sell the grain, but the livestock needed to eat. The amount of money they ate every day was a shocking amount. He originally planned to sell the grain bit by bit, earn a portion, and raise another portion. But now it was all over. At this time, if the Tubo people who were in charge of economic warfare still wanted to use the food and livestock in their hands to cause a huge impact to the local economy, then with Zhang Zhong's hand, this person would be completely dumbfounded. Zhang Zhong proposed a method of artificial inoculation for the livestock and provided the corresponding personnel. They were the veterinarians in the hospital who studied the animals. Most people now let the livestock breed by themselves, and the efficiency was very low. But the Zhang family, especially Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, knew how they made animals pregnant. The simplest method was the giant panda. If the giant panda bred by itself, then it was over. At the same time, there were many aphrodisiacs. To the people here, it was a very normal thing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that aphrodisiacs were drugs with a certain amount of hormones or could promote the secretion of hormones in animals. If they were given to the female and the male was directly injected into the female's body, the success rate of breeding would be very high. The doctors brought by the Zhang family had already come up with their own theory through dissection and experiments. Although it was not perfect, it was enough to let many livestock give birth to more cubs. The Zhang family's tricycles only affected the transportation industry. If they waited a little longer, or if the Tubo people were willing to use their own grain to feed the livestock and survive this year's winter, the price of livestock would continue to rise in the spring plowing next year. Then, they would still have the strength to fight. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Tubo people were not arrested. This kind of thing was very common. If they couldn't beat you economically, then they would use administrative means to solve it. However, Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to do that. He wanted to crush all of the Tubo people's hopes. He wanted to clearly tell the Tubo people that they couldn't fight with swords and guns. They also couldn't play economic warfare. I don't want to use other means to deal with you. I will let you choose all the areas you want. I will accept all of them. I will beat you until you lose all confidence. Zhang Xiaobao did it. Once the breeding technology was introduced, the livestock would lose its original demand. The people also didn't have to worry. During the spring plowing next year, they would use manpower to plow the land. After a year, there would be a lot of cheaper livestock to use. After all, Zhang Zhong had promised that he would transfer more livestock from other places. At most, they would work hard for a whole spring. They wouldn't have to spend a few times more money to buy livestock. If they really wanted to buy livestock, one was whether they could afford it. Another was that they would rather spend more money and not farm. That way, they wouldn't lose so much money. Zhang Zhong took drastic measures to deal with the Tubo people. He used both real and fake methods to force the Tubo people to the point that they couldn't do anything. Master Qi had already been transferred over. Master Chun, who was in charge of purchasing horses, also went over to discuss a solution. The person in charge had been beaten until he lost all confidence. He finally knew who his opponent was. It was the people from the Zhang family. Moreover, it was the same person who competed with him for the salt price and oil price. In order to ensure that he wouldn't be exposed, the person behind the scenes wore a mask. His voice was hoarse. It was unknown whether he had taken medicine or was pretending. A few people who followed the operation were gathered together. The masked person finally spoke. You can call me number 1 or Mask. As for who I am, there is no need for you to know. Now let's talk. What should we do? Master Qi looked at this person who he thought was very powerful but lost. He said, "Our opponent is Zhang Zhong." Should we send people to kill Zhang Zhong directly? It would be good if we could get the explosives that they used to blow up the mountain. As long as we get close to it, we can ignite it and blow up everyone around us. Number 1 turned and looked at Master Qi. Don't say such things in the future. I don't want to hear it. Do you think Zhang Zhong is so easy to assassinate? How many people do he have to protect him? Don't even mention the explosives. They purposely let us send people to steal them so that we can expose more people. Master Qi lowered his head. Number 1 was right. His idea couldn't be realized. However, he was a little unwilling to accept it. Perhaps he saw through his thoughts. A person who cooperated with old Master Chun said to him, "Even if we can kill Zhang Zhong, we can't do it. Cuckoo will go crazy. She will gather all the money in her family and desperately prepare an army. When the time comes to attack Tubo, no matter how many people we lose, we won't be able to stop her. Now, she is only following orders. She won't sell her family's business for the final attack. Just wait for her to come back. I think the Tang Dynasty is preparing to hide her. Don't use her for now. Tubo can use this opportunity to develop. When we have more powerful people, we won't have to be afraid of her anymore." Yes, when Master Qi heard someone mention Cuckoo, he felt hatred and helplessness. The current situation didn't allow Tubo to really force Zhang Zhong and Wang family to gamble with their family's business and launch a crazy attack. If she really did it, then even if Tubo won in the end, they would lose the opportunity to develop. They wouldn't be able to catch up with the Tang Dynasty. When the Tang Dynasty sent troops over, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. Old Master Chun was the most worried. He was in charge of the animals that he bought. He had to find someone to look after them and think of a way to get food to feed them. He had to spend money and worry about it. Especially under such circumstances, he had lost weight. He looked at number 1 and said, "What I want to know is, who is our opponent? Is it the top 10 people in the so-called Monopoly game?" He couldn't help but admit that Monopoly was a game, because all the powerful people on the list were equally powerful in real life. When one reached the top, it wasn't a game anymore. It was like a school for economic advancement. According to the popular words of the Tang Dynasty, it was to systematize and rationalize the economic path. Old Master Chun felt that only such a person could defeat number 1. He didn't know that number 1 was also on the list and was close to the top 10. He was hiding his strength. Number 1 looked at Old Master Chun. He knew that this Old Master Chun didn't believe in his ability. He sneered and said, "I can tell you clearly that my opponent is definitely not someone on the list. So what if he is in the top 10? Even if he, Song Jinggong, the number 1 person on the list, came here and was my opponent, he wouldn't be able to do this." Chapter 649. When number 1 mentioned this matter, he couldn't help but tremble. When he was sent to the Tang Dynasty, he was very smart and very talented in this thing called economics. After he hid in the Tang Dynasty, he did a lot of business and earned a lot of money. Now that he had taken it all out, he was probably going to lose it all. When a Monopoly game was first released, he thought that it was a game for children and didn't take it seriously at all. However, later on, the rules changed and there were various levels. Only then did he come into contact with it with the intention of playing. When he started playing, he realized that things weren't as simple as he thought. That's right, the lowest level of the Monopoly game was really meant for children to play. However, the higher the level, the more different it became. It had already transcended the existence of the game. When it reached the top level, it would be completely different. It had nothing to do with the game at all. All the operations were based on reality. There were all kinds of rules inside. If one wanted to play well at that level, they had to be very powerful in reality. Even so, he wasn't worried. Ever since he entered the rankings, he realized that he had the ability to fight with the people in front of him. He wasn't afraid of anyone, even the person surnamed Song, who was ranked first. Therefore, he once again underestimated this game, especially the person who made the rules. The rules were not comprehensive at once, but gradually improved as the game progressed. In his heart, if he couldn't make all the rules at once, then it wasn't a skill. If he had enough time, he would be better than this person. However, in this economic war, he finally understood that his opponent must be the person who made the rules of the game. This was because he saw a lot of things from it. He understood why the rules kept changing and gradually improving. It wasn't that that person didn't want to fix the rules the first time, but as new things came out, the original rules couldn't be used anymore. Rules were perfected with each new thing. That person must have thought of this back then, so leaving a loophole in the rules was not for others to take advantage of. Of course, it was your ability to take advantage of it. The most fundamental reason was to encourage people to discover more new things. This was a kind of broad-mindedness, leaving hope to others, and then telling everyone involved that they were the ones who made the rules. If they wanted to join, they had to understand more of the current affairs, or else they could only play along with others. This kind of system was set up to nurture more outstanding talents. That person seemed to really want someone to surpass him one day and surpass him. He sacrificed his own interests to pave the way for others. Therefore, this person did not enter the list because he was afraid that others would lose again and again when facing him and lose the confidence to advance. This person would always hide behind the scenes. Only when the rules were being perfected would he quietly come out and take a look around before continuing to retreat. He was someone who truly cared about the country. His breadth of mind was already shocking, but what surprised him even more was his methods. This time, he had lost without resentment. When he manipulated the salt price and oil price, he had already been warned. He was the one who refused to accept it. When he was worried, he still wanted to compete. If he had retreated at that time, he might have been able to make some money, but he wasn't confident. The result was the current situation. The other party had made a move. When he didn't make a move, he was as quiet as a virgin. Once he made a move, he was like a goshawk catching a rabbit. It was a pity that he didn't have the ability to do that. A master. With such a master in the Tang Dynasty, there was no need to rely on economic means to attack in the future. It was useless. He was not at the same level as that person. It was like an adult playing with a child. No wonder he didn't enter the list. If he was on the list, how could others live? Thinking about it, number one forgot about the matter in front of him. He sat there, looking at the door in a daze. The others didn't know how big of a blow number one had suffered. They thought that number one was thinking of a way to defeat the other party, so they didn't dare to disturb him and just waited quietly. It wasn't until the sound of an unknown bird came from outside that number one broke free from the state of fear and found that his clothes were wet at this moment. Mask, have you thought of a good idea? Old Master Chen saw number one turn around and asked. The solution is to immediately sell all the food and livestock at a low price to Zhang Zhong. We will take the rest of the money and run away. I will personally ask for punishment from my country. This time, it's not your fault. It's all because the opponent is too strong. Number one sighed and said to the others. Everyone was stunned. Run? If we sell it at a low price, we will lose a lot. We will lose at least half of our original capital. This is the loss after we used a special method to transfer more of the risk to the local bank. Otherwise, if it was all our money, we would really lose everything. Can't we think of another way? After all, the food and horses are in our hands. We don't have enough food here, and the same goes for the livestock. A lot of the news that Zhang Zhong released is false. If we persist, maybe he will be afraid. Qi Dongjia looked at number one in disbelief. Could it be that number one really admitted defeat? If that was the case, they would really have to sell the livestock and grain locally. Otherwise, if they were to transport the grain back, it would be troublesome. They would be easily attacked by the Tang army. After all, they were too big of a target. Number one also didn't want to retreat like this. He would think of a way to transport a portion of the grain back. The rest couldn't be left behind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough for the transport. If they used the livestock to transport the grain, by the time they returned, the livestock would have eaten up all the grain. Their original plan was to raise the price of all the grain and then use the livestock and grain from Tubo to supply the grain. Now, they only earned a portion of the money from the livestock. A portion of the livestock was sold from Tubo at high price and then collected. It was just that they didn't give out all the money. If they were to take them away, it was impossible to not let others know. They would chase after them to ask for money. Unless... No, this person couldn't be exposed. He was still useful. Reporting, number one, it's not good. The Zhang family has made a new move. They released some kind of technology. It is said that it can be used to avoid plowing and increase the grain output. They want to test it in several places in Jianan Road. They have already found someone to sign a contract. If there is a loss, the Zhang family will compensate. Just as everyone was thinking, a person ran in from outside and anxiously reported to number one. What? Avoid plowing? How can there be such a thing? Not good. Quickly retreat, otherwise it will be too late. If we do that, we will implicate the other spies in Great Tang and get the money out of them first. When number one heard this news, he knew that it was bad. Without saying anything, he immediately sent someone to find Zhang Zhong to discuss the matter of selling the grain and livestock. At this time, Tonghua County was in an uproar. The four-horse merchants were surrounded by other people, and the Yin clan's people were ordered to chase after the money. Otherwise, they would not be let off. Back then, he had willingly taken out the money to buy horses and livestock elsewhere. However, after 2 transactions, it was the old man of the Yin family who proposed to give the goods first and collect the money later. He had even guaranteed it. Now that other people didn't need the livestock anymore, who knew what would happen in the future if he didn't want the money? Thus, the 4-horse merchants were surrounded by people, and Old Man Yin was ordered to lead them and ask for the money. Old Man Yin was also anxious. He did not expect that the matter over there would go awry. The situation that he had originally planned did not occur, and he was caught unprepared. Now, even if he wanted to get the livestock back, it would not do. After all, when they bought them, they were already much more expensive. If they brought them back now, they would not be able to sell them at the original price. At this time, Dong Jiaqin came. Number 1 instructed him that no matter what, he could not let the Yin clan be burdened with all the money. This matter had to be resolved first. Even if they had to compensate, they had to ensure the Yin clan's reputation in this area. When Old Master Chen came, everyone surrounded him and asked him to take out the money. Fortunately, Old Master Chen knew what to do, so he was not flustered at all. He first took out a sum of money and calmed everyone down. He said that he would stay in the area and only leave when all the money was brought back. Moreover, he would stay in the Yin clan and not go anywhere. Only then did everyone feel at ease. If they could not take out the money when the time came, they would tear down the Yin clan. Zhang Zhong sent people to contact them. At the beginning, the price of the first batch was already very low. However, after receiving 2 batches, the price dropped again and again. Moreover, they would first take the grain and then the livestock. This way, the cost of the livestock's food will be transferred to the Tubo people. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Tubo people. In the end, when they took half of the grain that others had hoarded, Zhang Zhong told everyone that he had no more money and needed to first owe them. The Tubo people naturally did not want to do so. Zhang Zhong could owe them, but they could not. Zhang Zhong asked people to discuss with them for a few days. After not being able to pay them on credit, he lowered the price by a lot. Other than the grain that the Tubo people were preparing to transport back, the rest of the grain was taken by Zhang Zhong. Right at this moment, the secret agent who was at the front lines in Tubo sent someone back to deliver a message. A month ago, after Cuckoo led the light cavalry and disappeared into the vast desert, they attacked the Tubo people in Shuazhou. They attacked countless villages in the periphery of Shuazhou and burned a large amount of autumn grain. 20 days ago, Cuckoo went around the enemy's regular army and entered the vicinity of Daowu City. She wiped out 2 large groups of 3,000 people that the Tubo people did not have time to arrange. She almost attacked the city by tricking the enemy into opening the city gates. After she was discovered, she killed 1,000 soldiers and disappeared again. She also burned a large portion of the Tubo people's autumn grain. 15 days ago, Cuckoo led the light cavalry and headed north. After that, she hid in the mountains and avoided a group of Tubo people. She used the Tubo people's clothes and voices to trick the enemy into opening the gates of Gada City. She entered from the east of the city and came out from the west. She robbed Gada City and burned it. Then, she attacked Damba again and avoided the Tubo people's encirclement. When she arrived at the periphery of Damba City, she lured the Damba guards out of the city and formed a formation to stop her. Then, she returned and massacred a group of 2,000 people from a small tribe that the Tubo people had sent as reinforcements. She went around Damba City and crossed the river between Damba City and Jinchuan City. 6 days ago, half of the army that crossed the river was led by Zhang Xiaobao and led the Tubo people to escape to the village. Cuckoo led the people who were hiding and did not cross the river and went up the coast. She burned the provisions of the Tubo soldiers that came out of Jinchuan City. She also killed 1,000 Tubo people who were escorting the provisions and were unprepared to cross the river. Then, she successfully used the Tubo boats to cross the river and ambushed the Tubo army that was chasing after Xiaobao. After the ambush was successful, she and Xiao Bao went to the mountain where the Tubo people had ambushed them. Then, they ambushed Lufu Tuta's tribe and Mumu Hushu's tribe. The 4,000 cavalrymen that came back as reinforcements were defeated. Then, they chased after them and attacked the two tribes. 2 days ago, Cuckoo brought people to the village and lured the Tubo cavalrymen that were sent to attack them. She burned the cavalrymen and killed all 5,000 of the Tubo cavalrymen. Then, she brought the remaining 6,000 light cavalrymen and the 10,000 elite soldiers that were deployed earlier to attack Mumu Hushu's tribe head-on and disappeared into the Tubo territory. When this news came out, Pengzhou, which was the first to know about it, was in an uproar, especially the officials. They never thought that Cuckoo would be so daring as to go deep into the Tubo territory. She fought and ran at the same time, fooling the Tubo people. In the end, she ran back and killed 5,000 Tubo cavalrymen and defeated Mumu Hushu's tribe head-on. The most important thing was not how many people were killed, but how much food was burned. Tubo was finished. This year's winter was completely over. There was definitely not enough food for them to eat. They could not rob the border like before. The only way was to rob the other country's food. It was estimated that they would lose a lot of soldiers. The officials knew the general situation. The commander there was Cuckoo. The Tubo people also said that it was Cuckoo. They would not admit that there was someone more powerful. The first thought that appeared in the minds of the officials here was that they must send the taxes collected this year to Zhang in time. They must be more proactive and not wait for Zhang to send people to urge them. It would be easy for Zhang to misunderstand that they did not want to give the taxes to him. Then, what would happen to his daughter-in-law when she returned? Also, the officials were worried about Cuckoo. The Tubo people were killed until their eyes were red. There were so many of them, but they could not catch a little girl. The little girl came and went as she pleased. They sent out many soldiers to block the entrance. No matter what, they could not let Cuckoo escape. The officials were all afraid that Cuckoo would be blocked. At this time, Cuckoo was suddenly very contradictory in their hearts. She was not a demon, but a little girl who was going to be bullied by many adults. A very cute little girl. Zhang was also worried. He did not expect that his daughter-in-law could be so good. After disappearing for such a long time, she shocked everyone when she reappeared. He was really afraid that his son and daughter-in-law would be blocked. After all, the Tubo people had crazily arranged layers of heavy soldiers in Pengzhou. There were also many cavalries, the kind where each person rode 2 horses. They were determined to chase Cuckoo. After Old Man Pai and the other 2 received the news, they looked at each other and did not say a word. After a full hour, Old Man Pai was the first to speak. This time, Cuckoo can be considered to have made a great contribution to our dynasty. I reckon that the Tubo people will not be able to recover in a few years. It is not only the provisions that were burned, but also the morale of the soldiers. As long as Cuckoo successfully escapes, the Tubo people will not dare to act rashly in the future. Even if other people use Cuckoo's flag, they will be able to scare off a small group of Tubo troops. That's right. No wonder Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wrote a letter back and asked this side to say that the general leading the troops was someone else. It turns out that Cuckoo wanted to make a big move at that time. She really succeeded. She made use of the speed of the cavalries and made the Tubo people unable to react in time. She specifically attacked places that others would not expect. Old Man Yao also said happily. Old Man Chang appeared to be very anxious. He urged at the side, "We should let Pengzhou send out troops to help Cuckoo come back. We can't just ignore her. The Tubo people have blocked most of the roads." That's right. If we don't send out troops to help, Cuckoo will be in trouble. We can't let our hero be sad outside. Old Man Pai made a decision. Old Man Yao immediately asked someone to bring the 4 treasures of the study and prepared to write a letter to the people in Pengzhou. This time, he was using his own name to request Pengzhou to forcefully send out troops. Even if he was impeached by the imperial court, he would do it. However, he believed that the imperial court would not say anything. He thought that even if he sent the news to the imperial court, the emperor would also think the same. However, There was not enough time. Who knew what situation Cuckoo was in right now and where she ran to? If she was one day late and was surrounded, wouldn't he regret it to death? Just as Old Man Yao was writing the letter, another news came from Pengzhou. This time it was not from the Tubo people, but from Shui Yunlai. Zhang Zhong took the letter and hurriedly found Old Man Pai and the other two. He said to the three of them, "Don't be in a hurry to write a letter to Pengzhou to send out troops. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao wrote a letter saying that we don't have to worry about them. When we saw the letter, they were already on their way back. If we miss them, we could go to Changgu Town to pick them up. Bring more ginger so that we can make soup." "Changgu Town? Where is it?" Old Man Chang asked curiously. Old Man Pai used to be an official here and knew the general location. When he heard that it was Changgu Town, he immediately knew why Cuckoo and the others had returned. He said, Cuckoo and the others were preparing to cross the Great Snow Mountain. No wonder she still had the logistics people and the people there walk back through Pengzhou despite the dangerous situation previously. It turns out that she didn't want the enemy to discover that there was another way to get here. The Great Snow Mountain is indeed dangerous. When I thought about it, Cuckoo and the others had already made preparations. Yes, that's it. They probably burned charcoal along the way. The vegetable oil was prepared to burn the Tubo cavalry, and the charcoal was naturally left for crossing the Great Snow Mountain. At that time, she had already thought of an escape route. When Old Man Pai said this, Old Man Chong was relieved. Since they were able to return, it was good. Regardless of whether they had to cross the mountain or the ridge, with the charcoal to warm them, they probably wouldn't freeze to death. Thinking of this, Old Man Chong said to Zhang Zhong, "Your two children are amazing now. One is leading the army over there, and the other left a plan early on to win the economic war over here. One is a scholar, and the other is a warrior. We don't have to worry about them in the future." After Zhang Zhong knew that his son and daughter-in-law were fine, he was happy. When he heard Old Man Chang's praise, he smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into a line. He said humbly, You flatter me, you flatter me. The children still need to learn more. They can't think so highly of themselves just because they have some ability. When they come back, I will teach them a good lesson." Here is also Xiao Bao's plan. He wants us to sell grain to Tubo. He said that in the spirit of international humanitarianism, we can't just watch the Tubo people starve to death. We have to help them and sell the excess grain to Tubo. They only need to pay a little bit of horses and livestock. Because the price of grain this year is too high, we can't ask for too low a price. Otherwise, the local people will suffer. We will sell to Tubo cheaply at 50 copper coins for a bucket of millet and 65 copper coins for a bucket of rice. This price is only slightly higher. Of course, because we have used new technology here, the price of livestock will be lower. In the past, it used to be 5 strings of coins for a horse to pull the carriage. Now it is 3 strings of coins. Also, since they are coming from Tubo, they will get thinner along the way. When they reach Great Tang, they must be nourished with good food. Let Tubo fork out another 500 copper coins, which is 2 strings of coins for a horse. The rest of the livestock and good horses will be sold according to this price. Zhang Zhong said modestly. He then took out the letter written by his son and read it to the 3 old men. The 3 old men didn't expect that Xiao Bao still didn't forget to scheme against Tubo at this time. The large amount of grain that they had just bought at a low price was sold at a higher price. What international humanitarianism! It was a mess of names. It sounded good, but in reality, it was just him pretending to be innocent after getting such a good deal. Good idea. This time, Tubo has no choice but to buy. Otherwise, they can only wait to starve to death. Without people, how are they going to rebuild? If they buy, there won't be enough livestock and war horses. What will they do for next year's spring plowing? Also, the number of cavalry in the army will be reduced by a lot. Our Great Tang will gain many benefits. I estimate that Tubo won't be able to recover in 5 years. By the time they recover, our Great Tang will be stronger than before. Maybe at that time, it will be the time to accept Tubo into Great Tang. Quickly go and make the arrangements. Don't let the Tubo people know about this. If that happens, they won't sell their livestock. If we buy their livestock now, the price will be lower. Old Man Chong said excitedly, and urged Zhang Zhong to make the arrangements. While waiting for Zhang Zhong to buy the livestock at a low price, the three old men discussed and prepared to bring people to Chang'o Town to fetch Cuckoo and Xiaobao back. It would be very cold to cross the snowy mountains, so they prepared some ginger soup for the heroes. Zhang Zhong bought the livestock very quickly and didn't continue to bargain. He directly gave the money and asked the Tubo people to give the money to the Yin family in Tunghua County. At this time, Tubo number 1 had no more money. All the money he had invested in the beginning was given away. In the end, the Zhang family made a profit. They made a lot of money from the grain and livestock. The people who bought and sold the livestock made a lot of money. The people who grew grains made a profit. The people who didn't grow grains also didn't make a loss. Although some of them bought grains at a high price and hoarded them, Zhang Zhong compensated them by getting them to repair the road. This money was enough to make up for the portion that they bought grains at a high price. Otherwise, Zhang Zhong didn't lack manpower. Why did he especially look for the people who didn't grow grains? The people who grew grains were also idle. The person who lost the money was Tubo's number 1. He had put in all the money he had earned in the past, as well as other jewelry. The bank had also lost some money. The price of the house was obviously not as high as the original price. The people who made a loss were the merchants who cooperated with the Tubo people. They really made a loss. Zhang Zhong didn't care about them. Who asked them to do it when they knew the consequences of raising the price of goods? It was already good enough that he didn't arrest them and punish them. It was impossible for him to directly give them the money they lost. However, some of them wrote letters to him later. Zhang Zhong didn't give them money. Instead, he cooperated with them to do business and let them make up for their losses. When he collected the grains, they were also willing to lower the price of the grains again and again to give others a start. After Tubo number 1 made the arrangements, he ran away. He didn't know that someone in Great Tang had been watching him for a long time. It was just that they didn't want to catch him. They wanted to keep him and make use of him at a critical time. It was the same for the others. On this day, there was a rare moment of sunlight in winter. The people were busy repairing the road, and the merchants were also doing their own business. Zhong Gang and Little Chong were about to reach Yingzhou. They were invited by Zhang Zhong to discuss a business deal. If it wasn't because they had money, where would they have money? They had already lost it. When Zhang Zhong gave them their name cards, he had written it very clearly. He invited them over and didn't plan to get much investment from them because when they were merchants, they didn't put all their thoughts on money. At the very least, they were still patriotic when it came to selecting seeds. With this patriotic heart of theirs, they would be given chance. Little Chong, does Lord Zhang really know everything? So he already knew about this matter, but didn't say anything. I thought he knew. Zhong Gang, who was sitting in the carriage, was so happy that he couldn't sit still when he realized that there would be a good business deal in Yingzhou with the Zhang family. He hated that he couldn't grow a pair of wings and fly to this place as soon as possible. Little Chong was also happy. He said to Zhong Gang, Gang, now you know how powerful the Zhang family is, right? They know everything, but they don't say anything. They'll make trouble for whoever participates in it. Right now, I want to go there and have a fight with Bai Xin. I want to learn from her. She'll like you? You haven't even entered the top ranking. She's ranked 10th. How can she be willing to play with you? She'll be bullying you. Zhong Gang poured cold water on Little Chong. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Little Chong fell silent and lowered his head to think. After a while, Little Chong raised his head and said, "Then I'll give it a try. Fighting against an expert can improve. Even if I have to pay a little more to have her fight with me, I'm willing." While the two of them were talking, a large number of people came from a main road in the west. The line was very long, and the people at the front were all on horseback. Their carriages immediately stopped to make way for them. The driver stood respectfully under the carriage and looked at the approaching line. He was so excited that his face turned red. When the person at the front of the line came close to him, he knelt down in front of the tattered flag that was fluttering in the wind. The driver's action stunned little Chong and Zhong Gang, who had just gotten off the carriage. When they looked at the flag and recognized the pattern on it, the two of them also became excited. On the tattered flag was a cute rice sprout. The rice sprout was trying its best to pull the carriage with its big eyes. By now, almost everyone knew what this flag represented. When the two of them looked at the travel-worn riders in the line, they immediately knew what kind of team this was. The great Tang's light cavalry that had killed countless enemies under the command of Cuckoo from the logistics camp in Ezhou and had made a name for itself in Tubo. In the middle of the crowd, there were two children on horseback. They nodded and smiled at the people who suddenly saw them and made respectful expressions. The boy looked very energetic, while the girl was smiling like a flower. When the people on the road saw them, they all felt that these two children were so cute that they couldn't describe it. How nice would it be if they were their own children? This was especially so for the girl. She was so bright, and her sweet smile made people feel very comfortable. It would be even better if they could hug her and give her a big kiss. Of course, the people only thought this. They knew who this cute and obedient girl was. Although the imperial court had already released news that there was an expert behind Cuckoo, many people still didn't believe it, especially after people gradually understood the situation behind this economic war. The people believed that it wasn't a big deal for the Zhang family to have an expert. It was this cute girl who led an army to kill the Tubo army that had less than 10,000 people and made them run away, not daring to fight. It was this girl who made the Tubo army use countless soldiers to encircle and annihilate them. It was this girl who used blood to question whether the Tubo army dared or not. Now that the girl had returned home, her smile was so beautiful. Where's the bloodiness of the battlefield? It was all because the Tubo people were too evil. Otherwise, how could such a good girl kill so many people? Yes, that's right, that's it. What demon? She suddenly became ignorant and didn't know how to name herself. She was clearly a fairy. The coachman who knelt down shouted at Wang Wan with tears streaming down his face, "Cuckoo, you're finally back. My wife and I have been worried about you. We were afraid that you would be blocked by people. It's good that you're back." Wang Wan was stunned when she saw this person. This person's reaction was too intense. Did he have to kneel down? Cuckoo, you might not know, but among the people who died in Suzhou's Wangjiang, I was the only one, and my sister-in-law's family was washed away by the water. I didn't have the ability to fight against the Tubo people, but you did. You avenged them, so you're my family's benefactor. I thank you. If you didn't lead the troops to kill them, when would I be able to avenge my brother's family? You killed them well. You asked a good question. I've decided. In the future, the Zhang family and the Wang family will sit in my carriage. I don't want a single cent. I'll kowtow to you. As the coachman spoke, he really used his head to kowtow to the ground. The surrounding commoners, as well as Wang Wan and the others, understood. So that was the case. Wang Wan was also filled with emotions. She got off the horse and helped the coachman up. She said solemnly, "They harmed me, so I slaughtered their entire village. I haven't killed enough. When there's a chance in the future, I will continue to kill. This time, I'm tired from killing, so I came back to rest. When the imperial court really mobilizes troops against the Tubo people, I will lead the troops out." When the cavalrymen heard Wang Wan's words, they also shouted, "Kill, kill." The moment the cavalrymen shouted, they immediately gave off a different feeling. This was a person who had truly returned from the battlefield. There was a faint smell of blood on their bodies. That kind of gaze made people not dare to look straight at them. Old Man Pai and the other two were also among the troops. They finally brought the people back. More than 15,000 soldiers had successfully crossed over the snowy mountain. Although more than 100 of them had fainted, they were still carried back. Along the way, there were charcoal fires to keep them warm, and no one froze to death. At the beginning, the three old men hugged and kissed the two little fellows who had made great contributions. Speaking of which, it was strange. The two little fellows who had frightened the Tubo people to such an extent seemed to have changed into another person when they returned to the Great Tang. They were completely unlike the other soldiers who had yet to recover from a battle. They did not know how the two little fellows did it, but the more they acted like this, the cuter they looked. When they thought about it carefully, they felt a chill from inside out. This showed that when the two little fellows killed the Tubo people until their corpses were piled up like mountains and rivers of blood flowed like rivers, they did not treat the Tubo people as people at all. After all, those were human lives that were taken one after another. Just thinking about how tragic it was when they killed the Tubo people made them feel terrified. Could the little fellows be so cold-blooded? However, after Cuckoo said this, the three old men relaxed. Cuckoo was right. One should treat the enemy as cold as ice and treat one's own people as warm as fire. After she said this, she and Xiao Bao also did the same. Along the way, she even cooked a few meals for Old Man Pai and the other two. She also sensibly told the three old men about the things that happened to the front line, like a family member. This made Old Man Pai and the other two old men unable to associate the two little fellows with the people who fought in Tubo some time ago. They were clearly their own grandson and granddaughter. Look at how good they were. When they smiled, they had two dimples. At this time, Zhang Zhong also hurried over. He had long wanted to personally welcome them, but there were still many things that he needed to do here. He could only endure it and persuade his family to stay. If they were to get sick while rushing over, that would not be good. Under the blessing gazes of the people, Zhang Zhong came in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He hugged the two children and kissed them left and right. However, he could not say a single word. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he tried his best to not let them fall. "Father, did you kill the Tubo people? How much money did you cheat? It must be a lot. Now we can eat and drink to our heart's content." Zhang Xiaobao also enjoyed his father's care and said to his father, "What do you mean by how much money did you cheat? We did honest business and earn a lot. Cuckoo brought people over there to burn a lot of food. I reckon that most of it is still behind. Next time, you're not allowed to run away for many days without giving me any news. Xiao Bei and the others are talking about you too every day. They even broke boats and stuck maple leaves on them. If you two don't come back, they will get sick. They won't be able to play every day and won't eat much." When Zhang Zhong heard his son's words, a smile appeared on his face. He said a few words to his son and daughter-in-law. Only then did he stand up and walk forward while holding one in each hand. The cavalry behind her also dismounted, leading their horses and following behind. At the very back were the 10,000 elite soldiers. They had only fought a single battle and had defeated a portion of the Tubo troops. While they were feeling happy, they were even more convinced of the female general, Wan Wan. They were also very respectful towards the light cavalry, and following behind, they did not even dare to think about their status as elite soldiers. The cavalry had killed countless people. Even if it was not enough at the beginning, after this battle, they were no longer ordinary soldiers. The blood on their bodies and the injuries they suffered said everything. The troops slowly walked forward. The commoners who saw them retreated to the side of the road. No one made a sound. They just looked at the heroes in their hearts. At this moment, Zhong Gang pushed little Chong out and shouted to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Zhong, we are merchants who received your invitation and came here. We did not let down the great Tang. This is little Chong. He wants to ask you to give him a chance to fight against the tycoons with Bai Xin Xin. Little Chong is going to enter the top level soon. He almost passed the test twice. This time, he will definitely pass. Don't talk. Can't you see that he is enjoying family affection? My matter is not urgent. Lord Zhong, you do what you need to do. He is a straightforward person. He doesn't think before he speaks. Don't worry about me. I am fine." Little Worm looked around worriedly and explained to Zhang Zhong. Sure enough, the surrounding commoners all looked at him with an expression that said, "Why are you acting like this?" Zhang Zhong was in a good mood and didn't care about such trivial matters. Wang Wan also smiled at the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the two of them with interest and said to them, "Don't worry. Sister Xinair might not have time. She is also busy. How about this? When you reach Zhou, I will play with you. How about it? As long as you can last 6 hours against me, I will allow you to enter the top-level game." You? You can't. You're just a child. It is better for Xin to come. She is strong, Zhong Gang said very directly. How about this? When you win against me, I'll help you talk to Sister Xena. When the time comes, she will definitely agree. How about it? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Okay, you said it. I will agree on Little Chang's behalf. You must be careful. Don't get angry when you lose. Zhong Gang immediately agreed and glanced at Little Chong. His meaning was for Little Chong to work hard and beat the young master of the Zhang family first, so that he could compete with Bai Xin. Little Chong did not look at Zhong Gang at all, but stared at Zhang Xiaobao. He suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the expression in this child's eyes. It was like a master speaking to a new disciple, very magnanimous and confident, as if he was going to test his disciple. At this time, Old Man Pai and the other two walked over. Old Man Pai looked at Little Chong and said with a kind smile, "Not bad. You did not betray Great Tang. We should give you a chance. You must cherish it. As long as you can hold on under Xiao Bao's attacks, you will definitely enter the top level. Don't be fooled by Xiao Bao's 6 hours. Under that kind of speed, if you can hold on for 2 hours, you will be qualified to enter the top level. If you can really hold on for 6 hours, there will be a place for you in the top 10. You are? You're telling the truth? He's that good? I know who you are. No wonder you look so familiar. You are Sir Bai, and I have your portrait. Could he be more powerful than your granddaughter?" Zhong Gang said quickly. Old Man Pai shook his head and left with a smile. Old Man Yao also said to Little Chong, "Work hard. You must cherish this opportunity. Don't look down on anyone, or else you will regret it. You will understand after the competition." "Not bad, young man." Old Man Chong patted Little Chong's shoulder and left after giving him a word of praise. The trio's words stunned Zhong Gang, and at the same time, stunned Xiao Chong. Watching the procession gradually disappear into the distance, Xiao Chong thought for a moment, and then muttered softly, "Could it be that this little young master of a Zhang family is even more powerful than Bai Xin? Hold on, for 6 hours? I am someone who is about to enter the top level. Even young Master Song can't defeat me in 6 hours, right? Could it be, could it be? No, this is definitely impossible. I don't believe it. Little Chong, what are you saying? Why don't you believe it?" Zhong Gang nudged Little Chong and asked. "I don't believe that I can't hold on for more than 6 hours under his hands." Unless he is... What is he? Why are you so slow?" Zhong Gang urged. "Unless he is the commander of the economic war with Tubo this time. Only that person has such ability. That last chain of attacks could be said to be earth-shattering." Little Chong's voice was trembling. However, he definitely did not believe that this young master was that person. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe it. Chapter 650. The mountains were continuous, and the water was gurgling. When they met after returning, there was no need to mention how much they missed each other. The trees were curved, and the wind blew continuously. When people stood in front of them, the clouds were on the horizon. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were pulled along by Zhang Zhong as they walked back unhurriedly. Behind them were the light cavalrymen who were leading the horses, as well as the remaining 9,000 elite soldiers who were defeated in just one battle. The originally busy commoners weren't in a hurry to do their own things. They also followed at the back of the group, hoping that they could do something to help. They all knew that they didn't have to worry about Tubo invading the border. At least within 3 years, Tubo wouldn't be able to recover. This time, they were crippled. It wasn't that they lost a lot of soldiers, but that their morale was destroyed. After traveling for 2 hours, they arrived at the mountain entrance to Wing Province Prefecture. What entered Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes was a paved road. The middle of the road was paved with stones, and the two sides were complemented by cement. The cement road was for pedestrians to walk on, and the middle was for horses to run on. There happened to be a group of merchants in front of them. There were also many commoners helping to transport the goods. Just now, there were already people who took the small path to deliver the news in advance. Each and every one of them stood in place, not daring to block the way, so as not to delay the hero's return home. If the dozens of big merchants here were to join forces, they could once again shake up Jiannan province's stable economic environment like the Tubo people. However, none of them appeared to be complacent. Even their voices were very soft. This time, it wasn't because of Zhang family and Wang family's financial resources. It was all because of Cuckoo, the great general who had fought in Tubo for thousands of miles without a single defeat. For the sake of the commoners, she had slaughtered countless Tubo soldiers. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. If by any chance someone blocked her path, the little child's temper flared up. Who would care about who you were? Perhaps she would flip over and get on the horse, letting you personally experience the power of the cavalry's charge. However, when Zhang Zhong held his son and daughter-in-law in each hand and walked over, many of the merchants rubbed their eyes. Could the little girl who was skipping and jumping as she walked be the demoness who killed Tubo, who had 4 times the military strength of the Tubo people and didn't dare to move lightly? She didn't look like it. She didn't look like it at all. She was clearly a carefree little girl next door. If it wasn't for the tattered flag fluttering behind her back, who would have thought that this girl would still have a smile on her face when she killed? As Wang Wan approached, the merchants tacitly took a step back to show their modesty. When Cuckoo nodded and smiled, the merchants also responded with what they thought was the most sincere smile. They were worried that if their expressions were wrong, they would be killed on the spot by the light cavalry behind them. There was no need to doubt whether they dared to do so. The soldiers who had returned covered in blood and had yet to fully adapt to the situation only had the dignity of a general in their hearts. They did not care about anything else. Axes, pickaxes, I'll unload the goods from the truck. You guys load them up and help me share the load. Quick! A person in the crowd who was pedaling a tricycle said to the 2 people next to him. He began to dump the goods. The tricycle was designed with the function of flipping. With a press and a tilt, all the goods on the tricycle were dumped onto the ground. Oh, you want to pay for it? The goods are spoilt. The owner should take action. Fu Tu complained as he hurried over to reload the goods. Fine, I'll pay for it. I'm going to pull a big hero home. As long as I can pull him, I'll pay for it. Ho pushed the tricycle forward. A merchant who hired them to carry the goods saw Ho dumping the goods, and his expression changed. He wanted to flare up, but held it in. He did not dare to cause trouble at this time. When he heard Ho's undisguised words and saw Ho rushing forward, the merchant's expression changed again. He smiled and said softly to axe and pickaxes who were worried for Ho, It's fine, it's fine. It's just some goods. It's fine to throw them all away. Ho can't pull anyone, but I won't say anything. If he pulls anyone, I'll personally treat you to a drink. This is a good thing, a good thing. Axe and pickaxe were stunned. Since when did the most unreasonable Chung Dongjia become so easy to talk to? Did the sun rise from the west? Only Boss Ching knew in his heart that Ho's reasoning was too good. Regardless of whether he managed to pull anyone, he could not find trouble with him. Otherwise, if word got out that he dealt with a person who wanted to pull a big hero and the big hero did not care, others would drown him with saliva. Even if he was not wrong to ask for compensation, no one would reason with him. Everyone was shocked by Shou Tu's sudden charge. The people from the protection team immediately surrounded Zhang Zhong and the other 2. The 200 or so cavalrymen behind them saw the situation, and in the blink of an eye, they drew their bows and knocked their arrows. The arrows were as cold as ice, and the bows were bent like a full moon. Their speed was fast, and their movements were synchronized. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the people's eyes and nodded to Wang Wan and Wei Wei. Wang Wan waved her hand, and the people from the protection team turned around and made way. The cavalrymen behind them kept their arrows and bows in an orderly manner. The commoners who were watching the commotion were shocked again. The people in front were shocked by the sudden charge, while the people behind were shocked by the team of heroes. The instant change of movement was too beautiful. "What are you doing?" Zhang Zhong saw that his son and daughter-in-law did not overreact and knew that the person who rushed over would not hurt them. Otherwise, there would be no need for others. His son and daughter-in-law could kill this person on the spot. How could the bystanders know that when he went out, the most powerful bodyguards were not from the protection team, but the two children? Ho was full of courage earlier, but now he was so scared that he did not dare to speak. He thought about his identity and then thought about the other person's identity. He lowered his head and stammered, "Lord Zhang, I want to use the tricycle to pull you, the young master and the young lady. I think it's not bad, but there's a slope in front. I'm sorry to drag you down." Just as Ho was about to go back on his words and others thought that he was dreaming, Wang Wan smiled and agreed. Really? I'm not tired. I'm not tired at all. But you're a hero. I'll pull you if I pull you. You said it yourself. I'm a hero. I'm not paying to sit on your tricycle. Uncle Zhang, Xiao Bao, let's get on. Our hometown's tricycle is more comfortable than the horses from other places. Wang Wan helped Ho out of his predicament again. She took the lead and got on the tricycle. She did not care if the tricycle was dirty or not. Zhang Xiaobao sat beside Wang Wan, while Zhang Zhong sat opposite them. He nodded to Ho and said, "Let's go. We trust you. Cuckoo and Xiaobao can sit on our hometown's tricycle. It's better than riding outside. It's hard to ride on a foreign land's tricycle, but our hometown's tricycle can worry us." When Chu Tu saw the three of them get on the carriage and Governor Zhang's words, his eyes turned red. This trust made him feel warm. He lifted his leg and got on the carriage. Looking ahead, the originally tiring slope had become a flat road in his eyes. He realized that his body was filled with energy. Even if he rode to the top of the snow mountain, it wouldn't be a problem. The people around them were shocked once again, and then they revealed happy smiles. In their eyes, these three people who were so high that no one could compare with them sat on an ordinary tricycle and didn't lose their dignity at all. They were cold to strangers and peaceful to their own people. The contrast between the two made people understand them better. They did not show the slightest bit of arrogance and did not look down on people of lower status. This was Wing Prefecture's Governor Zhang Zhong and his family. The commoners thought as they looked at the blue sky with floating clouds. They had never felt so good before. "Ho, did you see that? Capable people will never show off their power to their own people. Only incompetent people will show off their power to people like us." Axehead said to Ho Head as he moved the goods left behind by Ho Head into his car. Ho nodded. "Isn't that so? Our county's small officials ask the bailiffs to scare us and talk about how powerful their servants are. They bully us. Look at Cuckoo. When she was in Tubo, she killed thousands of people with a wave of her hand. She did not look down on us. How can our county's small officials be compared to her?" Chung Dongjia's jaw dropped as he watched Ho Tu drag the three away. He blinked twice and smiled like a flower. He said to Ho Tu and Axe Tu, "Take your time, there's no rush. If you can't pull anymore, just throw the goods away. Don't tire yourself out. Remember to find Ho Tu when we get there. Let's have a meal together." Ho and Axe looked at Chung Dongjia in a new light. They felt that Chung Dongjia seemed to have changed into a different person. Ho thought of a prostitute and shook his head. "Chung Dongjia, it's fine as long as you pay me. I won't look for a woman. Otherwise, if my wife finds out, she'll twist my ear off." "Ha ha ha, you're so timid. You're afraid of your wife. Let's not talk about the pay today. How much is it? If you're really afraid of your wife, just order a few more dishes and put them in a lunchbox to bring back." Chung Dongjia patted Shosho's shoulder and said with a smile. Axe was puzzled. He looked at Chung Dongjia and asked carefully, "Chung Dongjia, what are you?" "What am I? I used to think too highly of myself. Now that I've compared myself to Lord Zhang, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo, I know how ridiculous I was. If you want people to respect you, it's useless to keep a straight face. People aren't fools. Even if you show respect on the surface, you don't know how to curse in your heart. Look at Cuckoo. Even if she takes a tricycle, who dares to look down on her? Everyone knows what's going on. Besides, we'll be working with her family in the future. We have to learn from her. When the weather gets cold, we'll look for you to work and give you extra pay. What's this called? Yes, it said that Lord Zhang hung a piece of calligraphy in his study. It says, "Great love is silent." When Cheng Dongjia saw the scene just now, he suddenly understood many things. He said a few words to Axe and Ho. With his hands behind his back, he walked in front of them. He looked 10 years younger. When it was almost evening, Ho finally brought Zhang Zhong and the other two to the prefectural city. Although he was sweating profusely, he still had a lot of energy. On the way there, he even chatted with Zhang Zhong and the other two, which made him very excited. It wasn't just because he could talk to 3 people of high status. Most importantly, he said that it was tiring to ride uphill. Hero Cuckoo seriously promised that she would immediately come up with new technology to change the current tricycle speed. She said something about using a large gear to drive a small gear on flat ground and a small gear to drive a large gear on difficult terrain. Young Master Xiao Bao also said something about changing the handrail into an upper and lower handrail. The upper handrail was horizontal and the lower handrail was concave. He didn't understand, but he knew that Cuckoo and Xiao Bao really took him seriously as a coolie. They didn't rest when they returned home, but they started thinking of ways to make things easier for him. Zhang Zhong and the other two didn't get off the tricycle. Even when Ho's sweat soaked his clothes, they still sat on the tricycle. It wasn't that they didn't want to get off, but they couldn't. If they got off, Ho would be very disappointed. Chapter 651. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo saw Xiao Bei and the rest, Xiao Bei and the rest also saw the brothers and sisters in the car. They held hands and rushed forward, tumbling as they ran. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo finally couldn't sit still. They jumped down from the car, ran to the front, and squatted down to kiss each and every one of them. Xiao Bei's eyes were red as he threw himself into Xiao Bao's arms. He panted and said, "Brother, I was afraid that you and sister wouldn't come back." "Isn't that so? I didn't want to come back, but when I thought about how Xiao Bei was still waiting at home, how could I not come back? In the end, I taught them a lesson and came back. I also brought a lot of good things for Xiao Bei, including food and toys." Zhang Xiaobao rubbed Xiao Bei's face that was red from the wind and said with an exaggerated expression, "Really?" Xiao Bei immediately put on a smiling face. There were still tears in his eyes as he asked curiously, "Really? I even caught a few big fish from the desert lake. I dried them and brought them back." "Xiao Bei, how do you want to eat them?" Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Back then, he and Wang Wan were indeed thinking of bringing something back for the little ones. If the Tubo people knew about this, who knew how they would feel? The two of them actually considered bringing something back for their younger siblings when they were fighting. They were really looking down on others. Wang Wan's younger brother, Xiao Yuan, who was waiting for his brother to carry him, anxiously stood on the other side of Zhang Xiaobao and said, "It's my turn, it's my turn. Make way, it's my turn." "No, I'm just making some space. My brother asked me to eat fish. Make fish slices." Xiao Bei originally didn't want to make way, but after thinking about it, he moved to the side and left half a space for Xiao Yuan. Zhang Xiaobao hugged Xiao Yuan again and nodded in agreement. "Then make fish slices. Make big fish slices. Big fish. Yes, big fish slices. Let Xiao Yuan eat the fish bones." Xiao Bei was happy and said while shaking his head, "I'll let you have it. The bones are delicious too." Xiao Yuan argued, "Why are you still squeezing me?" Xiao Bei snuggled into Zhang Xiaobao's arms. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were extremely busy. They hugged one, and kissed another. They had to tell every child that they had brought something good. Their words did not count. The members of the protection team even brought over all the food and toys that they had found in the desert. There were big dried fish, lake pearls, beautiful shells, grasshoppers woven with needlegrass, dried desert sistanch, and even 4 living animals, wild camels. He didn't know how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had kept the 4 camel for their younger brothers and sisters. There were 2 males and 2 females, so they could ride the camels and play with them. They also brought back a lot of loot from the camels they killed. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't lack the cured ham. He used wild boar intestines to make smoked sausages. It gave people the feeling that the 2 of them didn't seem like they had just returned from a battle in Tubo. Instead, they seemed like they had just returned from a vacation. Old Man Pai and the other 2 also came over. Even if they didn't understand military warfare, they also understood how precious the things that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo brought back were. They were kept while they were fighting with their lives on the line. Cuckoo, don't you want to live anymore? If you want to go to war, then go to war. Why did you bring so many things? What are you trying to do? Old Man Pai was anxious and asked with his eyes wide open. Wang Wan smiled. Is there a conflict between going to war and bringing things? I brought more than 10 camels and gave them to Tubo on the way. So what if they are camels? They can't run on their own. Can't I tie them up and use a few horses to carry them? 2 of them even froze to death on the snowy mountains. I'll cook them later and give them to Xiao Bei and the others. Zhang Xiaobao also echoed from the side. Isn't that right? It's just dealing with Tubo. There's no need to be so serious. I'll cook the camel humps tomorrow. Everyone try it. That's right. Try it. Xiao Bei didn't know what it was like to bring a burden like camels to war. He also chimed in. Zhang Zhong watched from the side and thought that Xiao Bei and the others weren't worried about their brother and sister in vain. These 2 kids were too bold. It seemed that they dared to do anything and could do anything. Just to bring back something fun for Xiao Bei and the others. They actually took such a big risk and really faced the Tubo army. They could do whatever they wanted. Old Man Pai was speechless for a moment. He felt that he should release the news of Cuckoo and Xiao Bao's gifts to Tubo. Through these things, they would inform Tubo. Do you see? This is the commander-in-chief of Izhou's logistics camp, Cuckoo. She sneaked in and ambushed you while you were surrounded. She even brought camels for her younger brothers and sisters to play with. Should the army that was preparing to intercept Pengzhou withdraw or not? Be careful that if Cuckoo was happy, she would bring her younger brothers and sisters to lead 100,000 elite soldiers and kill their way back. Chu Tu, who was pulling the carriage, also saw the scene of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo reuniting with their family. He wiped the sweat that continuously flowed out from his tired body as he rushed over and laughed foolishly. While Wang Wan was enjoying her family, she turned her head and saw Chu Tu. She hugged Xiao Bei and asked, Xiao Bei, this uncle brought brother, sister, and father back. He's very tired. What should we do? Xiao Bei was still holding a pearl in his hand. When he heard his sister's words, he raised his head and looked at Chu Tu. He left his sister's embrace and walked forward. He raised the pearl with both hands and said to Chu Tu, Thank you, uncle. Xiao Bei will give you this pearl. Chu Tu didn't expect such a young child to be so sensible. He wanted to take the pearl, but he knew how precious it was. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't face Xiao Bei's expectant gaze. He sweated even faster and said nervously, I don't want money. I'm willing to pull. In the future, as long as Little Master and Little Miss want to sit in my carriage, I'll pull. Take it. This isn't money. It's Xiao Bei's gratitude and blessing. In the future, if you encounter a problem that you can't solve, take this pearl out. Old Man Chong was more direct. He lifted Xiao Bei up and let Chu Tu take the pearl. When Ho Tu obediently took the pearl, he still didn't fully understand the value of the pearl. Xiao Bei was the youngest princess of the 2 families. How could the blessings she gave be treated lightly? The meaning behind it was too great. Not to mention ordinary people. Even if they disturbed the emperor under impossible circumstances and offered him the pearl, Li Longji would still have to give face to the Zhang and Wang families after knowing the meaning behind the pearl. Zhang family and Wang family had contributed a lot to the Tang Empire. In the future, when Xiaobao and Cuckoo grew up, they would make good use of the pearl. Of course, even if Chu Tu offended someone in the future, the other party wouldn't care who gave him the pearl. Chu Tu could use the pearl to make a deal with Zhang family and Wang family. As long as he didn't rebel, even if he committed a crime of beheading, they could protect him. However, they had to look at the situation before deciding whether to protect him. Wang Wan didn't believe that an honest person like Chu Tu would take the initiative to offend others. In order to build a better reputation for the two families, she asked Xiaobei to send the pearl. The soldiers who followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan back were arranged to rest outside the city. Zhang Zhong was very happy. His son and daughter-in-law were back. The two of them were a little tanned, but they would recover after some rest. His heart was finally at ease. Hence, he took out the best wine and dishes at home to entertain the soldiers, merchants, and commoners who came to congratulate them. The people from nearby villages also rushed down the mountain to celebrate with the soldiers. At the same time, they wanted to see how the warriors who fought in Tubo looked like and ask about the specific situation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan chatted with their families for a while before finding a place to sleep. They were tired. Not only did they have to follow the troops to battle, but they also had to be responsible for formulating battle plans. They had to be firm. Xiao Bei and the rest of the children didn't know how to have their own house, and they didn't join in the fun. They gathered outside their brother and sister's house and got someone to wake them up to sleep. They were afraid that when they woke up, their brother and sister were gone. What should they do? They were still waiting to hear the story. Old Man Pai and the other two were also happy. They returned to their courtyard and started writing letters to be sent to the capital. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were back. Of course, they had to report the good news and give the imperial court some time to react. When the time came, they would be rewarded. They couldn't treat it as if nothing had happened, right? 3 days later, during the morning court session in the capital, Li Longji and the officials discussed one matter after another. Just as they were discussing the most important matter, the letter arrived. Li Longji attached great importance to the matter they were discussing. If they were to discuss the topic, it would be whether it was better to expand through military force or through commercial means when obtaining overseas resources. It was all because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had people find Luzon Island in the future. In the beginning, most people only thought that the island wasn't bad. It produced more grain and had copper and gold mines. However, as the merchants obtained more and more benefits from the island, they couldn't ignore it even if they didn't want to. In terms of enjoyment, the merchants brought back many good local specialties and made a huge profit. They were already selling them to the capital. In terms of the people's livelihood, the land there was not bad. The grain yield was high, and the crops could be harvested 3 times a year. In addition, the area was rich in resources, so even more people were tempted. If it was in the past, or in normal times, the imperial court wouldn't be able to control the transactions there. However, the ones who had the most say over there were the people from the Zhang family and Wang family. The Zhang family and Wang family were good. They weren't ambitious and knew when to advance and retreat. They didn't cause others to worry. More importantly, the Zhang family and Wang family were very capable. Any merchants who came to the island to make a fortune had to be monitored by the Zhang family and Wang family. The clever merchants thought of several ways to exploit loopholes, but they were useless under the watchful eyes of the Zhang family and Wang family. The officials couldn't help but admit that the Zhang family and Wang family were ancestors in this aspect. Although it seemed like a good method, it was embarrassing to use it on the Zhang family and Wang family. However, some time ago, news came back saying that as the natives came into contact more and more, they actually discovered many hostile tribes. This had to be dealt with. Thus, whether to solve this through military force or normal commercial means became a hot topic in the imperial court. In the end, everyone said that they were right, and everyone argued that they were right. It was very noisy. Li Longji listened from above. The more he listened, the more annoyed he became. He patted the armrest of the luxurious chair sent by the Zhang family and said, "If you really can't think of a solution, ask the Zhang family." The officials didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, Gao Lisher saw the hand gesture from his subordinate and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, there's news from Wing Prefecture. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.